welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another season of the year here of the GSL 2026 GSL Season 2 Qualifiers. We are here, we are back, we are live. Whew, and Season 1 isn't even done, by the way. Welcome, I'm of course Side VIP, with whom I'm joined by these amazing players and by the Google chat as well. GSL Season 1 is still ongoing. The semifinals and grand finals are actually this weekend. We of course are going to be casting it live, as we have done with every single stage of the tournament, with Season 1 Qualifiers, round of 12 and round of 8, and again the round of 4. The semifinals are going to be this weekend offline over in Korea. Meanwhile, we are here with the Season 2 Qualifiers, and there have been some changes, by the way. I do apologize for the extended break, but we were waiting for the qualifying matches to take place, to get underway, to jump into those series. We're here, we are live, we have our first qualifying match, a best of 3 between Classic and Beyond. Now, very quickly, when it comes to the format itself, you might notice that when it comes to the other groups, when it comes to the rest of the brackets, it is currently ongoing as we speak. A lot of matches are taking place at the moment. We can actually have a look at the moment here at said matches. Un momento, papi, un momento. Do you need a moment to go through said brackets themselves? Again, there are two groups. There are two groups at the moment in regards to the GSL, and matches are currently underway. Bam! Very, very quickly here, as you can see, we currently have some qualifying matches here in Group B. We have herO. herO took down Ryung 2-1. herO is up against SHIN in a current qualifying match. SHIN took down Kyor 2-0 and took down Geralt as well. Meanwhile, Zaun took down Young Yakov 2-1, took down Solar 2-1, and Zaun is up against Maru, who just took down Percival and got a bye in the first round as well. There's Gumiho. There are many other players as well. Check out the bracket if you do wish to check out some of those matches, but we are going to be jumping into the qualifying match of Classic versus Beyond as we speak. Now, very quickly, I don't know if you noticed, but you might have actually seen some of the players like Geralt competing. Geralt is there, Clem is there, I believe Rainer, Cristiano, and Yakov also there as well. They are going to be taking part. They're going to be this tournament is now open to foreigners. Here we go. It is going to be open to foreigners. It is no longer exclusive to players that are residing in South Korea. GSL is now global. Let's go. It's now it is the global StarCraft League. True. And here we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss representing Virtus Pro. It is Classic. This is our first of many qualifying matches. The winner of this series will be qualified for the GSL. The loser will be knocked down to the lower brackets. Bearing in mind, there is a lower bracket, there is a safety net for these players, but we're here to determine the first to make it through into GSL Season 2. Now, I might be curious here, like, hold up, do we have any seeds? Are there any benefits for Season 1 players that are currently in the semis and potentially even grand finals? The answer is no. The answer is no. Season 2 has no seeds, has no invited players, so everyone has to go through the qualifier once again. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter how well you place in Season 1, you gotta play in the qualifier just like everyone else. And once again, as you mentioned, it is open to international players now, which is why we have Young Yakov, Geralt, Cristiano, Clem, and I believe Rainer as well, and maybe even a couple of others. They're also competing. Now, there is a prerequisite, and that is that if a player makes it into the top 4, they are required to travel to Korea. They have to travel, and if they don't travel to Korea for the semifinals, then they forego any prize money. So they achieve 0 prize money. If they make it to top 4 and they decide not to go to the event, then they forego any prize money, and it goes to the next placing player that they beat in the previous round. But I'm sure all the international players who did sign up are willing to travel, of course. That's why there's a select few of them that are competing here in the event. Select few. So wish them the best. From here, we do have a double gas opener out of Beyond, going for a faster factory and more tech heavy start. Meanwhile, Classic going for a standard opener himself, going for his own gates, hyper expand. So standard opener out of Classic, more tech heavy start here by Beyond. With this, Beyond will be going for a later expansion, assuming he doesn't go for a 1 base all in. There's potential to go for the starport and to commit on 1 base. There is potential for that. For now, though, we're setting up and we should be expanding on the high ground. There we go. CC is on the high ground. Beyond will soon be expanding, but again, we'll be delaying a CC in favor of the factory. In favor of what exactly? We can go into Reaper Hellion, we can go into early Cyclone, we can go into early Star, put into Banshee play. There are different ways to play this out. Let's go. Bienvenidos everyone over on Soup. Bienvenidos. Annyeong haseyo, baby. See. Bearing in mind, of course, that we are live here on Soup, and we'll be able to showcase the VODs on other platforms at a later time, at a later date. For now, though, everything is here over on Soup. Big shout out to Soup for, of course, allowing us to stream and cast and bring you as many of these matches as we can. Much love. Este Soup, baby. And also shout out to Intel and Onside for sponsoring Season 1 of GSL, and I'm sure more seasons to come as well. For now, though, Twilight Council opener out of Classic. We have our tech of choice, so the probe is going to be shut down, checking for the expand, checking for the follow-up, and so far it is going to be the Widowmine drop follow-up here for Beyond. Okay, so Reaper first into Reactor into Widowmine drop is being set up, bearing in mind that Classic has no idea. Classic didn't get into the main base. Classic saw the tech lab, sorry, he saw the reactor, he saw the tech structures, the add-ons specifically, but that's all he really did see. So still in the dark as what's going on, and behind this we're getting ready for that drop, not just a mine drop, but a marine drop as well. Interesting. This is going to be a bit more committed here. The goal is going to be to drop with marines to ideally focus on workers for as much economic damage as possible. It is more committed here, assuming we go with the marines, but no, never mind, we're going to be leaving the marines back home. Just the mine drop, just the mines are moving out, so less committed here. The goal is just scatter information. We can see, of course, the Blink Stalker base opener and 3 gates on the way. A bit of a heavier gateway count here. There's no 4th gateway yet, but Byan will soon confirm the timing of the 3rd base and the timing of the production. Even now does spot the probe and can now make his way into the bases. Stalker's a respond, Blink is not yet done. Classic getting in position, and so far Classic does shell away at the medevac. Does shell away, recalls into the main base, and the medevac, we have to be careful, does pull away. It does pull back. And looks like 1 probe will go down, just the 1. Oh, the retargeting! Ooh, 2, okay. 2 probe kills on the mine. Nice retargeting in that final moment, and there's still 1 Widow mine left in the medevac. So still 1 mine remaining, can go for another job. Behind this Classic now will expand. Remember, there's no big committed 2 base all in. There's no prism on the way. The robo is just being used for detection, observers in production instead, and there's that 3rd. So far we're building up into the mid game. Byan, likewise back at home, is securing his early tank production. So far we have 2 tanks on the way, and we'll see if Byan commits into a higher tank count or if it goes for an add-on swap earlier on. If we go up to further than 2 tanks, then that's a greater sign of aggression. Usually it's just 2 tanks into your stim and combat shields and your bio setup, but if we keep making more tanks here, then that might be indicative of something that's a bit more committed. So far, 2nd tank is out. Yep, there's the add-on swap. So only 2 tanks. Then building up into the upgrades. Behind this, we have the Bay on the way for a Classic. Again, claiming his 3rd at a reasonable time. Widowmine drop back into the natural. Stalkers are in position, and the medevac does get focused down. Yeah, nice time for the medevac. Ooh, 1 probe kill here at the natural. So far, 3 probe kills and 2 mines. For 2 mines and the medevac, I would say a better trade here for Classic, specifically because he sniped the medevac. So he does hold, does defend. Behind this, going for a later charge. So charge is delayed, Forge as well. The Raven is going to be, barely going away. Okay, the medevac gets away. It does pull out, does pull away. Nice target firing here. And the Raven, I meant to say, the Raven does get 4 probe kills. Nice damage. Nice target firing here out of Byan. Does make up for the earlier mine drop. So some nice damage. Again, we're building up back at home, still waiting for the upgrades. We've yet to begin combat shields. Soon, I'm sure we will. Just setting up. Gonna be setting up. There's that 3rd command center. So Byan, he opts not to throw down extra axes. He's not going for a 2 base all in. We're building up into a greater game. Welcome to Ruby Rock. Bearing in mind this is a smaller map, shorter rush distance by ground, aggression is favored. I will say that if Byan tries to take a slower approach here, he's gonna have a harder time. It is quite difficult to turtle up and to defend and maintain your 3, 4, and 5 bases. The bases are more open, they're more exposed. It's gonna be a tough call here. It's gonna be a tough game here for Byan if he doesn't move out. We'll see. I mean, we have seen fake 3rd CCs in the past, that is true. For now, we're moving out. Here comes the main push. Behind this, throwing more production down. And it's going to be up to Classic to slow this down. Slow it down to engage, to be ready in time. So far, he's got 1 Colossus, soon to be 2. 2nd Colossus on the way. Byan is pushing. And Classic doesn't engage at time so far. He's distracted. Double drop into the main. And we have that double drop. Classic warps in. Colossus is also, everything drags into the main. Everything goes in. He gets 1, he gets 2. Ooh, 2 full medevacs, massive pickers at the same time. Beyond, he does not move into the third. Ooh, and Beyond, he will bleed out a lot of supply there. That's 2 full medevacs falling, and the third base is completely fine. There was an opening. There was an opening there. Remember, we saw the F2, right? We saw the F2 into the main base. Everything responded to it. There was an opening into the third, but Beyond didn't push. Beyond did not push out. The observer sees that Beyond races back home, and Classic, he gains map control. He gains map control. He can now push across the map. He's getting a 4th expansion. Now it's Classic's turn to delay, right? To delay Beyond, to contain Beyond on 2 bases. And so far, Classic has map control. He has control of the game, control the... Oh no, the medevacs! Oh, he gets 2! 1, 2 medevacs go down. Yeah, the MVP observer. Yeah, the observer sees all, he knows all. Beyond now trying to break out, but again, he's had some hefty losses so far. And he will be establishing his 3rd, but as Beyond is getting a 3rd, we have Classic claiming a 5th expansion. Oh god. Again, Classic just double expanding. He knows he has map control. He knows he's safe to be this greedy. It is quite greedy here from Classic, but based on how this early game has gone, I mean, he has nothing to worry about. We go Prism into the main. Does go for the warp in. At the same time, while Beyond is distracted, the main army does push forward. Thankfully, Beyond does leave his tanks in position, his bio army as well. Beyond is ready. Yeah, Beyond is ready. We'll lose 1 SCV. Mine goes down. Prism is deflected in the main base. Actually coming back in. Ooh, does come back in. Does drop in. So far, 9 SCV kills. Not bad. 9 SCVs going down. The Prism gets away. Beyond, he does begin Viking production. Classic still outside of the bases. Building up to 3 Colossus, soon to be 4 Colossi. We are missing a 2nd Robo, and once we get up to proper 4 base saturation, we should be working towards that. For now, hefty Warpins, more High Templar. There is no Storm, just Archons. Just Archons to reinforce. Beyond behind this trying to turtle up. I'm loving the use of the depots here, of course. Depots are built to try to tank the charge. And also tank Colossus shots. Disrupt the army. Create choke points. As Classic rotates towards the right hand side, towards the natural. Classic is about to max out. It's about to max. The Prism is with the main army as well. Scan reveals that, so there's no backstab into the main. There's no War Prism to harass. It's here to reinforce. And here we go. Classic, he's maxed. He's maxed. It's time to push. Here we are lacking depots. So lacking a couple of depots here. We can try to drag the army into the minefield. There are a couple of EMPs available. There's 2 ghosts. 2 ghosts, 2 EMPs. Observer goes down. Army moves in. So I'll say we pull away for now. Classic playing it safe. Double expanding. Getting a 6th and 7th expansion. Ooh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Oof. Yeah, breaks down that front door. You can see he wants to peel off into the natural base, into the mineral line. He commits. And he commits in. Marshall goes off. Nice mine connection. Zelts are going down. Yeah, we're running out of Zelts. We need a warp in. At the same time, tanks are falling though. Yeah, tanks are going down. Where are those Zealot warp ins? Here they come. Yeah, here they come. Colossus, they pull away. Zelta collapse in. And we're just snowballing out of control. We're snowballing out of control. Beyond's being overwhelmed. GG gets called. And Classic is able to take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. A very comfortable performance there by Classic. Beyond, he had some drop play, he had some potential. I'm still thinking about the moment where Beyond, he dropped into the main base and he started to posture outside of the third, but he didn't commit. He didn't commit and he lost 2 full medevacs. That was the moments where Beyond lost control of the game. I'm referring to the moments when he was posturing in the center, went for a double drop into the main, and he lost 2 full entire medevacs and then he backed off. That was the moment, if you remember, where Classic double expanded, he pushed out and he contained Beyond on 2 bases and then dropped into the main as well and killed 9 SCVs. 9 SCV kills, stuck on 2 bases, lost map control, and his opponent was getting 5 bases up and running. Like, that was brutal. And from there, Classic just was able to cruise his way into the win. GG. GG, well played. With that, Classic takes the lead in the series. Now we're jumping into game number 2, jumping into Tourmaline. Let's go. And I'm hoping for a back and forth. I want to see a series here. The pressure is on Beyond as they load into a smaller map as they load into Tourmaline. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player. Representing Protoss Pro, it is Classic. So let us go. As we're going to be opening up, we're going to be settling on in. And welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a smaller map of the map pool with shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored here on Tourmaline, and I'm hoping that Bjorn takes a more aggressive stance. If you remember, we spoke about it at the beginning of last game, how Bjorn opening up in a much more standard fashion on Ruby Rock and trying to macro out and get into the mid game was a bold choice, and the map was not helping him either. Like, again, trying to establish your 3 and then eventually 4 bases on Ruby Rock is difficult. I would say the same thing. I would echo the same sentiments here on Tourmaline. Trying to take a more passive defensive approach here is insanely difficult on Tourmaline, and I'm hoping we don't see that already. A little bit spicy here. Bjorn, a little bit cheeky, going for the eBay block. Okay, this I like. This I do like here. Nice eBay block. We didn't see this in game 1, but here in game 2 we'll delay the expansion and we'll force the unnatural natural out of Classic. So already Classic being disrupted, the eBay is more than halfway done, and the SCV can even head towards the right hand side and force an even more awkward base out of Classic. Here comes a probe. Probe moves down, does see the progression, force the triangular third base, SCV's in position, blocks the triangular third, and now forces the linear third base instead. Yeah, very well positioned here for Classic. This is the last choice for an expansion. I mean, technically the last choice would be this base, but one of the worst options here, and Classic will have a bit of a shakier start as a result. So, ooh, he cancels. Oh my, never mind. Classic, he cancels the third base, throws it down at the natural instead. Bjorn did not leave the eBay up and running. He also canceled, so that allows Classic to expand. Now, it's going to be a delayed expansion, but it could have been worse. If he was forced to expand here on the low ground, then Classic would have a very hard time defending, as he's down like 3 layers of elevation just to try to defend this location or defend his main, right? You just get pulled apart. Bjorn is opening up into Marauder. It looks like this might even be 3 racks. It could be Marauder into a 2nd and 3rd racks, or Marauder into a 3rd CC. We'll see if it's going to be Hyper Aggression or Hyper Greed. We have the answer: Aggression. 3 racks. So Marauder opener, concussive shell into a 3x, into a strong stim timing, heavy aggression by Bjorn, checking Bjorn's vision. He doesn't know about the cancellation. This makes sense. Like, as in Bjorn, he's being hyper aggressive. He's working towards a 3x early stim timing. He wants to double down. Little does Bjorn know that Classic has a safer expansion. Now, it is late. It is a delayed expansion, and there was also the refund as well, where he lost some resources. So this is a shaky start for Classic, but it is going to be easier to defend than otherwise. Than on the low ground. And of course, Bjorn doesn't know. That's the other factor as well. Where Bjorn, he's committing into a hyper aggressive build and he doesn't really know what he's moving into. So a lot going on already. There are those 2 axes. Stim is on the way into combat shields, into mass bio, into just mass bio. Bjorn now moving out, hiding in the tall grass. This will allow Bjorn to shoot first. Does let him shoot first. Oh, good call. Classic, he didn't even scout. Like, Classic, he saw the high ground racks. He didn't know the initial build, though, but a very good read is going for DTs. Basically, against 2 base all-ins, against hyper-aggressive builds, where you're staying on 2 bases for that much longer and you're hitting a really strong timing, as a Terran player, you're not holding onto energy. You're not holding onto it. You are muling as much as possible to get as much out of your 2 bases as you can to hit your timing, right? So it's a very low chance that Bjorn has scans. Meanwhile, Classic, anticipating aggression because of where he was forced to expand, he is trying to punish that by going into Blink. This will punish early aggression, early tank all-ins, for example, tank pushes, bases, timings that pull the boys, 2 base all-ins, or even these early sim timings are typically hard shut down by early Dark Templar, early DTs. They just shut them down completely. So very nice read, very nice call. Reading Bjorn well, and Bjorn's just kind of playing into it. He's playing into it. Bjorn still hasn't confirmed the base locations, by the way. But Bjorn's about to push. Stim is not done. Stim is done. Working towards +1. The first Dark Templar is already warping in. And here comes Bjorn's army. This is his moment as he moves out. How many scans? So there's 1 scan here at the natural. There's just 1 scan. He mules. Yeah, he does mule. We're soon have a scan in the main base. So far, we have 40 energy. Yeah, 40 energy says there's going to be 1 scan available from the main, thankfully. Dark Templar is revealed. Bjorn does he notice? No, he does not. Yeah, it does not notice. We have 50 energy. Yep, DT's revealed, scan is available. And scans the natural. Yeah, it does scan the natural. There was only one scan. Only one scan. Ooh, which means zero mining in the main. Zero mining, and the stim timing is come and gone. Yeah, Bjarni will miss his timing. That's a kill, not a cancel on the turrets. Heads back to the natural, ensuring there's no mining. There's about to be one scan available. No, it's a ways away. It's a ways away. We're at 30. We're at 40 energy. 41, 42, 43. Do we deny combat shields? Oh, the repairs. He comes in. He will repair, and scan is available in a couple of seconds. Gets another SCV and another. So far, it's been 8 SCV kills. There's the scan. And Bjarni, he does defend, he does survive, but remember, he was working towards a strong stim timing, and it's come and gone. Right, the timing is come and gone. He missed his window, he missed his timing. His economy was crippled. He was stuck on one base for so long in this game. And Classic, he is looking very comfortable here, working towards Colossus, forward, +1, third base as well. He's moving out. Blink is complete, of course. And Bjarni's all in. At this point, due to all the damage that's been dealt, Bjarni is all in. We need some damage done soon, and he does sneak out across the map, but Classic will miss the move out. Now, does Classic notice something's wrong? He should notice here, like, hold on, where's your army? Maybe it's in the main, or maybe something else. So yeah, Probe moves out to scout, does confirm the army, and this base might be cancelled. Bjarni ignores it, he's just going in. He's going in, as I mentioned, he's all in. He's all in. He needs more than just denying the base. Colossus in position. Dancing with the army, and we're gonna get some damage on the expansion. Oof. Yeah, he gets caught. Bjarni gets caught out. He has to get the hell out of here. Kills one, kills 2 stalkers, takes out the sentries, but Bjarni will lose everything. Does try to split up the army. He'll lose all the marauders. Takes down a couple of stalkers. He does at least trade somewhat. And look at the split. No, he still gets chased down. 1 Marine survives on 2 HP. Oh no, never mind. Oh no, Jukes. Oh no. So Bjarni does lose the entire army, and back at home is again stuck on 2 bases. He's now going for a 3rd CC. This is very ambitious. Going for the 3rd. Bjarni knows that he's in the right position, but I mean, wow, what can you do? What can he do, back? He's going for the 3rd CC in hopes to try to recover and try to claw his way back into this series. That is the hope here for Bjarni. It's the hope, man. And we'll see if he's given time. Right, that will, of course, help alleviate some pressure here as if Classic backs off. But as you can see, Classic, on the one hand, yes, Classic, he is backing off. He is giving him time. What are we doing with that 3rd base? 4th base, double expanding. We're just taking more bases, taking more expansions. More Colossus are amassing from here. Double forge, double upgrades, throwing down pylons, warping in DTs, gaining all the vision all over the map as well. Pylons all over the place. Classic, he's just ensuring that there's no way for him to lose his lead. The only way he can is drop play. And as the drop moves out, I believe Classic should spot this, and he does. The observer's in position. Classic does respond. Bjarni does unload. Downloads. Classic's able to keep up. Going for the medevac. Ooh, brutal force field on the medevac. No! Late reaction. Medevac goes down. At the same time, Bjarni was distracted. Dropped into the main. Yeah, the drop did distract him, and with that, Classic cleans up the medevac, shuts down the drop. Bjarni is still contained on 2 bases. He's turtling up with tanks, with with liberators, SimCity as well. He's doing what he can. He's doing what he can. Liberation zones are set. So we just find more damage. 2 SCVs, denying any kind of mining. 0 scans. So there we go. 1 scan. 1 scan's available. It's available here from the natural. Classic is about to max. What I mean by that is a classic, he's at 80 workers, 78. Yeah, 78 workers. His economy is thriving. Do we have a war prism? The answer is yes. Prisms across the map. DT Museum once again. This time, I believe there is detection available on the top side. Prism does pivot back around. And we're waiting for that warp in. 5th base. And here it comes. And warping in more Archons. It's very similar to the last game. We have 3 Archons morphing in. Classic, he's maxed. And now it's time to move in. Now, this is an entrenched position with tanks, with turrets, with liberation zones, SimCity, bunkers, depots. It's going to be difficult to break this position. But despite that, I mean, Classic, he has the supply to work with here. He has a bank. So it's not bad to just trade, right? To trade with the army, even if you don't kill Bjorn, to trade back off and just keep hammering it. Just keep hammering down. Oh, the hallucinations, let's go! He's here to tank some shots. He's here to tank, he blinks in. Ooh, crazy blink. Oh my god, the tanks, they punish. Almost every Stalker goes down. Heavy losses there for Classic. That was a crazy blink. Colossus are on A move. They waste damage, they waste DPS, they will break through the tank line. For some awkward movements. Yes, some very awkward movement here from Classic. Yeah, very messy fight. Takes down the tanks. Colossus, they have to pull away. And where are the warp ins? Where are the reinforcements, by the way? Where the we can warp in, baby. We can warp in. There we go. Stalkers, they warp in. They can dive on the final tank. They can and they focus it down. GG gets called. Bjorn is overwhelmed. And Classic will claim the series 2-0, qualifying for this season of GSL. GG. Whew. And GG, well played, congratulations. Classic, he is one of the best pro players in the world. He's top 2 alongside herO, and he will qualify for GSL. If you're a fan of Bjorn, do not worry, there's a lower bracket. There's a lower bracket. There's another chance for Bjorn to try to make it through into GSL, but for now he is knocked down and Classic is through. Classic, he'll be qualifying for the winners group. For those that are curious, when it comes to the formats of GSL, of the qualifiers, Classic, he's now in. He's now in GSL, but he will have a chance to skip the first round of GSL. He's going to be seeded into the quote-unquote winners group, where basically all the qualified players in these groups, they're going to be seeded into their own group to see who gets to skip the first round and go straight into the round of 8 of GSL and skip the round of 12. So best of luck to Classic in that seeding match, essentially, in that seeding group. Meanwhile, with that, we're going to be heading on over here to our next qualifying match that we have ready here. Ooh, it's going to be a TVZ between who? Between Clem and Rogue. Aye, 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 we are good to go. We are ready. For those that are curious, once again, just to reiterate, this season of GSL is special. It's a special season here. It is an international season. The foreigners are allowed in for the first time in a long time. Yes, in the past, you could actually compete as a foreigner by going to Korea, but at least for the qualifiers and for the first couple of rounds, because this is an online GSL now and it's only an offline semis, you can compete from outside of Korea. You can compete from outside of Korea, so here we go. As a result of that, we do have a Clem taking part and taking place. Now, once again, just to reiterate, for those that are maybe tuning in a little bit late, if Clem does qualify, and if he does make it into the top 4 of GSL, then he is required, it is mandatory, of course, to go to Korea and to go to the offline event. He, of course, has to pay for his own travel and accommodations to take part in the tournament, and if he is not able to, if he does not go to the offline event, then he will forego any prize money. He will forego any prize money, and of course the slots will be given to whoever he beat in the previous round, will be given to someone else. So that of course applies to all the foreigners that are competing in this season of GSL. They have to be willing and able to travel for the top 4 if they do make it to the top 4. Of course, Clem is the best Terran player in the world, so, you know, these are some expectations we have of him, but we'll see. It's still the GSL. It's still the most brutal league out there. It's not easy to make it far in this preparation-based format. For now, we have our best of 3. We have Clem versus Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. It's going to be a rematch from years gone by. Of course, Star Zagora was the infamously when a Rogue showed up. This is what, like 1-2 years ago, when he showed up and when he was able to showcase a newer style at the time, which was like late game mass changeling. Of course, that time has fallen out of favor and fallen out of the meta, and Rogue no longer does that anymore. But you know, that was a very momentous and very iconic moment for Rogue in recent history, and he left his mark. Did leave his mark in that Star Zagora, but here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player himself, it is Rogue. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the French Terran, the blue Terran for Team Liquid, it is Clem. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into our second qualifying match of the broadcast. We're jumping on into our TVZ, and I'm curious to see how Clem will handle himself in this GSL format, in this GSL environment, bearing in mind that we have had, again, foreigners competing in GSL before, players like Sort of, Trigger, players like Rainer as well, Juanito, Special, especially in years gone by with the Team Unity Team House, with Scarlet as well. But Clem has not actually been able to experience this side of things here. I'm curious to see how Clem will handle himself. I want him to do well, of course. Want him to do well, want him to compete and compare to the other top Korean players. Again, Clem, he is I would say, the best Terran player in the world, and we'll see if he can kind of prove that and show that to everyone at GSL. Let's go. I'm ready for it. Gibbs, back to Gibbs. So far we're opening up. Hatch gas full, standard open out of Rogue. So far ranks expand out of Clem. Standard openers for the time being. Welcome to Ruby Rock. This is where timings and aggression is favored, and typically I would say that Terran players are favored on maps like this, as Zerg players have very little room to breathe. I would assume that Rogue is more tempted to open up roaches here. Roach play in ZVT is very common on Ruby Rock just because that shorter rush distance, just because that favorite aggression. So eyes are on Rogue to see if he does open roaches or if he does go lair first. Rogue, he can be quite unorthodox in his play at times, not always. He can play standard, but there are times where he does kind of spread his wings and does diversify, and he can be a bit of a tricky player to keep up with. In the current meta, I would say that's the case with all the Korean Zergs, like SHIN, Solar, and Rogue. All three of them are hyper aggressive, and even Solar, who is known for being much more standard in his play, has embraced a lot more of an aggressive side instead. That has been all the craze as of the past couple of months, if not year of play. But here we go. For now, oh, hello Clem, that's different. We have a starport on the way, delayed 3rd CC. So hyper aggression out of Clem, going for a 1-1-1, a faster starport, delayed command center here. This is not standard, this is not normal, but Clem does like to mix in these more hyper aggressive builds. From here, it means we have committed an earlier Banshee play, and we can also mix this in with an armory for a Hellbat push. So eyes are on Clem to see how hard he commits. Meanwhile, lair first. That's a 3:20 lair timing, so very early lair timing. No third, by the way. Third base is heavily delayed here for Rogue. Delayed third expansion, faster lair. Ooh, there's that Roach Warren. Hey, we called it at the start of the game, if you recall, how Roach play is very common. And is this for Roach play, or are we planning to go into 2-base Muta? 2-base Muta is still an option here for Rogue, but it's quite risky. It's very, very risky. Link runway is attempted. Does not break through. So far, Clemmy does defend well. He defends well, building on more Hellions, checking Rogue's vision. Rogue, he did get eyes on that 1-1-1 setup. Rogue is aware, and we should be seeing safer defensive play out of Rogue. Remember, Clem's third is heavily delayed. It's now on the way, but it is heavily delayed here in favor of more army, more Hellions, faster Banshees. As Rogue is still on 2 bases, by the way. Jesus, he's still fully walled up. Third base now being taken. And Clem, he will rotate to check. And Clem moves in. He will spot how late the third is. And the lair is done. The lair is done. And gases have been taken, so do we go for the Spire or not? We have the answer, Roach Speed. Roach Speed is on the way, +1 carapace on the way, so we are not going to mutas. Rogue is committing to heavy roach aggression, which is what we expected on Ruby Rock. Again, the rationale for that is just because of the size of the map, just because Terran aggression is more favored, and it is safer to play roach. It's much safer. So far, 2 drone kills, very nice damage. Sorry, 5 in total. Jesus. Yeah, 5 drone. Oh my god, the Hellions, they get in. They get in. The workers, they line up. 1, 2, 3 drones going down. Cashing out another drone in the main. And another. And we get a full scout as well. That's 3 extra drone kills. We get 4. Barely does. 4 extra drone kills in the main base. He gets behind the mineral line, and he gets damage done, and he gets a full scout of the natural and the main to confirm no mutas. Right? That was the reason. That was the rationale of the dive. The bonus damage was killing workers, but what the purpose, of course, was scouting. So Clem now knows for certain that there is no muta play. Back at home, he's still building up his third, building up his bio army, and getting to his own E-base and 1-1 upgrades. So Clem is building up. So far, a strong start for Clem. Banshee is also to turn a kind of heavy roach play, or heavy roach move outs early on. Oh, hello, and that is an early pit. That is a sub 6-minute infestation bit here for Rogue. Interesting. He doesn't even have saturation at the third. Like, this is very light saturation, very early infestation pit. Now, my assumption here is that Rogue, he wants to be greedy, and by being greedy, tech-wise, no Bailey Nest. Right, there is no Bailey Nest. It feels like we want to go into infestors, so like 1, 2, 3 safety infestors, into Roach Ravager, into Fast Hive, into an Ultra Rush. That's my read of this kind of game state here. So in my mind, early pit means early hive and early ultras. Yep, there it is. We have a 6:28-minute hive. 6 minutes, 28 seconds. Again, very early hive. It begins here for Rogue. And again, in my mind, this also lines up with the reason and the rationale as to why Rogue is getting carapace upgrades. It's getting +2. It's getting +2 carapace. And again, this will help with the ultras. Now, personally, I'm still expecting a couple of infestors. Yep, there it is. We have 1 infestor on the way. That will help. A second infestor's in production as well. There's that melee upgrade, as you mentioned, ultras. Like, as soon as we saw the pit, like, that screamed ultras. Now, the scary thing here is that Clem doesn't know. Not yet. Clem, he's aware of the 2-base roach, he's aware of the fast lair, he's aware of the late 3rd base, but he's not aware of the infestation pit. So Clem only has a little bit of information. For all he knows, Rogue might build up into heavy roach aggression to like a big 3-base roach all-in. That could be coming. Clem doesn't know. This is where we rely upon the Banshees. Yep, Banshees, they dip in, and they scout. He knows. I was going to say this is where we rely on the Banshees for scouting information. The Banshees, they go in, they get eyes on the infestation pit. He also gets eyes on the morphing and hive. He knows. The pit and the morphing hive screams ultra tech. So Clem, he sees everything he needs to. He's fully aware. Now, this is where mind games come into play. Never mind. There's the pit. Sorry, there's the Ultra Cavern. There's the Ultra Cavern. I was going to say that because Rogue knows that Clem knows what's going on, we could have seen Rogue skip the Ultra Cavern and just max out on Roach Ravager now, cut workers, just focus on Roach Ravager, and try to kill Clem. Speaking of, that's a kill that I cancel the hatchery. Oof. So we could have seen Rogue go for an all-in, but Rogue, despite being scouted, he's still going for the Ultra Cavern, and it has less of a chance of working at this point. Typically, fast ultras are meant to catch your opponent off guard. Nice fungal. Nice fungal here on the drop. Clem force back. Clem is already working on his Marauder counts. Again, if he didn't know what was going on earlier, I mean, now he's able to respond with Mass Marauder. And Marauders are not the best answer for ultras, but they're a good kind of band-aid solution until eventually you can work towards a Ghost Academy and towards Liberators and perfect your army. This is kind of like the first step against ultras. Changeling does get eyes on the move outs. Ultra production again is underway. Candace plating has begun. And we have how many so far? Just one. Just one in production. Clem is pushing. He's pushing pre-ultra. Link counterattack does hit the 3rd base. Not bad. SCVs will be going down. Denies mining. Clem does fix it on the push. Lings, they try to hit the natural. So far, clean defense here by Clem. Did turn around for a moment here. Yep, does turn back around. These Lings, they can damage down, getting 1, 2, 3 SCVs. Oh my god. Yeah, a lot of SCV kills. Clemmy's rotating. Claiming his 4th. Claiming's almost maxed out. And how many ultras do we have so far? 1, soon to be 4. Soon to be 4 ultras. Ultras are good, but what really will make this fight and will make this game for Rogue, fungals. If he can land a juicy fungal, then he can collapse in with the ultras or win a fight and then just snowball out of control. Like he's got one big fight in him. And herO, can he go for it? See him rotate towards the south side. He's got his 4 ultras. We're going for an ultra run by. This is very expensive. This is very expensive. But the ultras are moving in. Thankfully, Clem is out of position. Oh, sorry, the changelings. True. Changelings, they confirm. This is calculated. Fungal does connect. Oh, the tank does survive. Ultras are moving in. Maybe won't drop into the main. Yeah, drop into the main where Ultra goes down with that. Bases are falling. Kind of splitting is done, but not +3. And Ultras are still lacking some upgrades. Fungals that don't quite pop off. Drop in the main base getting out of hand, and herO is pulled apart. Yeah, he's torn apart here. Takes down the mineral line, getting into the hive. Queens are going down. Heavy losses here for herO. At the same time, the CC just lifted. The Ultras. Yeah, they did no damage. And down goes the main. Again, there's no reaction, no response. We can see the main army still in position. Clem just turns around, by the way. He just turns around with his main army. Ultras, now they're finally moving in, but the hive is going to go down. He gets it, the hive. Oh my god. Snipes the hive, so no vipers, limited tech. Dropping into the natural. Killing more drones. Yeah, delayed reaction here from herO. And this is game-ending damage. This is just game-ending damage here. Down goes the hive, down goes the pit, down goes the mineral line. And here comes Clem. We land the fungal. Nice connection. Fungal lands. Biles as well. The ultra. Oh my god, massive shots. Massive shots go up. GG gets called, and Clem, he will claim game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that, Clem. He will take the first game. Once again, Clem, he had some very nice scouting. We had some really crucial moments where Clem was able to confirm the lack of third base. He confirmed the roach warren. He confirmed the infestation bit. He confirmed the hive timing as well. Whenever there was like kind of a big tech structure or a big move out of herO, Clem saw everything he needed to. So everything he needed to, not just that, not just scouting, but also Clem, he was often getting damage done plus scouting as well. I'm referring to the moments where he went in, he killed what, 9 drones? He killed a bunch of workers with his Hellions and with his Banshees, crippling some of the economy and also scouting everything that was going on. So just very, very clean, like early to mid game play out of Clem to scout, to do damage, to hinder herO, and to set up and to be able to respond well. And with that, we're now getting into game número 2. And spawning in the right hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, down in the series. Can he bounce back and can he make a series out of this? The pressure is on. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player. We have the French Terran player himself. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid, the best Terran player in the world. It is Clem. I should say the number one Terran player in the world. He's here to make his mark and to qualify into GSL. Bearing in mind, this is a qualifying match. And can he take down herO? As I mentioned previously, a couple of years ago, herO, he was able to leave his own mark in Modern StarCraft in Stars to go in his own series against Clem. But again, that was a couple of years ago at this point. Coming into this, Clem is the favorite player. But we'll see if herO can make a series out of this and bounce back. Again, herO, he can be an unpredictable player. In saying that though, again, he was very predictable last game. Why was that? Just the scouting. Like, that's the issue here, is that herO, he was playing in an unorthodox way. Even here, going hatch pull into delayed gases. Hatch pull gas even, or going gasless. But again, it all came down to the vision, the scouting. Clem saw everything that herO was doing at every time, at every turn. And we'll see if this time herO can catch Clem with his pants down, as we are going for delayed gases. Now, typically when we go for delayed gases, we often skip link speed, and this might be indicative of, once again, a 2-base layer into a faster layer or into a faster roach warren. I'm curious to see where the gas is spent. I'm curious. For now, Rax expands. So far, it's a standard opener out of our Terran player. Last game, remember, Clem went for a 1-1-1. Rax into Factory, into Starport, into a late third TC. 1-1-1 builds are ideal against roach heavy play, just because they give you Banshees really early on and it deters any kind of roach aggression. So we might see Clem embrace that once again. There's a high chance that herO plays roaches. Very high chance. Now Clemmy pokes in, delays the third. I mean, there is no third. Yeah, so Rogue, he's contained on 2 bases, still droning, still saturating. Again, minimal gas income so far here by Rogue. I'm still most curious where that's going to be spent. Reba gets in. Rogue, I believe he skips lings. No, he makes 2. Okay, he does have 2 lings out on the map, then moving out across. The Queen so far, they're keeping up with the Reaper. But once again, Rogue has no third expansion. He's still contained on 2 bases. The lings, they get across the map. And I start stepping out of Clem. Yeah, lings are going to be deterred. And, oh, this time a third TC. And this time Rogue scouts. Yeah, Rogue knows. So this time a third TC before Starport. This is a standard economic opener out of Clem. But I bring this up just because last game he did not go for this build. Oh, going 3 CC 2 1. Oh no, he gets scouted. Going 3 CC 2 on 1. Okay, so a greedy build into a 5:30 minute timing with Stim. Bearing in mind that 2 on 1s hit at around 5 minutes, 3 CC 2 on 1s do hit later than that, of course, at around 5:30 to 6 minutes. Meanwhile, it is going to be 2 base lair at 3:20, and we get scouted immediately. But again, we expected this. Remember what we said at the start of the game? Remember, Rogue, he went hatch, pool, gas. Rogue went for late gas, which means he typically skips link speed and goes into either early Roach Horn or early lair, and it was early lair. So 3:20 lair timing, Clemmy scouts lair timing once again. This could be for 2 base Muta or 2 base Roach again, and there it is. A Roach Horn gets thrown down. This looks very similar to last game. Very, very similar. So building up into Roach play. It's up to Clem to confirm if this is real. Once again, he will delay the third. Oof. Yeah, the drone is going to be shut down. Rogue just cannot expand. Clem is in position. He's waiting. Yeah, he wants that drone. Oh. Ta-da! Yeah, there's a cancellation, and Rogue, he's going for the center expansion. Yeah, it does go for the center base. And Clem will confirm. This is a very exposed expansion here. Ay, ay, ay. Remember, Clem is going for a 2-1-1, a 3CC 2-1-1. He's building up in towards a stim timing with double medevacs. There's the add-on swap into that medevac production. This is coming, and this base is much more exposed. I'm hoping that Rogue can help defend here. Once again, +1 carapace, Roach speed. This looks like we're getting there in a different way, but this looks like the same build. Where did that lead last game? Well, it led into a fast pit. It was what, at 6:30? 6 minutes? 6 minutes, like 6-ish minutes infestation bit into like a 6:30 hive timing. And the other option, of course, is Roach all-in. This could still lead into a Roach all-in instead, which I'm not opposed to. So far, 9 Roaches on the way. Lay third expansion. We do main out over towards the third. Interesting. Main outing over. And we'll see if Rogue actually drones or not. Likewise, this is something Clem also has to confirm. Like, is his opponent going to play the same way as he did last time, or are we going for a Roach all-in? So Clem, he's got his medevacs, he has his marines. Here we go. You can now start to move out. Roaches are spotted. We have 7 more Roaches on the way. Second Eva chamber into 1-1 upgrades, and we're not stopping Roach production. Yeah, so far we're not stopping. We're building up mass Roaches. Back at home, Clem, he needs a solid tank line. Tanks are building up, but it's going to be a difficult defense here for Clem. Now, something that we mentioned at the start of this game, of course, is the tendencies of Tourmaline. Tourmaline is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground, and as you can see here, it's very open. It's very open when it comes to the entrance into the natural, and very open here at the entrance into the third base. So this is very, very common to go for all-ins. Like, Roach all-ins are very common on this map, and Rogue is playing, yeah, he's playing like everyone else. We're just going for a Roach all-in. So massive Roach all-in, no drones, no saturation, it's all or nothing for Rogue. He's all-in, and Clem, will he try to defend his third? Bunkers are on the way, but the all-in is here. He's got 2 tanks behind this. Can he protect the tanks? Yeah, Ravagers are moving in. He wants the bile. Boys are being pulled. And 1 tank goes down. 2 tanks go down. 0 tanks. 0 tanks left. Heavy losses here for Clem. Heavy losses. And Rogue, he snowballs out of control. He's snowballing out of control. He breaks the main army, cripples the economy, denies the third base, and now we just keep pushing. We just keep on pushing in. Nice contamination. Contaminates the factory. And again, 2-on-1s and 2-on-1 variations are weak against Roach all-ins. The reasoning for that is because you're delaying your tank production, you're delaying your factory production in general. No Banshees. Because of the build of choice. We're holding on though. So far, Clem, he is holding the line. Tank is getting a lot of hits off. Clem, he's holding, he's surviving, and behind this, Rogue is starting to drone. He's now droning up. He's now saturating. So Clem, he's going to be able to hold the line here, but he has to counterattack. He needs some kind of counter damage after the defense. Otherwise, Clem will fall behind. As Clem, he has lost 18 SCVs so far. That was all the workers here at the third base. Clem, he wants to break out. Now starting 2-2. But he cannot. Yeah, he just cannot break out here. He scans, he's checking for saturation. He does see that droning is occurring, confirming that Clem is falling behind. He does move out. Jumping towards the top side. We have Link Speed on the way. This is a sign, of course, of Lingbane Road Ravager. That's going to be a solid mid-game composition for Rogue. And we'll see if Clem can recover. Right now, the pressure's on Clem to find some drone damage, to kill some workers, to deny some bases. So far, he's being denied. Another drop on the right-hand side, going for a Marauder drop. And Rogue just has to defend. If Rogue can just turtle up and secure his bases, then Rogue can just snowball out of control and claim the win from here. So far, it's a very comfortable game state for Rogue. Very comfortable. And Rogue is about to max. He's about to max out. So Clem is microing his heart out. Attempts to go back in. And Rogue is maxed. He's maxed. Now he can send it across the map. Again, there shouldn't really be a world where Clem can survive this. The only way for Clem to survive this is to delay the all-in, right? It's to delay the push. If Clem can like counterattack and hit these bases and distract Rogue, then sure, like we can try to force a longer game. But Rogue, yeah, he's coming. He's already moving out. He's outside of the bases. Here comes the second wave, the second push. Tanks are exposed, there's barely any bio, and with that, we're looking to force the ace match. We're looking to make a series out of this. Every tank will fall. Forcing his way further in, breaks into the main, getting into the production. At the same time, Clem does drop across the map. Nice counter drop here to Clem, avoiding the main fight. And he will cripple the economy. Okay, there's not much of him to defend. Picks off reinforcements, catching out Ravagers as well. Messy defense here by Rogue. But there are more reinforcements. Oof. Yeah, some of the wilds do connect. And it's not enough. Yeah, Clem, he does not have enough here. He was trying to force like a pseudo base trade, but didn't have enough across the map. He sims in. The boys are being pulled. He's trying to hold on. Este Clem. And with that, Rogue, he does catch out all the production, all the reinforcements. Miles are connecting. Back across the map, Clem dropping back in. And he's doing what he can, trying to at least. And again, I appreciate that Clem, he did fight his heart out to try to find a way back into this game. But he just lost too much in the beginning. He lost too much of the initial all-in. As I mentioned, Roach all-ins are very common here on Tourmaline, and Rogue, he embraced it. Clem went for a variation of 2-on-1. He went for a 3cc 2-on-1, which means delayed tank production. It means no Banshee play. And GG. GG gets called. We're tied up. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going to game number 3 here, and we'll see how Rogue does mix things up coming into the third game. So far, Rogue has been, everything that we've seen so far, game 1 and game 2, have been very much so intentional based on the map that we've seen. Game 1, we saw a Roach opener into Ultras. Game 2, we saw a Roach like 2-base layer opener, just like game 1, into a 2-base Roach all-in. Here in game 3, we're going to be loading into a larger map. This is a map where all-ins are less favored, at least on 2 bases. we'll get into it. Up next, White Rabbit. We're going to be loading into White Rabbit here for game number 3, and we'll see who will qualify for GSL. Will it be rogue? Will it be Clem? There's a lot to get into. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player himself, the South Korean Zerg. Tying up the series 1-1, it is rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the French Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. Let's go. Let us go. Here we go, as we are jumping into our final game of the series. First things first, we are going to be opening up with our initial hatchery. A hatch pool gas is what we're expecting, but welcome one and all to White Rabbits. Now, out of all the games we've experienced so far in this series, White Rabbit is the largest one. It's larger than Ruby Rock, it is larger than Tourmaline. The rush distance by ground is longer, so this does lead into typically longer and later games. This style that Rogue has been going for, this kind of 2-base lair style, I would say it will struggle more here on White Rabbit. I feel like we should be being greedier instead, and so far here it is: hatch, gas pool, earlier gas timing this time. I appreciate it. So earlier gas than last time, a much more standard build into what should be a much more economic opener. Now there is still another kind of variation here, or something else we should bear in mind when it comes to White Rabbit. It is a larger map, that is true. It does often favor more mid-game play. I say mid-game specifically because the map is relatively open. More specifically, the bases are exposed, referring to the 3rd and 4th and 5th. The bases themselves are relatively secure with choke points and with ramps and with points of elevation. That is true. But what can be difficult about White Rabbit is the distance. The distance in between the 3rd, 4th, and 5th base is quite long, where there's a very long distance here between the bases, and basically you spread yourself very thin. If you're the defending player, it can be very difficult to maintain a higher base count because you are spread so thin in between all your bases. Typically, Zerg is favored on this map. Zerg is more favored on White Rabbit when it comes to punishing and attempting to turtle player. So we'll see how Clem will approach this. I'm hoping for some more aggressive tendencies. I'll be honest, I would not be opposed to a 2-on-1. Like a 3CC 2-on-1, the build that we saw last game, I would have preferred here on White Rabbit. Now though, the Reaper does move in. It is hatch gas pool. Link speed is on the way. We're staying in gas. Ooh, we're staying one extra worker in gas. That is not normal. That is not normal here, so we're mining extra gas. We have link speed on the way. So far we're keeping up with the lings, and Rogue, he does not attempt to expand. It looks like we might go into 2-base lair again. It's looking like 2-base lair. Now, if we do go into 2-base lair, so far it's been 2-base lair into roaches. Game 1 and Game 2. Here in Game 3, I wouldn't be opposed to muta play. Like that's an option here available to Rogue. But we'll see, he might just go roaches again, right? He is a roach boy. He is a roach boy. He likes his roaches. Curious where the gas is going to be spent. Eyes are on the main. Reaper is deflected. We have over 100 gas. What's it for? And yep, there it is, 320 lair timing. So we have the lair timing here from Rogue. So once again, 2-base lair, once again, a very late 3rd expansion. And last 2 games, it's been roach heavy play. This time, we'll see if it's roaches again. Something that has been rising in popularity from the Korean Zerg players are referring to Rogue, Shin, and Solar is 2-base Muta, but also 2-base Hydra. 2-base Hydra all-ins are also very much so a style that has been in vogue, like in meta, over the past couple of months. Over the past, like, what, 3-4 months? So gases are being taken. Roach Warren behind the natural. Ooh, okay. Because the Roach Warren is hidden, unlike the previous games, we're leaning more towards a Roach all-in, right? Otherwise, why hide it? Why hide the Roach Warren unless you plan on going into Roach speed and into heavy Roaches? So we're expecting a Roach all-in here by Rogue, but we'll keep an eye on him just in case. Clem is still trying to figure out what's going on. Clem knows that the 3rd is late, and he can assume that we have a fast lair, but just like we were trying to theorize ourselves, Clem is doing the same thing, right? Clem is thinking to himself, like, is it 2-base Muta this time? Is it 2-base Hydra? Is it Roach all-in again? Like, what exactly is it? Clem still has incomplete information, right? He knows that it's something on 2 bases. He knows that it is fast lair, but it could even be like a Lin Queen Nidus all in, for example. For now, when it comes to Clem's build, Clem, he went for a 3cc Banshee opener, so standard opener here by Clem. Because of this, he will have Banshees available to defend against Roaches, and we're going for the all-in. We're going for the German Taxi. Ooh, okay. Roach speed is on the way. You never get Roach speed unless it's for Dropper Lords. So we're getting ready to morph in Dropper Lords. Rogue, he most likely will not join his third. He won't join his third base. He's got 2 drones here. He's got 46 workers. Again, he has a very light saturation. Only 2 bases. Third base is just for Lava. Just for Lava. Hellions, they check. Hellion Scout, they confirm. He confirms no drones. He confirms Roaches. Clem, he has a better idea as to what's going on. Once again, he rescouts and he confirms there's nothing, right? There's nothing here. This is screaming 2-base all in. Bunkers. Instantly, bunkers get thrown down. He knows. So Clem, he knows he's getting ready. Getting his bunker on the low ground. Depot as well. Building up his tanks. Building up his marauders. Whereas the Banshee is across the map. Okay, Banshee's moving in. They scout. They confirm. They confirm the Dropper Lords. And they can engage with the Roaches. And the Queens are out of position. Wow, the Queens are out of position. Free damage on the Roaches. Yeah, free damage here from the Banshees. Roaches getting called out. The all-in is coming. The German Taxi has arrived. And again, no drones, right? There's no drones here. Only 46. 46 workers. 2-base Roach all-in. Creep is spreading. Queen's going to be brought in. They can spread creep. Hellies, they bust into the mineral line, disrupting the economy. Banshees, they still get free damage here on the reinforcing Roaches. This is good damage. And this is why 111 and Banshee openers are so good against Roach all-ins, because you just get so much free damage on the Roaches. Despite that, here comes the all-in. Here comes the army, the tank behind this. Shots the Biles. Ooh, Bile on the bunker. Yeah, Biles on the bunker. Mass around. The mass repairs. The bunker. Oh my god, the bunker's alive. Yeah, the bunker holds on with that. We even mule just in case, and we hold. Yeah, Clem is holding. Free damage with the tank. GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Clem will claim the series 2-1, qualifying for GSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played, Clem. He will qualify. Once again, every game we saw Rogue go into Roach play. Game 1, he went Roaches into Ultras, to be fair. Like, he did go Roaches, 2-base Roach into Ultra Tech. Game 2, we had a Roach all-in. Game 3, another Roach all-in as well, but this time with Dropper Lords. But remember, Clem scouted. Clem, he saw no saturation at the third base. He saw continued Roach production. And with the Banshees, he also saw the Dropper Lord as well. By then, he already knew it was an all-in, but like, he even confirmed that as well. And because he went for a safer start with a Banshee-based opener, he was catching reinforcements, free damage across the map, delaying reinforcements as well, because the Hellion run by, killing drones, disrupting the all-in, and then giving himself time, of course, to build up his wall, build up his defensive setup, and defend. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Clem. He will qualify for GSL. Rogue, he is knocked down to a lower qualifying match. He's knocked down to the lower bracket instead. So, again, if you're a Rogue fan, he's not out of GSL, but he is knocked down to the lower bracket. He's knocked down. And with that, we're getting ready for our next series, our next qualifying match here. Oh boy, so far we have 2 players in. We have Classic and we have Clem. Up next, we have herO versus SHIN in a PvZ. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping to our next qualifying match. Once again, we are jumping into I believe, Group A, if I'm not mistaken, or Group B. No, yeah, Group B. Into our next qualifying match, we have a best of 3. Let's go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, who we have to fix. Oh, there we go. We have to fix up his name. He is the Blue Zerg player from South Korea. It is SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. SHIN, who was in the top 4 of GSL Season 1. GSL Season 1 of this year, he is in the top 4. SHIN, out of all the Zerg players in Korea, he has excelled, and he is able to represent Zerg in the semifinals at least. But here, he's up against his ex-teammate, herO. He is the best Protoss player in the world, and SHIN is coming in with a hatch block. He's coming with a proxy hatchery. herO, he's here to delay, to disrupt. Little does herO know that the hatchery is across the map. Cheeky builds out of SHIN. Let's go. SHIN, baby, here he comes. He comes in with a drone, throws down the hatchery, blocks the expansion, and he will force a reaction out of herO. He's hoping to force a reaction. herO, he does not pull the boys. Good call. There are some players that try to pull the workers to focus this down, but honestly you can go for a very tame response and just go for a second gateway into double zealots, into a cyber core, into double adept. You force to cancel, or you shut down the hatchery, and then you counterattack with 2 zealots and 2 adepts. So a very clean response here by herO, very tempered, does not pull the boys. And here come the zealots. Yeah, SHIN forced to expand at the 3rd location. Forced to expand elsewhere. So here we're setting up. See someone asking for SOS versus Rainer. We're going to be covering herO versus SHIN as the next this current qualifying match, and after this we plan on covering Maru versus Zaun as the other qualifying match. So our goal here, for those that are curious, is to cover all the qualifying matches, as many as we can. We've casted 2 so far. We got 2 more ahead of us, and then we head into the lower bracket. We head into the lower bracket. Just so you know what our current schedule is when it comes to our matches. For now, again, the hatchery is being focused down. We do have our queen on the way back at home. Ling speed, pulling out of gas. SHIN is just droning. SHIN is just droning. Remember, there's not an all-in. The purpose of this proxy hatchery is not to all-in. The purpose is to delay. The expansion and to disrupt the build of herO. Now, once again, herO, he shuts us down. herO, he's got his 2 zealots and 2 adepts. He avoids this round with the broodlings, and now he can move out. I can move out across the map. We have 6 lings on the way, and he will force to keep these adepts back at home. Forcing adepts to stay. Zealots are still moving out. Adepts will eventually get across the map, but for now they're stuck at home due to these lings. There we go, there's a cancellation. Here comes herO. Yeah, herO's moving out. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have 6 lings in production. We have 2 queens on the way as well. SHIN, he's forced to make lings instead of droning. And here he comes. Yeah, here comes herO. Got 4 adepts and 2 zealots. This early on, this amount of army can actually get out of hand. He can get out of hand here. herO's moving forward. Ling's ready for this round. Oh! They attempt this round. Getting some of the queens. Second queen has arrived. A nice defense here by SHIN, and he holds. Yeah, SHIN, he gets this around here. He gets 1, he gets both zealots. But upside SHIN to the main. How many drone kills? How many drones will go down so far? 1 drone. Trades against Zerglings and minimal losses. Yeah, minimal economic damage. We'll take down every single Zergling though. Oh my god. Jesus. Takes down all the lings. Oracle's on the way. Queens are distracted. Adepts say shade in towards a natural, and there's only 1 queen. Only 1 queen in position. Drones are going down, getting 1, getting 2, getting up to 3. Oh, 3 drones, 4, 5. Oh, greedy. Yeah, a little bit greedy there. 5 drone kills, but the Oracle will get away. Massive damage here with the Oracle. And remember, here he still has the adepts. Like, they're still active. They're still a nuisance. They're still trading. He goes back in. Oh no. Gets 1. Gets 2 more drones. Jesus. Oh my god. With that, 8 drone kills across the map. 19 Zerglings. And of course, kill the hatchery, the proxy hatchery. With that, herO takes the lead. herO, he's up in workers, up in economies, on 2 bases. Remember, SHIN doesn't even have a 3rd. No 3rd expansion. So herO's looking very comfortable. He's secure back at home. Throwing down the Twilight Council before the 3rd expansion. Are we going to Glaives? I'm leaning towards Glaive Adepts here. Otherwise, we could go into Blink, but Glaives would just excel. Oof. There's that 3rd. Shows the upgrade. Yep, Glaives. Glaives are on the way. SHIN, he's already crippled, right? He's already crippled, and the likelihood of SHIN building up into Roaches or Banelings anytime soon is very low. So while SHIN is down, herO's getting ready to just finish him off. To finish him off. To kill him while he's down. As adepts are moving in. We have our 5 adepts. Catching up the tumors. Before bringing more adepts. And defensively here, we're going to have a massive amount of lings. The Overlord does confirm the early Twilight Council. Baneliness gets run down, but the question becomes, are these Banelings going to be ready in time? It's a very late response. Late response, late reaction. It's going to be close. We need these Banelings to defend, to morph in time. We need them to connect. Because here comes herO. He has 13 adepts. Baneliness is still not done. Here's moving in. We need that Baneling nest. Oh no. As I mentioned before, it's a late tech. Adepts are shading in. We do have a mass amount of lings. And we do surround. Yeah, we attempt to surround here. 3 adepts do get surrounded. The others, though, they hold their own. Stasis goes off. Lings getting caught. And we get behind the middle line. Yeah, adepts get behind the middle line, shading into the main base. They commit to the shade. Baneliness is done, but 0 Banelings. 0 Banelings is getting in hand. GG gets called, crippling damage, and herO will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Winding it back, herO, he was already able to get he was able to get crippling damage early on with the initial adept and oracle harass. That's why he went into 2 base glaive adepts to finish him off, right? Shin, he was already down. He's already down on the ground. He was already crippled, and herO was able to just end it from there to go for the kill shot, the kill move with the glaive adepts. GG. GG, well played. Unfortunately, Shin's scouting and Shin's realization was too late. We saw that he tried to get ready with the Baneling nest, but it never came into play. It was just too little too late. Adepts say snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're loading into game number 2. Gonna be loading into Tourmaline. Let's go. Número 2, papi. Número 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing T1. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg. It is SHIN. Oh. Let's go. Let us go. As it is going to be pool first. Hello. That is a 14 pool. Okay, so 14 pool out of SHIN. No drone across the map, and we are faking an expansion here as herO does go in towards the main. herO does dip in. Can he scout? Oh no! Here he barely gets off a creep. He tries to go, oh god, tries to juke, tries to jive, and he will. Wow, he will scout the early pool timing. herO, he sees everything. Este herO. Calm down, papi, calm down. herO goes in, he confirms the early pool. He of course is fully aware that there is no expansion. The pylon even finishes, and back at home, herO, he most likely will go early zealot. Typically you skip the zealots, but this early on against an early pool timing, advised to at least make 1 zealot defensively just to be safe. There's a cyber core. Gateway is done. A ling production has begun, but only 2 lings. Okay, herO's calling his bluff, and it's working. We're not making any more lings. It was an early pool time. We had only 2 zerglings on the way. This is where mind games come into play. So, okay, a couple of things here. herO scouted, and SHIN knows that herO scouted. So SHIN forgoes ling production because he assumes that herO is going to be ready, and herO skips the zealot, assuming that SHIN is going to skip ling production. So, the mind games, sorry, the mind games. Here, he scouted the early pool. He chooses not to respond because he believes that SHIN thinks that he'll respond. And as a result, only 2 lings. Only 2 lings instead of 6 or 8. Here is fine. Going for the adept. And SHIN, he's going to be in a really awkward position. Force expand at the unnatural location. SHIN is making extra lings. Bear that in mind. Is making extra lings. He does not prioritize gas mining or gas income. Yeah, he pulls out. Okay, gets 100 gas, he pulls out. Working towards ling speed. herO getting to his own Stargate. Oh, Jesus. Forcing a gas geyser. Nice damage by herO. Okay, starting a shade. herO, he wants that drone. He wants him. Oh! Forcing the gas once again, forcing the spore. Oh, still gets a drone. Yeah, worker goes down, and herO, ideally, he wants to force these buildings to finish. And you can see how just the long road here, long routes towards the low ground for the queens. There are the cancellations. herO goes back in. We can. No, there's nothing to defend. There's nothing. No, it doesn't. Okay, cancels. Okay, he could have committed, to be honest. He could have committed. He could have killed more drones. Moving out with more adepts. The oracle's on the way. So far, it's just a very shaky early game here for SHIN. Very shaky. But link speed is almost done. And with link speed, here SHIN should be fine. He should be okay. He should be able to keep up with the shades and keep up with the adepts. Link speed is now done. It's scouted by the shade. herO goes in. Catching out a tumor. Pulls back. Ft Maru does pull back. Lings a Duke. Try to collapse in. Oracle does ignore this. Goes straight for the mineral line. He goes in. Yeah, he does shade in. Going for the stasis. Stasis trap going to be focused down. It will not finish. Whew, thank God. Could have been so much worse. Yeah, cheeky moves there by herO, but alas, SHIN holds. JD's holding on. I say that. 2 adepts, they shade into the main base. They 2-shot drones. Going to be cleaned up. So far, 3 drone kills is acceptable. Like, this could have been so much worse. It's been a very messy defense so far. But this very easily could have been so much worse. Back at home, adepts are in position. Lings they threaten the dive. They threaten. As Lings are forced back. Behind this, we have our standard follow-up here. Forge, Twilight Council, +1 and Blink. Extra gateways on the way. Here is building up to a standard game. It's building up so far. 6 drone kills. Going for 1 more stasis. This time it will finish. Catching out 1 drone. Once again, nothing major. And the game is slowing down. The game is slowing down. As I mentioned before, standard follow-up here, +1 and Blink. When it comes to SHIN, that's what I'm most curious about. SHIN, he's droning. He doesn't go Evo Chamber first. He doesn't go Lair first. He's going Roach Warren first. Roach Warren first is typically a very safe maneuver. It's very, very safe. It means that if herO were to go into Glaives again, then SHIN would be ready for it. SHIN this time doesn't scout. So lack of scouting forces SHIN to be safer than usual, into a safer build, and into a later lair. So far, I'm liking herO's position that much more. It's a good position. Going for another stasis. It's gonna finish. No! Oh my God! No, it catches out almost the entire mineral line. Yeah, it does finish up again. Just late response there by SHIN. No Lings either. Oof! Brutal connection. Now with that here, he pulls away. Behind this, 2 more gateways. I believe that's 6. Yes. So 6 gates set up here for herO. Into tech. Gases. Yeah, he's taking his gases. He's taking his gases. This means that herO is not going for a 3-base all-in, taking his gases, taking up into Storm. So Storm is on the horizon into a 4th expansion. It's just very standard play by herO. Like, this is as standard gets when it comes to herO's build itself. When it comes to his trajectory, I should say. Obviously, the early game aggression was more unorthodox and was more chaotic. But the progression here is kind of as we expect for herO. Stasis Trap's going to be finishing. Oh, we try to bait him out. He baits 2. Very nice. Yeah, baits at 2. There's 1 left. Ooh, once again gets baited out by 1 Zergling. Nice control by SHIN. Minimal units called out. Roach production has begun. SHIN is getting another expansion, getting a 4th and a 5th. But do you notice something? No drones. Yeah, no drones, no saturation, not yet. Roaches are amassing. Baneliness gets thrown down. I'm curious to see if SHIN ever drones up. Oh, as that 4th base takes a lot of hits. Oh no! Yeah, 2 more volleys. 1 more. He gets it. 4th base goes down. Massive stasis traps. Oh my God. herO, he can just keep pushing. Yeah, he can just keep pushing. For now, he's going to rotate it. That's shade into the mineral line. SHIN's being torn apart. Losing 3, 4 drone kills. Army still caught. And herO, he can take advantage of that. He wants the queens. He wants them. Doesn't quite get them. Okay, cashing out tumors. You're playing very carefully here, playing very safe. Very safe play. I feel like we could have seen more damage there, and we're just taking up. We mentioned earlier that so far the trajectory has been very standard. I will say this fourth is late. It's a late fourth expansion for herO, late fourth base, but now is working towards a fleet beacon, into Mothership, into Skytoss. It's taking up. I will say that because of the late expansion for herO, like, he's not as ahead as he should be. He is ahead, don't get me wrong. He's ahead. The soup is lying to you. The soup is lying to you. What do we say all the time? Well, the main army for SHIN is roach-based, and roaches are very supply inefficient. So to look at the armies and to look at the supply here and to see herO and SHIN as close to supply as they are is actually worse for the Zerg. SHIN should be up like 20, 30 army supply, and he's not. So SHIN, he's in a brutal position. Fifth base is denied. SHIN is building a middling main road Ravager. Hive Tech is on the way. Curious as to the purpose of the Hive Tech, whether we plan on going into Ultras. Yeah, +2 on the way, +1 Carapace, +2 melee. Ultra Tech is seen in ZVP and has potential, of course. Otherwise, we could just go for Spellcasters into Viper Tech. Now hero's rotating over. Here he wants that fourth. He's coming with the storms. He wants a mineral line. He wants it. Oh my god. So far, trying to zone away the main army. There we go. Storm into the mineral line as well. We're holding him to 2 more storms. And there's the final storm. There's one more. Yeah, 1 more storm available. So for the storms, they do connect. Ravagers are going down, and hero's overwhelming. Yeah, he's overwhelming the army. Oh my god. Another storm of the drones. Another storm in the mineral line. We're down a handful of roaches. GG gets called. herO overwhelms, and herO, he will claim the series 2-0. herO qualifies for GSL. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, herO. He will claim the series. He will qualify for GSL. Again, I would say very comfortable games. Very comfortable games here for herO with the 2-0 over SHIN. Basically, the games were decided in the early game. SHIN was taking a lot of damage in both Game 1 and Game 2 in the early game to the early game Adepts, to the early game Oracles, and that set up herO for success in the mid game. That's why the mid game was so strong, because of the early game damage. And SHIN, he was just taking too many losses. Too many losses here to his drones, to his workers, to his mineral patches. Just really shaky early game there by SHIN. And at this level of play, you can't afford that. You can't afford to take those early losses and take that early damage. It's one of those things which is unacceptable here against players like herO, Classic, Max, the top Protosses in the world. Can't afford. You can't take those losses. GG. GG, well played. With that, herO makes it through, and now we have our 3rd player qualifying for GSL up next. And if you're a fan of SHIN, don't worry, he gets knocked down to the lower bracket. He's knocked down to the lower brackets, where he will have another chance at redemption. For now, though, we have our next series. Up next is going to be a TVP, another qualifying match here. It's going to be Maru versus Zaun. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into the next game, jumping into our next series, jumping into our next TVP qualifying match, and we have seen so much Maru versus Zaun as of late. If you watch the channel, you would know, but Maru and Zaun, they face off in RSL, they face off in GSL CK, they play so often in these tournaments. It's such a shame. Like, I feel for Zaun, Papi. I feel for him. Ay. But here we go. We're jumping into our next game. We're jumping into I think, is Zaun playing against Maru in GSL Season 1 in the semis as well? Like, is it lined up for that as well? Hold on, I need to double check. I need to double check that very quickly as we get into our game, as we get into our series. Oh no, okay, sorry. In my mind, they were facing with a group stage. No. He was playing against Beyond. Thank God. But they played so much recently. And in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Green Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing onside as our teammates. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player, the South Green Terran for onside. It is Maru. Let's go. Let us go. And again, these two, they play so often when it comes to these big major events. RSL, GSL, CK, and once again here in the GSL qualifiers, Zaun versus Maru. Zaun just can't get away from him. They cannot get away from him. Feels bad, man. Double gas opener. Now, something we should mention here for Maru. Maru, he is a man of extremes. Either hyper aggression, non-stop cheese, non-stop all-ins, or hyper late game play. He's a man of extremes. Very rarely do we get to see any mid-game out of Maru. And in recent times, especially in TVP, we've been seeing one base all-ins, one base all-ins, two base all-ins, one base like Maru's been an animal as of late. So double gas opener, faster factory. We're expecting something tech heavy, we're expecting something aggressive. We'll see, as especially when it comes to the maps right now, Ruby Rock and Tourmaline, they do both favor all-ins and aggression, and we expect Maru to embrace that quite heavily. These are expectations out of Maru. Meanwhile, Zaun, we'll see how he does defend. We're expecting safer builds out of Zaun, or we could even see, if we build up into two bases, we could even see like Dark Templar. DTs can work wonders here in this matchup if you're up against like a committed stim timing in the mid game. It kind of depends what build you're up against, so we'll see. We shall see. As Zaun is going for his factory, we should be seeing a CC on the high ground. Yep, there we go. CC gets thrown down. Maru is expanding. Important to take note of. It is Maru. He's not afraid to one base all in. But not this game. And not this game. As you can speak of playing safe, safety battery in the main base for Zaun, safety battery in the natural for Zaun as well. So again, safety batteries already. From here, we should be building up into three gateways into a robo, into a delayed third, just to be safe. We might even open charge, actually. Like, that'd be like, yeah, I'm curious if we ever see that at a Zaun this series. We shall see. Back at home, Maru does not go into Hellions, so it is not Reaper Hellion. It is going to be Reactor Marine into Widow Mine play. The hallucination will confirm the mines and confirm the production setup and the tech labs, or the lack of tech labs. So nice scouting out of Zaun. Is aware. Reaper into the main. And hey, we just called it earlier, charge base opener out of Zaun. Once again, this does track onto Zaun being hyper safe and hyper defensive. Early charge is ideal against tank based all-ins. It's like two base tank all-ins, two base pushes. Charge can shut that down. So Zaun is just assuming that Maru is going in that direction. Now, the downside is that for going Blink means that you do have a harder time keeping up with drop play. Widow Mine drops, Raven Harass drops in general can excel, as there is no Blink to punish. So far, Zaun is in position. Nice shots on the medevac. Widow Mines do borrow. They do on borrow here, going for the patch of probes. Getting one probe so far. Catching out one, catching out two, only two. Only two probe kills. Decent response here by Zaun. Likewise, the medevac is soon to be trapped. Yeah, Zaun ensuring that the medevac doesn't get out. And behind this, I'm just curious about the follow-up. So tanks are underway. Add-on swapping to stim. Interesting. Just a singular Raven. Stim is on the way. Eyes are on Bjorn. I'm curious to see if Bjorn does make another tank after this. So far, this is the second tank, and we'll see if he keeps going. So here we go, we have our drop into the main. Maru's in position, will deflect. So far Maru's holding on. There's the add-on swapping and combat shields. So we're subbing at two tanks. Just 2 tanks. Zaun now takes a third base. Remember, it's a later third for Zaun. Delayed third expansion. Zaun now building up towards Colossus. Maru soon to break out. Yeah, Zaun does spot the rotation. He saw the tanks repositioning, frees him into the main. Going for the mineral line, and Zaun can be SCVs. It gets 1. Yeah, 1, 2, up to 3 SCV kills. Can we get 4? Not quite. 3. So 3 SCVs. Zaun does pick up, distracting Maru, keeping him busy. While he's get busy, the third base is slowly getting up. We're building up more Colossus as we speak. That's the first Colossus finishing. And Maru's pushing. He's also back into the main. Yeah, they go back in. Maru, he commits. He does not turn around. His production line is fine. And this is Maru's moment. This is his moment here. You can see he's rallying everything across the map. He's got his 2 tanks. He has Stim. He has combat shields. There is 1 Colossus to defend and a couple of force fields. And Maru, he gets up the ramp. Oh, he gets up already. Maru's still being out of control. Yeah, he gets up the ramp. The tanks, they punish the army. The third base is completely isolated. This third is going to go down. Massive pickup. Zealous, they try to harass across the map, but there's plenty of reinforcements. I say plenty, not that much really, but the boys are pulled and he defends. And Maru, he defends. There's so many warpins. Zaun is supply blocked. Oh, yeah, Zaun is supply blocked. Armor shred on the main army, and Maru snowballs out of control. It just snowballs out of control. He breaks on through. Again, Zaun, he had to fight for the ramp. He had to fight for the high ground. To just let Maru get up the ramp was game. That was game then and there. Also didn't help, of course, is Zaun, he was missing warpins, or his warpins were across the map to harass. Wasn't able to delay the push. And Maru has done it. He has done it. He has broken the natural. Depowers the gateway, or depowers the bay. GG gets called, and Maru takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, these 2 base pushes, as we try to emphasize at the start of the series, are very strong on Ruby Rock from the side of the Terran player. You need to be able to engage ahead of time, slow down the push, delay the siege. You cannot just let the army walk across the map and get within range of your bases. And that's what happened. Maru, he just walked across, got up the ramp, sieged up. GG. Like, yeah, Zaun, who was unable to engage. And my assumption is that because of the War Prism harass, Zaun was just assuming that Maru was staying at home and that Zaun would be okay. Bearing in mind that Zaun did lose his observer, so the observer went down, so he did not see eyes on the main army and didn't see didn't see Maru pushing across the map. So Zaun was working with incomplete information, and he was punished for it. He was punished. Took the threat of the push too lightly. GG. And with that, we're loading into game 2. And I'm hoping for a series, hoping for a back and forth, but game 2, this map does benefit and does boost and does bolster all-ins as well. 2-base play, 2-base all-ins, just like last game, are going to be favored here in spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline. We have the South Korean Terran player, we have the blue Terran representing onside. It is Maru. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player. The red Protoss player himself representing onside as they are teammates. It is Zaun. Let's go. Let us go. As Zaun, again, he opened up in a very safe manner, right? He went for his... I mean, you could argue that because of that, he was set behind. Going for the double shield battery opener, for example, is ideal against Hellion Reaper, but it wasn't Hellion Reaper, it was Widowmine drop as the opener for Maru, so that was also inefficient. Likewise, the early charge is ideal against early pushes, but Maru went for a later 2-base push as well, into a later sim timing. Zaun, he was using his army to harass, which means he wasn't able to get eyes on the main push, or delay the main push either. Like, it all just kind of fell apart there for Zaun, and we'll see if he can keep up this time. Once again, double gas, same opener as last game, double gas opener. Last game this led into Reaper, into Reactive Marine, into Widowmine drop, into the eventual tank push. This time, do we go into Reaper Hellion, early Cyclone, early Banshee play? Eyes are on Maru. He's got options. So plenty of options here in the early game. And once again, welcome to Tourmaline. We've been discussing this earlier in the broadcast, but Tourmaline does heavily favor all-ins. All-ins, aggressions heavily favored. The reasoning for this: 1, short rush distance by ground. 2, unlike other maps, there aren't really many ways to delay a push. Typically on other maps, there's like high ground, low ground, ramps, points of elevation, choke points as well. Here, it's just direct, right? Natural, across the map. into the natural, right? It's just one direct line across the map. There's no ramps, there's no high ground advantage, there's no choke point. The only thing you have is this line of sight blocker. You have the tall grass in the center, right? That's the only, like, quote-unquote defensive advantage you have on this map, to spot an army and to engage with an army ahead of time and shoot first. Outside of that, you can just walk across. You can just walk across and engage. The other thing about this map that makes it beneficial to all-ins is how open and how wide the entrance is here in between the natural and the third base, right? This entrance here is very accessible, so very easily you can push across the map and set up and cut your opponent off from their third, right? Just cut the bases in half and wedge yourself and siege up in between the bases. On top of that, outside of just the accessible natural base, you have the accessible third as well, which is also very open, which can be opened up even further by knocking down these rocks. So it's just a very open third and no high ground advantage. It's very common for the third base to be on the high ground to be able to secure your third. Here it's all on the same plane of elevation as the attack path. So it just all favors aggression, and it's quite rare, not impossible, but quite rare to see macro games on Tourmaline. For now, we're opening up with Reaper Hellion. This time we do invest into the Hellion, true. This time does invest. Reapers, they poke in. Behind this Zound does not get a battery in the main, but does have a battery here at the natural. So unlike last game, Zound, he is cutting a corner. And here comes Maru, rotating into the main base. Looking for a way in. He just commits. Okay, he does commit. We'll take extra damage. One Reaper goes down. And boys are being pulled. Oof, boys are being pulled in. So far denying mining. Gets a full scout. No crazy damage. And does confirm the blink. Or does confirm the Twilight Council. Twilight Council, 2 gates in the main. We have a third gateway being thrown down. So once again, 3 gate blink this time from Zound. And back at home, Widowmine drop. So Reaper Hellion into Widowmine drop. Maru, he's moving out. Now with this follow-up drop, ideally Maru rescouts the gateways. So far, Maru, he's seen 2. Yeah, he's seen 2 gates so far. We can see 3 gates in a robo. And Maru, he'll be able to get eyes on that soon, momentarily. Zound looking to intercept. Okay, Este Zound. Stalkers, they move out. They get a couple of shots off, and the medevac is going to be zoned away. Very nice denial here from Zound, as Maru now has no idea what's going on. And the drop is denied. So nice play here by Zound. Nice anticipation. Behind this, we're building up our tanks, going to the Raven follow-up. Now what's important is that Maru does keep the drop alive at least. So he doesn't scout, he doesn't know what's going on, but he does keep and preserve his units. Or did I speak too soon? Oh. Jeez. Yeah, his blink is not yet done. Yeah, blink isn't done. We gotta be careful. Blink's still a ways away. As Maru, he's getting his second tank. So far, still securing himself. Widowmine is waddling into the tall grass. Cheeky moves out of Maru. Oh my god, nice save. A very nice save. As we can't quite dive on top of the tank. Bold move here for Maru not to have a bunker, by the way. Bold move. But Maru does hold, moving out with his drop. And Zound is macroing up. So 3-gate blink into a delayed third expansion in towards charge, into Temple Archives, into Storm. Bearing in mind that Zound is going for a later charge timing and going for earlier Temple Archives, earlier Storm. Okay. Building up into the mid game this time. Blink Stalkers are ideal when it comes to engaging with an army, slowing it down, forcing sieges. As long as we have the reaction time and the control. And Maru's being cheeky. Does reposition his tank. Does reposition. Drop is zoned away. And drop is going to be zoned back. And here comes the main push. Here comes the main push. Auto target harass into the main base, catching out 2 probes. Oh, the light he caught him. He caught a Stalker. This setup out of Maru. Ay, ay, ay. Nice setup so far. back at home, third CC's on the way, no 2-base all in, Maru's expanding. Maru's expanding, building up in towards the mid game. Likewise, so is Zaun. So far, so good. I would say that if Maru did commit into a 2-base all in, Storm would be ready in time. Remember, Zaun did prioritize Storm. So good call here by Maru. We're building up into a longer game state, and now we have to take a different approach here to the game. Now, just like we said earlier, this area here is very accessible, so is this area here as well. Claiming and maintaining a third base is not the easiest thing to do. We'll see how greedy Zaun is going to be. Now, this is the difference between Zaun and Classic, for example. As soon as Classic realizes that we're getting into a longer game, what does he do? Get a fourth. Just get a fourth base immediately, get a fourth expansion, and start to claim a better economy. Zaun is getting his double forge set up. He's being active on the map. He's still being a little bit more tentative. He does confirm saturation here at the third, but I would say the fourth base for Zaun is late. Late fourth expansion. Ideally, the Protoss player wants to be up a base. Always against the Terran, at least up one. But Zaun, as I saw in the last game, he's been playing very scared. Oh, did the same it happen again? Oh my god. He can't keep getting away with it, I mean, finally does go down. But 2 Stalker kills with that Widowmine, and nice shots there by Maru. Nice punish. As Maru's building up his ghost counts. He's again securing himself on 3 bases. Zaun behind this, now claiming a 4th base, but as we mentioned, this is a late 4th base for Zaun. Now taking up in towards the Bay, in towards Colossus. Oof. There's going to be a big window in time because of the earlier Storm opener. There's a big window here where Zaun, he has not the best splash damage here because, oh good, does end a Storm. I was going to say that he's going to be quite vulnerable to EMPs. Going to be very vulnerable, and if an EMP lands at the wrong moments, then the fight can just very quickly swing in favor of Maru. So Zaun has to be careful. He has to be very, very careful with his High Templar. Oh. Observer getting caught. Maru, he's pushing. He's got his EMPs. He's being active. We can see Zaun getting ready for his Zealot run by. Setting up a Zealot counterattack. And it looks like Maru, he's actually not pushing. We're building up in towards +1 ship weapons, 4 TCs on the way, sensor tower, missile turrets. If you remember, how do we begin this series? We said that Maru, he's a player of extremes, right? We either see extreme aggression and extreme all-ins, or we get some heavy late game. It's very rare to see any kind of mid-game play or anything in between from Maru. It's like one extreme or the other, and it feels like we are just looking to turtle up. Maru's just looking to just turtle on up here. Now getting a second factory. Oh, sorry, now getting a second starport, I meant to say. Second starport, mass Viking production, sensor tower, more CCs. Maru, he's turtling up as best he can. Here we go. Now the question becomes, can Zaun stop the 4th? Oh, he stopped the 4th base, so now we have a 5th expansion on the way here for Zaun. Currently, Maru has a comparable, if not greater, army. So Zaun has to be careful. He needs more time for his Colossus to get underway. For his upgrades. Up. Oof. Maru does catch another Stalker. Let's catch another Stalker, main outing over, saturating us in 4th base. We're going to be here for a while because we have more sensor towers, 4th expansion, planetaries on the way, 5th CC. Maru, he has no intention of pushing. He has no intention. He's just taking a 4th base, still max, still securing himself. And Maru should be perfecting his army. Now, when it comes to what is the perfect Terran army coming into the late game, to mid to late game of TVP, it is going to be a very heavy tank, ghost, liberator, Viking composition. Vikings are amassing and eventually working towards a fusion core and liberators. That'll be the end goal for Maru. Now moving in. Ooh. As Zaun is taking both corner expansions, top left and bottom right. We're playing for the late game. EMP's coming in. Ooh, EMP lands. EMP does land. Gas geyser goes down. Tasting the gas, drop on the right hand side, getting into the mineral line. Nice storms. Storms a help, but probes are still gonna fall. Oof. Yeah, brutal target firing here, getting up to 9, getting up to 11. He's gonna keep going. 13 probe kills, critical economic damage. At the same time, Zhani's moving in. Ooh, Prism tried to move in towards the natural. Zelarame here on the right hand side. Zelsa move in, and Mar for the most part is keeping up. He's trying to keep up, and he will be able to engage. 5 SCVs go down. Saves the expansion. Mar holds. He's holding on. And again, heavy losses there for Zaun. And remember, we spoke about earlier the perfect army for the Terran and how we build up in Liberators. There it is. 4 Liberators at a time. Liberator range is on the way as well. So again, we're looking to perfect that army. And once we get into a high Liberator count, then Maru can start to push. If you notice, Maru has not actually pushed this game outside of drop play. Ooh. EMP goes off. EMP goes off, catching out the Prism. Does not connect with the High Templar. Armor shred on the main army. Zoning Zaun away. Does not want to zone. So far, Maru is holding. He's holding on. Once again, though, as we mentioned, once he builds up high enough Liberator count, he can start to push after he takes a better fight. So ideally, Maru wants to wait for Zaun to overextend, take a bad fight, pushing into Maru, and then counterattack. As we have our 2 split armies, we have double Prism into the bases. The main army here on the top side with 2 High Templar in the Prism. It says 3 War Prisms. Let's go. And of course, a harassing army here outside of the 3rd. So it's going to be a tri-pronged attack here by Zaun. Oh, actually, sorry. He's going to be loading up. Zaun moves in. Tries to move in. Liberators are in position. Zaun does load up. Dropping into the bases. Dropping into the expansions. There is an army in position. So run right into the 3rd. Ooh. Oh, the Prism gets caught out. No. The Prism gets caught. Massive pick up here. Colossus going down as well. Getting 1. Taking down a Colossus. Prism does get in, and we're going for the mass warp in. He commits. So does Maru. Does not turn around. Maru, he's sending it. He's pushing into the bases. Storm of the Vikings. Maru just zoning out the army. Yeah, Liberators, they just zone away the army. Ooh, as we send in the storms. Yeah, a bit of miscontrol there by Maru. You can see how low the Vikings are. They're very low, purely from storms. Expansion goes down at the same time in the main base. DTs are cleaned up. Maru, he defends. Now he can focus on the main push, and at the same time, Zaun, he does bypass. He's bypassing the army. He knows he cannot engage. Scan does reveal the rotation. Maru turns around. He's turning around, trying to keep up. Zaun a little bit indecisive with how he wants to maneuver. Liberation has arrived. Ooh, he commits into Liberators. He gets punished. Yeah, he gets punished for it. He does an I1 base, 1 CC. Denies 1 expansion. But those were some heavy losses there for Zaun. And you notice something, Zaun, he doesn't really have much of a bank. He's got 4,000 minerals, but the gas bank. The gas bank is the issue. As he can't afford these losses, losing Colossi. These are the losses he can't afford. Losing all 3. Oh, no. Heavy losses for Zaun. And here comes Maru. Yeah, Maru's pushing in. It's purely a gateway army, purely zealots. Liberation has arrived, and Nova's going to be coming in. Does surround the ghost at least. Tries to. Yeah, it does try to. And Maru's just going to keep pushing. He's just going to keep pushing. Again, it's mainly zealot reinforcements. There's 1 storm coming in. Oh no, never mind. Gets sniped by the Liberator. And once again, Zaun can't engage. Zaun, he knows he cannot fight this army. It's too good. There's just too many Liberators, too many Ghosts. Instead, going for the counterattack. And does he force Maru back home? Oof, once again, we just throw away more High Templar. Maru, he turns around. Maru, he defends, he attacks. Reinforcements being overwhelmed. At the same time, Maru just going for the kill, going for the throats, diving into the main. Ooh, does land 1 storm. And 1 storm connects. That was the only storm. That was the NG overcharge. Liberation has arrived, and we set up onto the ramp. Yeah, we set up in the ramp. No, now Down is stuck in the main base with Maru. He recalls to the main, Libera's a reposition. Nice reposition, nice rotation, just in time. Massive storm in the army. We're setting in the storm. Oh no! Oh my god! He stands in the storms. He's crazy. Despite that, he still wins the fight, by the way. That was maybe the best fight that Zan could have hoped for. Like, Maru stood in 2 massive storms. He stood in the storms. But Maru, he still focuses down the High Templar, focuses down the Stalkers as well. GG gets called, Maru overwhelms, and Maru will claim the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played, congratulations. Maru, he will claim the series. He will claim it 2-0 again. Maru seeing the 2 extremes, hyper aggression in game 1, hyper defense in game number 2, building up, maxing out, going towards the late game, perfecting his army, building up the Liberators. And again, Zaun, he was broke. As we try to emphasize, Zaun, he took some heavy losses, losing High Templar, losing the War Prism, the Colossus as well. And even though Zaun had a massive mineral bank, he had no gas. He had no gas to work with, so he could not afford losing Colossus and Stalkers, and that's what he was losing time and time again. Eventually, Zaun, of course, could not engage with Maru's army, and he was forced to counterattack, but Maru had plenty of reinforcements back at home. GG. Towards the end, again, we saw maybe the best fight that Zaun could have hoped for. Like, with those storms were juicy. We had some juicy connections, juicy storms. They dealt a lot of damage. He killed a lot of bio army, but he was too far behind. It wasn't enough. Was not enough. GG, well played. With that, congratulations, Maru. He's going to be our 4th player to qualify for GSL, and we still have a couple more qualifying matches remaining. Oh boy, if you're a fan of Zaun, do not worry, do not fret. Zaun, he will have another chance, another opportunity to redeem himself in the lower bracket. Oh boy, does have another chance. For now though, we are going to be jumping into those lower bracket qualifying matches. Oh boy. Here we go. There's only going to be a couple of them remaining. We do have them coming up. Up next is going to be a best of 3 qualifying match between Rogue and Trigger. If you recall earlier in the broadcast, Rogue, he lost to Clem. Clem took down Rogue 2-0. Sorry, 2-1 went all the way to the ace match, but Clem did qualify for GSL over Rogue earlier. Now it is time for Rogue's lower qualifying match up against Trigger. Oh boy. It's going to be a PvZ. These have been facing off quite often as of late. Fun fact. They've been facing off quite often. Here we go. Just need a moment to set them up. Bam. And again, this is going to be in the lower bracket. Lower bracket qualifying match. It's going to be that ZVP. Let's go. Game 1, once again on Ruby Rock. Likewise, another lower bracket qualifying match that we do have is a best of 3 between Björn and SOS. That'll be afterwards, but here we are spawning in the top left hand corner of Ruby Rock. We have the Canadian Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player. We have the South Korean Zerg representing himself, currently teamless. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. We are jumping into our best of 3 into our lower bracket qualifying match. Again, Trigger last season, or in GSL season 1, the current season, I suppose you could say. As it is still currently ongoing. Trigger, he did actually make it into the main event, into the round of 12. I believe he did qualify over Cure. We'll see if he can excel over his Zerg player, though, as Rogue moves out with the early drone with the attempted hatch block. Let's go. Rogue does open hatchery back at home. True, does open with a hatchery back at home. Is going for a bit of a delayed hatchery here to disrupt the wall, I would imagine, to disrupt some of the early game setup here. Actually going further in to block the expansion. So it is going to be that hatch block. Hatchery is thrown down, and Trigger, he reacts by pulling the boys. Now, this is the other reaction here. Personally, I'm not too fond of this. If you remember, we casted SHIN versus herO earlier in this series, and you saw herO's response. We saw the same thing, right? SHIN went for the hatch block, and herO, his response was a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener. He did not pull the boys. herO was mining freely back at home in his main base, and responded with the Zealot, with double Zealot into double Adept into a counterattack, and he just excelled from there. Here, Trigger instead, he wants to make sure he does cancel this early to expand, but this will cost him his economy. It means that he's going to have a worse economy early on, a lot of workers will not be mining, and the plus side, I guess, is that he doesn't waste his resources on a second gateway to be able to expand a little bit faster, potentially, for a bit of a cleaner like build overall. But, I mean, this does do damage. Does do damage. Nice Evo chamber. As the drone tries to delay once again, Nexus gets thrown down, but again, damage has been done. Damage has been done, and again, personally, I'm not too fond of the response when you pull the boys like this. Just because you do lose a lot of mining time, and back at home, Rogue has been droning. Rogue is droning, he's saturating. He has less to be concerned with, as he knows that there is no Zealot. Does have eyes on the follow-up. It is going to be a Stargate follow-up here by Trigger into Oracle. And there is no Adept either, right? There's no early game aggression out of Trigger, so Rogue, he's free to just drone up as much as possible. It's really droning. Things that do collapse on the pylon, forcing a cancel. And there's a Rogue setting up his own third. Not too delayed here, and now we're just building up into the mid game. And again, it's a bit of a shaky start here. We'll see what Trigger can achieve. The Oracle's moving out. Behind this, eventually Trigger can claim his own third. Nice on Trigger. As he moves out, there's one queen in the main, soon to be two. Queens, they try to rotate. A bit of an overcorrection here. 3 queens in the main, the natural's exposed, and drones will go down. Yeah, nice rotation here from Trigger, catching out one worker, denying mining, and again, Rogue, he did overcompensate, did overreact. Did respond with all of his queens, and was punished. Not too much damage, but damage nonetheless. Second Oracle's moving out. As he moves out, ooh, Lynx, he goes, no, they surround the Adept. Oof. Yeah, massive pickup surrounding one Adept. They surround the other as well. Two Adept's going to be going down. Heavy losses here. Probe falls, and the Oracle's a race back home. The Oracle's a race back home to defend. Some brutal losses there for Trigger. Lynx, they sip in the main, going for economic damage. Can he get a probe? He can. He gets one. Just the one. Yeah, one probe kill in the main. Third base will complete, but again, Trigger was forced back home, spending energy defensively as well. Less Oracle energy to harass across the map. So far, it's still been a better start for Rogue. He's been all over this. He's been all over it. As Oracles, they move out across the map. We have our triple Oracle setup here into a later Twilight Council. We have a 3-gate setup. I don't see a Forge. Lack of Forge here, curious. This might just lead into an all-in. Because of the shaky start that Trigger's had, and I would imagine that he also knows that he's in a bit of a shaky position here. Lack of Forge typically means some more commitment here. Blink is on the way. Still going for the Forge. Delayed Forge, delayed +1, earlier Blink. Lynx, they just keep flooding in, going for the battery, distracting the Oracle. Probes are exposed, the wall is over. Trigger, it's falling apart. Trigger, he's falling apart. The walls are open. Lynx, they flood in, they get one more probe kill. Again, this isn't critical damage, but it's all just adding up over time. It's adding up over time. The Oracles, they move out across the map. So far, they're being denied. Yeah, they're being denied damage here. Rogue is securing himself. Lair is done. Hydrogen is on the way. Going Hydrogen before Evo Chamber. No +1 melee. Heavy Hydra setup here for Rogue. Curious. He might not join up his 4th. So far, we're on 66 workers, and we might join up to 70, or just cut workers here. So Hydra upgrades are on the way. More Lings are amassing. Rogue looking very comfortable so far. As he's even double expanding, getting more bases, more larva. And I'm still not entirely convinced that Rogue is going to drone up his 4th. We'll see. We shall see. Now it gets Evo Chamber. So the reason why I assumed that Rogue was going to go for a big 3-base all-in was lack of Evo Chamber, lack of upgrades. He has 0-0, by the way. He has 0-0, but now that he gets an Evo Chamber, that's the first sign of a longer game, right? That's the first sign that we're building up into something greater here, and that sign continues as we throw down a pit. So Evo Chamber, the first sign of a longer game, into Infestation Pit. Now we know that Rogue, he will join up his 4th. He will join up the 4th base. He will take up in towards Hive Tech, whether it's lurkers or not. Now we know it is lurkers. So Rogue is just macroing. He's macroing up, and honestly, he's under no real danger, right? There's nothing to pressure him. Back at home, Trigger still setting up. Ooh, Trigger, he misreads as an all-in. Look at this. More batteries, more cannons as well, stasis traps. Trigger, he's terrified about an all-in. I don't blame him. My initial assumption, if you remember, was that it was going to be a 3-base all-in by Rogue. But Trigger doesn't know. He doesn't know about the Hive, the pits, the Evo Chamber. He has not scouted. So Trigger, he's over preparing for an all-in that is not coming. So big misread here by Trigger. Again, he's got all the stasis traps, the batteries, the warp-ins, when Trigger should have a 4th. There should be a 4th base instead. So Trigger's falling behind. Now Trigger, he can still make this work and turn the Jesus, even more cannons. Oh my god. He can still make this work and turn this defense into an offense and go for his own like massive timing before there are lurkers, but that window is closed. Here we go, 7 Lair Tech lurkers are on the way. Rogue is gonna be fine. Technically, this is considered to be inefficient. Usually you wait until the lurker upgrades before morphing any lurkers. This is a safer play out of Rogue, but I don't blame him. Like, he's far enough ahead. He's far enough ahead. Wings, they move in. Once again, they scout the saturation, they scout the 4th base. Triggering stasis traps. Rogue is on 78 workers. Again, that's 3.5 base saturation. And Rogue is about to max out. He's about to max out. What's terrifying as well is he's maxing out, and not with roaches, right? There's no roaches involved. It's purely Ling, Hydra, Lurker. It's gonna be a hefty army. It's gonna be big. Oh, was even here? The walls once again open. herO. Yo, Trigger, we gotta stop watching herO, Pat. We gotta calm down, Pappy, calm down. As things are distracting the main base, Trigger, he's pushing, but remember, Rogue is maxed. Rogue is maxed out. He's got his lurkers as well. Lurker upgrades, lurker range almost done, almost complete. Trigger, he needs to be careful. So run by catching a queen. More zealots here on the south side as well. Oh, we're getting some damage done. Dropping into the main. Let's see, he's threatening a drop. And the goal here for Trigger is going to be buy time. Buy time. Oh no, no, he gets surrounded. Oh my god, forcing the storm. Templar goes down. What I was going to say is the goal for Trigger is to buy time until Sky Toss, and then he can excel, right? He can start to take a lead and gain momentum. The issue is that I don't believe Rogue should give him that time, right? Rogue, he's been maxed, or he's had the army advantage for quite some time, but Rogue is not pushing. Rogue is still waiting. Stasis traps do catch him out. Lurkers, they push towards the 4th base. Oh, the lurker shots are going to be going off. Massive connections. Do connect. Lurkers are on their own though. Yeah, they're on their own. Every lurker here is going to go down. Tal's got the High Templar, but this was an expensive trade for Rogue. As the main base gets shut down as well, and Rogue, he's throwing away a lot of supply. He throws away, what was that, 6 lurkers? Yeah, 6 lurkers get thrown away. Nidal Storm is shut down. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Trigger. Trigger, he's building up a Sky Toss. Yeah, Rogue, he's missing his window. The lurkers are setting up. Hydras are pushing forward, but we have Tempest behind this. Oh, catching out 2 of the lurkers. Oh, barely both. Still just 1 Tempest, never mind. it's only 1 Tempest. Yeah, Tempest goes down. Rogue just keeps pushing, catching out the Immortal. It's been some messy trades here from Rogue, very messy. But can he break through? No detection. And just free damage in the army. Nice storm. Storm of the Hydras. Rogue rotating over, pushing further into the bases. And pushing further in. Cloak is helping somewhat, but we have detection available. We have the Overseers. The base is still going down. And still only 2 Tempests. Oh no, down to 1. Yeah, miscontrol by Front Trigger. Miscontrol does leave the army idle. The base goes down. Rogue moving further in. Catching out the Oracles. Catching out the Oracle. Likewise, sorry, I almost said High Templar. Tempests are exposed. Losing one more. The Tempest Backy. And sure, Trigger, he's working towards Tempest, but he doesn't really have a high enough number. Not anymore. He hasn't been able to build up. Likewise, lack of support as well. Heavy losses, down to 3 bases, barely any mining. The Lurkers, they get up the ramp. He wants the Templar. He gets one. Oh, nice save. Clutch save there by Trigger. Saves the Templar. The Lurkers are buying a lot of time. Rogue rotating over towards the would-be 4th base. And Rogue is coming. And he will knock it down. And nice into the main. Lurkers towards bottom left. Lurkers towards top left as well. It's just everything's on fire. And Trigger just can't expand. Cannot expand, cannot build up. Trigger, he has 1 proper base mining. Just Triangular 3rd. Oh my god, the Zealots, they just line up. The Zealots. And now the Spire is done. And Rogue, now he just clean up. Now he can clean house. Now he has a proper entire army. Diving on the Mothership. Collapsing on the Templar. Forcing out Storms. Oof. And he should clean up. Yeah, down to 3 Tempests. Down to 3. Down to 2. Down to 1. And now 0. 0 Tempests left. And that should be the final army here for Trigger. And again, it was just a really rough start. The early to mid game was very brutal for Trigger. We spoke about it. We spoke about the start with the late expansion, with the lost mining time, the constant Ling run bys, Ling counterattacks. GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead in this series, and again, just a really rough start for Trigger. Time and time again, he was lacking any walls, any defenses. He was having a very hard time keeping up and maintaining his 3 bases and his 4 bases. We saw that Rogue had a very comfortable time taking up in towards Lurker Tech. We emphasized how Trigger misread the game state, and he was hyper defensive on 3 bases, throwing down cannons, shield batteries, stasis wards, but there was no all-in. Trigger, he was blindly getting ready for an all-in that never came, which meant that Trigger's 4th was late, his tech was late, his economy was delayed, like everything was just delayed due to Trigger's over-preparation at the 3rd. GG. And also all the earlier economic damage as well. So it all just kind of played into each other there, and with that, Rogue takes a lead, and now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into Tourmaline, and we'll see if Trigger can gain some momentum here and take control of the game itself. Last game, Trigger, he was stuck trying to react with limited information. This time, we'll see if we can shake it up. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the Canadian Protoss player. The Canadian Protoss, we have the red Protoss representing Basilisk. Down in the series, can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is a Trigger. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping to game 2 here, and we're hoping for a back and forth. Once again, Rogue, he moves out with the proxy hatchery across the map. Last game, we saw the Trigger. He did have a shaky response. He pulled a bunch of workers. He lost mining time as well. Rogue got the damage that he wanted, especially with the Evo block after the hatchery block. We'll see if we can do it again. Once again, hatch first here by Rogue. We're waiting for enough minerals for the second hatchery for the block. Here we go. So hatchery is going to be thrown down. Once again, Trigger does pull the boys. This tells me that Trigger is going for the gateway into Cybercore into Nexus, or gate Cybercore into Stargate the Nexus. This time Chrono's out the Zealots. Okay, so the Zealot will help. It will help deal with the eventual hatchery in the Eva chamber. This time it's a stronger reaction out of Trigger. And this time he does pull 5 probes. I believe last time he pulled up to 7 to 9. So the Zealot will help. This also means that Trigger has a counterattack as well. True. Can also counterattack, denies the Evo chamber. This time a bit of a cleaner start for Trigger. The early game is not going to be anywhere near as rough. Nowhere near. Again, it was just such a rough start last game. So difficult. From here we have the Adept follow-up. So Trigger, he can start to apply some pressure. We have herO being as annoying as possible. he's pulling a probe. Referring to disrupting the mining and being a nuisance in the mineral line. It's often what Protoss players do with their probes. herO doing his best Protoss impression. Behind this we have 6 Lings on the way. Usually you would never have this many Lings this early on in the game, but remember, herO knows that there is Zealots and an Adept early on, so he's forced to make Lings. Here come the initial 2 units. Adept shades in, Zealot as well. And we're looking for this round. Collapsing on the Zealots. Ooh. But nice support with the Adept. Nice support. 1 Ling gets thrown away, boys are being pulled. Forced to evacuate. And so far, nice damage here from Trigger. Kills 1 drone. Kills 2. Yeah, 2 drones go down. Do we get 3? Shouldn't. Yeah, just 2. Just 2 workers. Adept does shade away. And Trigger pulls out. So we actually have a back and forth. We have a back and forth here. Second Adept moves in. 2 Adepts taking 1-shot workers. We can now threaten the shade, and herO is forced to make extra Zerglings. Oh, so we just commit. Yeah, he sends it in. He spots only 2 Lings to defend. They both go down and denied mining in the main base. And again, so far, just a much stronger start here for Trigger. Denying mining. Doesn't quite get a drone. Oh, he wants one though. Ah, gonna be denied. It's gonna be denied. But still nice counter damage. Nice damage, denying mining, killing workers, forcing out Lings, disrupting and delaying Rogue. Back at home we have Oracles to defend. Trigger looking good. Looking good. See, K1 was just a warm-up. True. Just need a stretch back. Needs a stretch. Speaking of, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Posture time. Posture check in the chat. No slouching. Look after yourselves, Pappy. Look after yourselves. No slouching in the chat. As your Oracle pokes in. Pokes in, pulls away. We have the Twilight Council on the way. Now, last game we saw that Trigger went for a very late forge. This time much earlier. You can see here, again, it's just such a cleaner start here. Twilight Council with a more on-time forge and a +1 into Blink. The build overall much cleaner this time. herO trying to make use of these Zerglings. He got spotted by the Oracles. He got spotted. Trigger, he warps in time. No major damage. This Trigger does pull away. And pokes in, pulls away. Lings are deflected. Trigger is able to counterattack. Ooh. Doesn't quite catch a drone. Almost. Do you have a gateway explosion behind this? I believe getting it to 6. Just double checking. Yep, 6. So 6 gates setting up here for Trigger. On 3 bases. Standard setup. Gets one, gets two drones. Not bad. Going for the station trap here on the right hand side. Only catching one drone. Rogue, he does react in time. And Trigger, he should be taking his gases momentarily. He's taking up into the Temple Archives, in the Storm. Robo's on the way as well. Despite the solid start that Trigger has had so far, killing 6 drones, 11 lings, maintaining his third base, everything's lining up quite well. I would have liked to have seen Trigger maybe be a little bit more active here, but Trigger, he's kind of having a more tame approach by just teching into the mid game. We're just playing for the mid game. And I do overall like Trigger's position so much more than last time, but I am still a little bit concerned here. Because Rogue, he's massing up his Hydras, he is taking an extra gas geyser, and he's droning. Okay, never mind. I was curious if Rogue was actually going to drone up his 4th. The answer is yes. He's droning up his 4th base, he's massing up his Hydras. Again, Rogue's mid game is not going to be anywhere near as comfortable or anywhere near as solid as last time. So I'm still not entirely convinced that we're going to commit in towards like an economy. Droning up to 72. Nice catch. 3, 4, 5 drone kills. Oh my god. Nice damage out of Trigger. Slowing down Rogue. Being slowed down. Ling runway is deflected. Roaches are amassing. Yeah, Roach speed is done. Roach is building up. I don't think Rogue is going to saturate. Yeah, you can see here Rogue, he's so far only got 6 drones at the 4th base. He's not droning. He's not droning. He's going for the all-in. This makes sense. Ooh. And this is what I was worried about, if you remember. Because Rogue has taken so many losses this game, and because the mid-game has been so rough this time for Rogue, he's just going for a big 3-base all-in. A big 3-base all-in. Yes, he has a 4th base, but no drones. Like, no saturation, or I should say limited saturation, because of the mass Roach production, because of the Roach Hydra all-in. Now, we spoke about this during the Maru series, but here on Tourmaline, there are very open locations, very open bases, very prone and vulnerable to all-ins. Here we go. Rogue, he's about to send everything across the map. Trigger's actually coming to Rogue. This is risky. Rogue is still lacking the upgrades, that is true. He doesn't have +1, he doesn't have Hydra speed at least. But Trigger, he's misreading this. Rogue wants to fight, and Trigger's giving Rogue what he wants. He's coming from behind. No, Rogue is all in. Remember, Rogue's been making nothing but an army and decent storms. Yeah, Storm's being thrown down, and Rogue, he just keeps pushing. He just takes the Storm to the face. Do we have any more? One more. Yeah, he's got one more Storm. Storms are landing. The army's being softened up. And Trigger, can he hold on? He's fighting without charge. Yeah, charge is not yet done. Zealots are going down. And Rogue, he's doing it. He's breaking through. He's overwhelming. Again, Rogue was all in. Trigger just had to defend. Because of this, Trigger was fighting without batteries, without shield batteries, without defensive setups, without defensive warp-ins. Trigger, he just pushed into an all-inning Zerg, and Trigger, he will lose the entire army. Did have some nice storms, that is true. But he gave Rogue what he wanted, which was just a fight. And now Rogue is going for the kill. He's going for the kill, going for the throats. Pushing further in. Nice control, nice juggling on the Immortal. Storm zones away. Rookie rotates over towards the 3rd. The Immortal's getting low. Can we save it? He wants the Immortal. Once again, good juggling. Boys are being pulled. Desperation here by Trigger. Yeah, desperation as Biles. Oh, they do connect. Okay, the big control has been good. Trigger, saving the Immortal. But there's only so much he can save. Yeah, only so much. We're still rallying across the map. Looks like Trigger, he will clean up this army. He will barely defend his base, but we still have more reinforcements, and he does catch another Immortal. Yeah, another Immortal goes down. Remember, Rogue is still rallying. He's still just rallying everything across the map. Rogue's still trying to end the game. Nice Storm. Behind this Hive. Hive does begin. Lurker Den as well. Rogue starts to drone. Now, Rogue, he did trade very well against the army, but I am concerned here. He did kill a lot of workers as well, but there's 4 bases. Rogue, he still needs more damage, and speaking of the 4th base, yeah, he rotates. He rotates over. He wants to at least knock down the 4th. If he can, then he can drone. Then he can macro up. Snipes the Cybercore. Distracting Trigger. You can see Trigger rotate towards the army on the left-hand side, and the army goes in on the right. Yeah, the flanking army collapsing on top of the Nexus, and the 4th base should go down. Even if it costs him a couple of roaches, it's worth it. Nexus falls. Tanks the Storm. Takes down the Nexus. And he gets out of here. Yeah, Rogue pulls out. And with that, the all-in was successful. I mean, I say successful, didn't kill Trigger, but did cripple, right? It was at least able to cripple Trigger. And now Rogue can actually drone up, take another base, take another expansion. The plan was never to drone, but I mean, may as well. Hey, did enough damage. Now we can actually macro up. And again, once again, just like game one, actually, Trigger, he misread the situation. If you remember in game one, Trigger, he over-prepared and over-defended for an all-in that never came. In game two, Trigger, he started to build up and macro up and pushed out into an all-in. So it was just a big misread, both in game one and game two, as to what Rogue was up to. If Trigger was aware that Rogue was going all-in, then Trigger would just stay back at home and throw down batteries. He'd throw down like 3 batteries per base, set up defensively. But again, Trigger was just unaware. Just unaware. We could have seen an ace match. We could have seen a game 3. I mean, the game isn't over yet. Rogue, but he is maxed out. He's maxed out. He's moving in. Now, with some well-placed storms, Trigger, he can take a fight. He can take a fight. The biggest issue is lack of economy. Trigger has no 4th. Without a 4th base, these losses that Trigger sustaining here, he can't afford them. Oh, God, good. No detection. Oh, God, he gets punished. The Immortal goes down. No detection for the Lurkers. Zealous, they come into the army. They will catch a couple of Hydras. But the Lurkers, they hold the line. Still no Observer. Just now popping out. And Trigger is fighting for his 4th. He needs a 4th base to actually play out this game. He needs the expansion. And Rogue should never give it to him. He should never let that base get up and running. Lurkers are moving in. We have 4 more Lurkers on the way. Trigger pushing on the right hand side. Ideally, this push is meant to distract Rogue and to allow for the 4th base to get up. But the 4th is abandoned, and Rogue will force a cancel. It's forcing a cancel in the end. Trigger's out of position. Down goes the base. Again, Trigger, he was hoping to distract on the right hand side, but he just wasn't able to. And with that, we're forcing out storms. Rogue spreading creep, just making sure the Trigger can't expand. Being so annoying here with these overlords. Lurkers are moving in. They siege up within range. We spoke earlier, but this area here outside of the natural and 3rd base is very accessible, and Rogue, he's making use of it. It's accessible, badly. Okay, and he's sieged up. He's wedging himself in between the bases. And how can Trigger defend? How can he move in? How can he protect his natural? He cannot. He's just cut off. He's cut off from his natural. This army here is stuck. So Trigger, instead, he just pushes. He just pushes with the army. He knows he cannot defend. Nice storm. Storm is good, but the natural is breaking. And we're going for the base trade. It's all the Trigger can do. He moves out across the map. Does take down one of the Lurkers. Oof, Prism falls. Yeah, War Prism does fall. Oof. He's trying to dodge shots. I appreciate it. Trying to dodge his shots here. Not quite able to, though. Server goes down. More Lurker connections. Archons are crumbling one after the other. The Archons back. And again, Trigger just kind of push into this. He has to try. He has to try, but he's gonna lose everything in the process. The Immortals, the High Templar, GG gets called. Rogue will claim the series 2-0, and Rogue will qualify for GSL Season 2. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, I can see a world where we could have seen an ace match. Like Trigger, he was looking so good in the early to mid game. He was able to like, secure his bases. He was dealing economic damage. He was crippling the economy, delaying his opponents. Like again, the early to mid game was beautiful for Trigger. But because it was so good, Rogue was forced into an all-in. Rogue was forced into the all-in. That's why we did notice. We were like, is he going to join up his fourth? The answer is no. He did not join up his fourth base. Double down on Roche Hydra. And Trigger didn't notice, and Trigger pushed. He pushed into an all-inning player, which is the last thing you want to do. So Trigger was forced to fight out in the open, forced to fight without any stack defense, without reinforcements, without your typical defensive setup. And that was the best fight that Rogue could have hoped for, is for Trigger to come to him while he's all-inning. GG. GG well played. With that, Rogue was able to overwhelm, snowball out of control from there. GG well played. Rogue, he is qualified now for GSL, and with that, Trigger, he'll be knocked down to the round 2, the losers round, or the losers group, low group, where he'll have another chance at redemption, of course. One more kind of like wild card qualifier, if you will, alongside other players that failed to qualify. But with that, GG well played. Rogue, he's going to make it through into GSL, and up next we have another qualifying match. If you recall earlier, Bjorn, he actually went down in the beginning of the broadcast to Classic. Classic, he 2-0'd Bjorn quite handily, to be honest. Like, Classic was looking very, very in form and in control, and looking very comfortable against Bjorn in that previous series. We'll see how SOS compares. SOS, of course, he's less active. He's a less active player. He's a previous world champion from many, many years ago. Nowadays, he's more in the middle of the pack when it comes to the pro scene. He's, trailing behind Classic, MaxMax, herO, Showtime, the other top Protoss players. But SOS, he has been devoting a little bit more time to StarCraft as of late. He's been re-inspired, and we'll see how he compares to Bjorn. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into Game 1. Going to be loading into Ruby Rock. Here we go. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. I'll fix up his name. Un momento, papi, un momento. We have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss, as I quickly fix up his name. There we go. We have the red Protoss player himself representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Oh, he's an animal. And we're going for a proxy to kick things off. Let's go, baby, let's go. As we do open up with a proxy here in the center of the map, going for the gateway to reinforce and harass across the map as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Bjorn, he went for double gas openers non-stop against Classic, but here we'll see how Bjorn does decide to open up instead. Double gas opener out of Bjorn. Safe build, safe play out of our Terran player. This will be more ideal against what SOS is up to. We'll see if Bjorn goes for a high ground CC or a low ground command center. Now, first things first, double gas opener. What does that mean? That means faster factory. Faster factory, delayed command center, leads into early Hellions, early Cyclones, just early tech here from the side of Bjorn. Is considered to be a safer way to play in TVP. Safer and more tech heavy, can lead into more tech in a longer mid game, in the earliest mid game. Meanwhile, likewise, we could see Bjorn go for high ground CC, which he also did embrace against Classic. After the factory, of course. For now, the Zelda is being chronoed as we speak. Chronoing out the Zealots. Bjorn does not SCV scout, but that's common. It's very rare to see SCV scouts in TVP. So no SCV scouts. Factory is on the way. Here comes the initial Zealot here from SOS. And we'll see what he can get done. Again, ideally, SOS wants Bjorn to expand on the low grounds, so he can try to disrupt the economy and disrupt the opener. That's why you can see he's hiding his Zealots. The Reaper will scout. No shot. No, he sees. He saw a glimpse. Does he notice? Oh, I don't think he did. Yeah, I don't think he did. But he will actually rotate towards the center, and he will find the proxy. Assuming he goes a little bit further out. He does. Yeah, he does check. He does check. Does find the Zealots. He knows. Yeah, Bjorn is aware. And with that, Bjorn, instant bunker. Instant bunker is going to be thrown down. Good reaction. Along with the depot here, sorry, the pylon. The pylon will delay the add-on. Zealot moves in. And the boys are being pulled. The boys are being pulled. One SCV goes down. He gets one. Yeah, he gets one SCV. Actually shot by Bjorn. He pulls away too late. 2 SCV kills. Yeah, 2 SCVs, but Bjorn does fully wall off, and Bjorn will hold. Yeah, Bjorn is holding. He needs that bunker. Oh, bit of miscontrol. Some more good control there from Bjorn. Hellion has arrived. The SCV taking a lot of hits. The SCV is going to go down. Oh no, he gets another. That's 4 SCV kills. Oh my god. Yeah, 4 SCV kills the bunker stone already. So we're doing some decent damage here, and behind this, SOS expands. Right, SOS is expanding. He's taking his natural. This CC on the high ground is delayed. So a little bit of a messy defense here from Bjorn, but he does hold. Right, he does hold. He's now going for a counterattack. The likewise Stalkers are racing back home to defend. The battery is almost done, and should finish up in time. Despite that, still finds a probe on the low ground. Still finds a probe, gets a full scout, confirming the Robo opener. Interesting. The early Robo typically is indicative here of either a War Prism early on to harass across the map, or to go into fast Bay into fast Colossus, or both. Or both. As Bjorn does get 3 probe kills. So doing almost an equivalent amount of economic damage. Catching out 3 probes. Robo's now done. Do we go for the Prism? Do we go for the Bay? Immortal first. Interesting. That's a very fast Immortal. You have my attention, SOS. With early Immortal production, I'm curious if he was going to go for like a Soul Train, like 2 base Soul in. Curious. Not much reason to get an Immortal this early on. This quickly even. Behind this, Bjorn going for the add-on swap, getting into early Cyclone, into tank production, into Banshee play. So again, very tech heavy. The hallucination will scout across the map. Immortal's out, Prism is on the way to eventually push. Banshee gets scouted. Just got the Banshee. Is at least aware. That will help. And we can see why we got the early Immortal. As you mentioned, it is going to be quote-unquote like a Soul Train-esque push. We have Sentries, we have Immortals. Yeah, we got the core kind of base of what a Soul Train entails. So very early, very unorthodox timing here from SOS. We have a high ground tank. Yeah, tank on the high ground. Remember, because of the early add-on swap here, the early tech, the early factory, early tanks, early cyclones, bunkers on the way as well. Again, it's a really weird push here from SOS and designed to catch a player off guard. And does he catch Bjorn? Oof. Actual goes off. Boys are being pulled. Bunkers complete. So we do attempted 90 repairs. Bunker goes down. So a decent engage here from SOS. Not bad. Dustin Eye mining. He wants that Cyclone. Cyclone pulls back. Nice juggling though. Sniping how many SCVs so far? It's 8 SCVs in total. Banshee tries to poke in. SOS does defend. And decent damage, especially because SOS didn't lose too much, right? He saved the War Prism, he saved the Immortal, he saved the Sentries as well. It's a very careful play here by SOS. So far, I think it's okay. It's okay, man. Gets across the map. Ooh, takes down the Cyclone. Cyclone does fall. Prism pulls out. The third base is on the way here for SOS. We're building up in towards the mid game with a very gateway heavy style into charge into Colossus. Okay. Now, from here, Bjorn is going to make a choice. Do we claim our third base? Do we build up into the mid game, or do we try to commit and double down on 2 bases? I feel like he's going to expand. I feel like from here, we just take a third base and turtle up and get into a longer game. Oof. So we do accidentally lift. Viking will zone. But again, this just has been a very, very awkward game for Bjorn. Just very, very awkward game. Which is, you know, the kind of player that SOS is. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. So we're here getting to charge. Colossus production has begun. Now we have to be careful here where SOS and not fly too close to the sun. Right now Bjorn is contained on 2 bases, which is good. From here SOS can get a 4th. right? I would expect to see if we were casting Classic, I'd expect a 4th base and momentarily like a 5th base on the way and double expand, right? You're containing Beyond to take advantage of that. I'm concerned that SOS is going to be too aggressive. You can see we're warping in. Yep. So instead of expanding SOS, he just commits. He just goes for a massive open of Zealots. SOS is pushing, and he might try to break this entrenched position here of 3 tanks and Sim City and bunkers. If he doesn't, then he just has late 4th. Hey, late 4th. So late 4th expansion here from SOS. I say late, it's still at a decent timing, but it could have been earlier. I guess that's a better way of putting it. We could have been a little bit greedier here. Regardless, is still getting his 4th base at a decent time. Beyond moving out with a double drop. And again, Beyond is getting a 3rd TC. So Beyond, his goal here is just turtle. As we mentioned in the Beyond, a fun fact at the beginning of the broadcast, in the Classic vs Beyond series, it is actually quite difficult on Ruby Rock to turtle up as a Terran player. It is quite difficult. It's a very open map, short rush distance by ground as well. We've seen many a Terran player attempt and fail to turtle up on this map, so I'm not entirely convinced that Beyond can pull this off, but we'll see. So far moving out with his drop, ideally he wants to force a recall, and then he can expand. herO does unload. So he does recall, so he gets what he wanted. Beyond forces a recall. From here he can pick up and pull away. There is no blink, and now Beyond can expand. He can now break out. Observers over the main army. Still some awkward movement here from Beyond. There we go, there's the 3rd. 3rd is now on the way. I don't know if you noticed, but this tank specifically is trapped. There we go. We opened up the wall. Yeah, the wall is open. Beyond still being active. Beyond expanding is one thing, but Beyond needs to set up his tanks. Like right now, his tanks are too far back. He's very secure at the natural, but we need to start to set up and secure the 3rd. Drop into the main base. Beyond, he pulls back. Pulls back to the main, and again we need to set the tanks on the high ground to protect the mineral line. Need to set up here on the low ground as well. I'm just concerned about the eventual push here from SOS. Has a lot to work with. Has a lot to work with. His rocks are knocked down. SOS is maxed. He's maxed out with 3 Colossus and a massive amount of Zealots. And Beyond, is he set up well enough? Okay, so we have 4 tanks. 4 tanks, 3 Liberators. Army does siege. No armor shred. Yeah, the Raven is going to be focused down. Oof, yeah, no spell. But the tank line holds. Wow, massive tank shots on the main army. The tank line is holding. So run by into the natural. Won't get much damage done. Beyond defends. Hey, Beyond, he defends. He holds on against 4 tanks. He's holding back. Didn't kill any Colossus, and we have a 5th Colossus in production. Jesus, that's a lot of Colossi. And again, Beyond just has to weather the storm. The goal here is just turtle. Just turtle up and defend. If you watched GSL last week with in the round of 8s with Beyond versus herO, it was actually on this very map if you recall, where Beyond, he turtled up on 4 and then 5 bases, and herO took the rest of the map. That's kind of what we're expecting here, right? We need SOS to take every base on the map. I will say that SOS has been very late to expand. That is my big concern, is that we've had, even this is off center I believe, but we've had some very late expansions and very late economy. That is concerning. SOS trying to move in. Colossus are exposed. He gets 1. Yeah, Beyond gets 1 Colossus. Takes down 1. There's 3 left. Yeah, shaky fight there from SOS. At the same time, trying to push into towards the natural, but he fails to do so. And again, SOS, he's still late to expand. So ideally, you want to take every base on the map that you can, and then prioritize your fringe expansions. Prioritize mining your fringe bases. Ooh, Prism gets caught. And Bjorn, on the flip side, should be staying at home until he maxes. It's very similar to Maru. If you remember, we casted Maru versus Zaun earlier on Tourmaline, where Maru, he turtled up until he maxed, then he waited for Maru to take some bad fights, and then he counterattacked with that perfect army of Ghost, Tank, Liberator, Viking. Ghost Academy just out of the way, so late Ghost production. Again, we don't really expect Bjorn to move out until he has his Ghost out for those EMPs. Likewise, second starports, more Liberators. Bjorn is still perfecting his army, and now he does branch out to take a fourth. So fourth base is on the way. Oh, did the stream go down at one point? Oh. Thanks for letting us know. Hopefully it didn't disrupt too many people. Everything's still fine on my end, but it looks like it might have gone down for like a second or two. Smash. So we're sitting here on the top side. SOS looking for a better angle of attack. Here there's only one tank. One tank, one Liberator, one Planetary. There is a big opening here, and Bjorn, he now rotates. Okay, Bjorn is rotating over. Oof. That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. As Bjorn, he does try to give chase. He gets one. Takes out one of the Colossi. That was a crazy dive out of Bjorn, but so far it is worth it. At the same time, Prism does go for the backstab, but there are units in position to defend. The Prism. Prism goes down. And nice defense by Bjorn. He was ready for the War Prism. He was in position, and Bjorn protects the fourth. Yeah, big moment for Bjorn. Claims the fourth expansion. SOS, we have minimal saturation bottom left. That is a concern. Setting up for a run by. Bjorn is ready. He's ready for the run by. In position. He's in position. EMP's coming in. Does land. Yeah, EMP lands. Now we can just dive. There's not enough support here. At the same time, SOS is counterattacked, but again, Bjorn is in position. He defends and he attacks. SOS is falling apart. Yeah, SOS is falling apart here. Again, I would say that SOS, he was hitting his stride in the mid game, but as the game has been progressing, like his late game play has left much to be desired. Late expansions, likewise rough engagements, unable to deny the fourth base, worse economy. I mean, the economy is the biggest one, right? You can take some bad fights as a Protoss player in the late game and still be fine, only if you have a bank to work with. And that bank is not as large as it otherwise could have been here for SOS, so he has to be careful. Bjorn with a comparable bank, which is scary. Zero Colossus left, down to 3 disruptors. And he moves into the siege line. And Nova's going to be going up. Nice splits. Very nice last second split. Oh, the Stalkers get punished. And once again, Bjorn takes a better fight. I appreciate that SOS does prioritize this mining, by the way, the base. SOS main edge over towards what should be one of Bjorn's bases. Nova catching out one Marauder. One Marauder. Nova goes off. We can see that SOS is zoned away. This base will fall. SOS needs to counterattack. Oh, Mass ETs. He gets in. Very nice. Mass ETs. They take down the Planetary. Bjorn out of position. And Bjorn, he responds. Bjorn, he races on over. That's a big loss for Bjorn. Finally, something going SOS's way. At the same time, he will lose a base, but that's okay. Like, SOS, he can afford it. He can afford to lose an expansion. It's not the biggest deal. It is worse that Bjorn lost his own fourth. As Bjorn pulls back. And he does pull back. As they'll take a lapse in. Never goes off. Teasing connection. Teasing connections here from SOS. Catching up Marauders. Does pull away. Setting up for a massive Zealot counterattack. Zealot Stalker counterattack. And Bjorn, he has... he's in position. Yeah, he's in position this time. Bjorn is ready. And catching up the army. SOS moves in. Diving on the tanks, he gets one. Nice target firing, gets one, gets two. Does focus on Liberators as well, and SOS is breaking through. Wow, he's breaking on through. Nice target firing out of SOS. Bjorn forced back. Forced to respond. The mineral line will go down. Heavy losses here for Bjorn, and SOS, he might have just done it. As he is crippling Bjorn's economy. I mean, again, he just killed the northern base. Now he's denying the third. Bjorn, he's struggling to defend on 4 bases. I mean, hey, that's Ruby Rock. We did mention this is one of the maps where it is difficult to defend. Ruby Rock, Tourmaline. They share similarities. As Bjorn is just being torn apart. He's just being torn apart. He cannot defend. He cannot turtle. So West has done it. And again, like, I will say that Bjorn was looking more impressive until he lost the 4th base. Like, it was a mass DT. It's that mass DT warp in, catching Bjorn with his pants down. That was the moments where SOS started getting the ball rolling. There's a moment where SOS gained momentum. And Bjorn has been struggling ever since. And Bjorn, at this point, he cannot build up. He should not be able to. He's down to 33 SCVs. Like, he's down to 1 base economy. Like, there's, like, no shot. He's down to 1.5 bases. If that, yeah, there's nothing in the main base. There's only gas mining at the natural. He's down to 1 base economy. Down to 1 base. As we just collapse in. Diving on the final forces. Massive novas here on the army. Massive connections. And it looks like Bjorn, he will hold. SOS is missing warpins. SOS, he has 4,000 minerals now. 3,000 minerals in the bank. So he was missing warpins. Bjorn just muling his heart out as best he can. It's a slow death here for Bjorn. Bjorn does take some better fights, true. There we go, SOS is remaxed. He's moving in. He's moving in, back. Big sword, he gets 1. Takes down 1, 2 Liberators, Nova goes off, does force a pickup. Oof. As once again, we're lacking zealots. Yeah, we're lacking zealots, we're lacking a buffer. Bjorn, he has been trading better. Like, he has been taking more efficient engagements here for the past couple of minutes. It's impressive. Like, Bjorn is still dead in the water, but he has taken better fights. Does he recover in this game? Can he? I mean, the biggest limitation for Bjorn is just the economy, right? It's the fact that eventually he has to expand. Eventually he needs another base. And technically that shouldn't really happen here. Now there is a big mistake here from SOS, and now he does notice, is that he should have taken these top bases a lot earlier, much earlier ago, a lot longer ago. They should have been taken. TTs, they do hit the 3rd. Bjorn refusing to die. He refuses. And Bjorn is building up a supermaxed army as a result of that. Because of Bjorn's efficiency, he now has a larger army. I do favor Bjorn in a head-on fight at this point. But because of the lack of economy, because of the lack of resources, it means that Bjorn, his army is one and done, right? If he takes a bad fight, then it's over. So Bjorn needs to be as efficient as possible, like this. Zealots move in, losing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zealots. Zealots just being thrown away. Oh, Bjorn commits into the cannons, and this is a rough trade. Does deep power, but oh, he will lose medevacs and marauders. That was a messy fight for Bjorn. Not quite worth it. Now, when it comes to Bjorn having one big fight in him, it does mean that if Bjorn can get on top of the Stalkers and the Colossus specifically and reset that army, it's quite an expensive army to rebuild here for SOS. They can't quite actually. EMP's connecting. So far trading well, takes down the Colossus, takes down the Disruptor. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 Colossus should be going down. Oh, it saves one! Saves one of the Colossi. Yeah, the Liberation Zones aren't really set up here. A lot of them are further back. That was still a messy fight for SOS. Losing a Disruptor and 2 Colossus. But remember, SOS, he can tank some of these trades. Oh my god, the Stalkers, they get thrown away! Oh my god, that's what, 6 Stalkers going down. Once again, a better fight here for Bjorn. Now here come the Liberation Zones, bullying his way forward. Even here, missed rally here for SOS, throws away Colossus. Again, these are good trades here for Bjorn, but he needs more. He needs more of this. We gotta keep pushing, the pressure is on. SOS, sorry, Bjorn does give chase. Keep going. Setting up a center expansion. Oh, interesting. Can be abused from the high grounds. Army blinks into Liberators. Once again, Stalkers are punished. Yeah, that was a crazy blink out of SOS. Losing the Colossus. Again, these have all been bad fights for SOS. Here comes the Mule Hammer, the Mjolnir. Yeah, Mule's up. Fresh expansion. SOS, he will lose this army. Trying to recall. And he will lose another base. Now, if Bjorn can take over both of these expansions, Bjorn, he can build up an army. Like, he can sustain himself. That's a better way of putting it. He can sustain himself. Bjorn forces run around. Oh, and this is where the supply does matter. Where Bjorn is forced to turn back around, but at the same time, SOS gathering an army in the center. Okay, pulls away. SOS does bring everything together. Brings it all together. Bjorn catching up 2 Archons. Does catch both. SOS rotates to the center. Nice scan. Bjorn should respond. Bjorn is responding. And again, Bjorn should have been dead long ago, but SOS has been taking bad fight after bad fight. Like, straight up. These have been some rough fights for SOS. Bjorn has been out trading. And through sheer control, can Bjorn do this? No, no, he dives in. Almost. Almost gets Colossus. Casito. SOS blinks in. Catching out a Liberator. Once again, Colossus looking exposed. He gets 1. Yeah, massive big up. He gets 1 Colossus. And can he get the other? Yeah, nice control, nice movement out of SOS. Protects the Colossus, but he still might lose him. Yeah, again, we're breaking through. No more Zealous, no more buffer. EMP connects. And SOS will lose everything. Yeah, he'll lose everything. He cannot get away. Tries to step back. Here come the Zealot reinforcements. He will lose 2 Colossus. 1 Colossus survives. And SOS holds. Whew, SOS is holding on. Oh, the Liberators are exposed. Stalkers are coming from behind. They catch 1. They catch a couple of Liberators again. We're getting messy. We're getting very messy here. More Warpins, more reinforcements, and Bjorn, he's running out of army. Yeah, he's running out of steam. He will catch these forces on the top right. And Liberators, they do support. But Bjorn's his production. Yeah, the production's under fire. As you mentioned a couple of minutes ago, the big factor here is that Bjorn, he cannot reinforce, he cannot sustain these losses. GG gets called, and SOS takes game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. SOS takes the lead in the series. Again, that was a very, very a very intense game. SOS had a massive lead for a long time, and then he was losing that lead. Like, Bjorn, who was fighting his heart out with so little as well. Again, he had no bases, he had no economy, but he was just straight up out trading SOS, and Bjorn made SOS work for it. Again, that should have been a bit of a cleaner end to the game, but no, it got messy, it lasted a lot longer, and Bjorn, he did make him work for it. GG. GG, well played. With that, congratulations. SOS does take the lead in the series. Now we're going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into Tourmaline, a much smaller map, a much more aggressive map as well. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran for Shopify. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the South Green Protoss for Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping to game 2, and once again, the game 1 was wild. Where Björn was defending well, right? He was defending well, he was turtling up on 4 bases. Everything changed when Björn lost his planetary to the mass DTs. That is when SOS gained momentum. He was knocking down the 4th, the 3rd, the 4th, the 4th, time and time again. Björn was being torn apart. And then we saw SOS, again, just maybe overextend one too many times, be a little bit too cavalier, took some really rough fights, was over-eager, and it actually made Björn have a chance at redemption. Like, it was still Björn playing from behind, playing with, you know, a subpar economy and with a limited army as well, so it was still a very, very rough kind of game state there, but again, Björn, he made SOS work for it. SOS, he was still ahead the entire, like, final, like, 15 minutes, but Björn, he hung in there. Bearing in mind, this is a qualifying match for GSL, so Björn putting his all out there, and eventually does fall, but there was a slither of hope there. There was a slim chance that he could have maybe have brought that back, and for a moment there, I believed. For a moment there, he made me believe back. Believe in the Björn. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be loading into game 2. Game 2 here, double gas opener, high ground TC. Once again, same build, same opener as game number 1. So I said high ground TC. I'm getting ahead of myself. Ranks in the factory into, we'll see if he goes for the high ground or low ground expansion. But again, so far, same build, 2 games in a row for Björn. Meanwhile, Björn does force the unnatural natural. Okay, sorry, I say force it. SOS, he willingly embraces it. There was no block. Wait, what? What just happened? Björn did not eBay block, and SOS just goes for the natural base at the 3rd location. Huh. I would imagine that the goal here was to mind game to make it look like an all-in, but SCV scouts are rare in this matchup to begin with. So there is no SCV scout. So there's no mind game. Because Björn doesn't scout. It's just a really weird choice. It's a really weird choice here from SOS, because he's making it more difficult on himself to defend against an all-in, if there was to be a 2-base all-in. Speaking of, we do have our factory follow-up into Cyclone play. Reapers, they move in. They will confirm lack of expansion. And Björn, does he ever react? For now, he pulls away. Doesn't check the 3rd location. Again, it's really weird to see no base. For now, he's still playing standard, going for his 1-1-1 follow-up. Yeah, Björn, he's checking for a ninja expansion. Like, he has the right idea. He's checking for fringe bases. He is checking, but he did not check the 3rd. And this means that at least SOS gets away with his economy being untouched. Björn, yeah, he's still trying to figure out what's going on. Turns back around to the scouts at 3rd location. His own 3rd location, I should say. Now checking top left. Again, he's checking all the fringe ninja base locations, not the 3rd. So again, Björn is still fully unaware of what's going on. Early tank production here by Björn. He's getting into his tank, into his medevac. He's pushing, by the way. He's going for an early push. Waiting for his medevacs, waiting for his tanks. Hybrid aggression by Björn. And it's going to be an awkward defense here for SOS. Björn goes in. He does try to go in behind the main. Nothing here. There's nothing in the main. Confirms 3 gates. 3-gate Robo. No Twilight Council. Really weird. Sorry, I've been focusing a lot on Björn scouting, but this is a really weird build here by SOS. He's going for a 3-gate opener, which is hyper aggressive, into an early Robo, into early Immortal and Bay. SOS is going to be vulnerable early on here. But Björn doesn't push. Ooh. Björn, he doesn't move out. There was potential for him to threaten the Robo, but Björn never scouted the... Oh, sorry, he did. He did scout the expansion. So now he knows. Yeah, Björn, he's confused as to what's going on. I don't blame him. He's just turtling up back at home. And I do think there was potential here to punish, for sure. There was potential. But SOS is getting away with it. No shot. He's getting away with it. No. So here we're just trying to turtle up, trying to secure ourselves. Meanwhile, we do see SOS. He did go for the prism after the immortal. So now he can move out, now he can reinforce. Again, early aggression here from SOS. And I don't think he can break the natural, but he doesn't need to. He can just drop into the main. Drop into the main base, go for the add-ons. Does he go for stim? He's going for the reactor. Oh, okay, there we go. There we go. He's going for stim and he's going to knock it down. Massive pickup. Stim is going to be denied. Oof. Yeah, denies stim, denies the reactor. There's a cancellation. Trades with the army. You just pick up. Yeah, you just pick up. Punish the cyclone. There's the pickup micro as well. Trading with the marine. He can just win the fight. No shot. Takes out the reactor once again. Breaks the lock on. SOS pulls away. So far, just a stronger start for SOS. And Beyond's timing is delayed. Delayed timing. Beyond is stuck back at home. From here, SOS should take a fourth base. Right? This is the moment. Take a fourth. Take a fourth base. Maintain a greater economy. There's a third CC in the main. Did SOS scouts? He did not. So SOS, he might be afraid of a 2-base all-in. We can see the third, so we know that Beyond is expanding. So SOS might be playing a little bit scared. I would like to see a fourth base, but SOS is reinforcing. He might just kill. He's just gonna send it. Huh. Oh no! Prism goes in, he commits, and the Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. He does distract the army. Tanks save rotate, naturals exposed. SOS moves in. He gets on top of the tanks, he gets 2. Yeah, 1, 2 tanks will go down. Oh, the 4, he locks him in. He locks him on the low ground. The SCVs, commit. He's not opposition, we don't need to. Commit in. Get friendly fire on the SCVs. Oof. Yeah, some miscontrol here from SOS. He could have A-moved in, Pap. He could have just gone for it. He could have killed everything. He can still trade. Yeah, he can still try to trade. Just going for the production instead. Catching out the Raven. Not quite. Raven gets away. And Beyond holds. Yeah, Beyond, he does hold on. He does defend. Does start 5 for now. Again, because of the tanks on the high ground, SOS didn't want to A-move into the SCVs, but if he had, he would have killed every single one. He would have forced so much friendly fire. Despite that, SOS still has some momentum. We'll see if he misses opportunity. He's going in again. He's going for the tanks this time. He's diving on the tanks. He gets 1. Going for the warp bit. He breaks 2 anyway. Yeah, he breaks 2 anyway. It doesn't matter. It takes out every single tank. 0 tanks left. And with that, SOS looking to make it into GSL this season. He failed to do so last time. GG gets called, and SOS, he will claim the series 2-0, qualifying for GSL. GG. No shot. GG, well played. Beyond was favored. Again, SOS did not qualify for season 1. You know, SOS, when I think of the hierarchy of Protoss players, you know, I think of herO, Classic, Zound being above SOS here. But this season, SOS, he makes it through the qualifier. He takes down Beyond to advance on into GSL season 2. GG. GG. This season, SOS will be a part of the main season. Congratulations. Beyond is going to be knocked down to the losers round, where he will have still to the wildcard qualifier, essentially, where he still has, I say wildcard, maybe like last chance qualifier is a better way of putting it. He will have a last chance to qualify amongst the other players that did go down in the main groups, like Trigger, for example. Trigger, Yang Yakov, Geralt, some of the other players, but GG well played. SOS does make it through. Congratulations. Does qualify for GSL. Crazy, man. What year is it? What year is it, man? What year is it? He makes it through. Crazy. With that, we have 2 qualifying matches left. 2 more to go. before we conclude the initial round 1 group stage. Up next, we're gonna be jumping into another ZVP. Un momento. Un momento here. There we go. So we're going to be jumping into another ZVP. We're going to be jumping into another matchup. SHIN versus Creator. Again, Creator, he's a player that did kind of like basically retire. For those who don't know, Creator, he did not play in GSL Season 1 qualifiers. He was the most notable player that was absent. He was absent from the qualifiers, which was a shame, which was a big shame as well. You know, big Creator fans here. You know, he's got a big heart as well, and to see Creator not take part was very heartbreaking. If you watch the behind the scenes video of GSL, you will know that Creator, he did show up for the GSL photo shoot just to cheer for his friends, right? He's good friends with Bjorn, he's good friends with Maru as well. They're very good friends, ex-Prime boys, of course, if you recall, from way back when. So Creator, he was there just to cheer for his friends, and they even like had a little brief, like a couple of brief words with him on camera. And Creator, he was like, no, yeah, like I started a job, you know, he's working on the next stage of his life, of course. So in my mind, at least, now that he's, you know, working elsewhere, he's not devoting everything to StarCraft like he used to, that I didn't think we'd see him again. But no, hey, he showed up for the qualifier. He showed up for at least the Season 2 qualifier. So great to see Creator again, not focusing in StarCraft as heavily as he used to be, but still he has made it to a qualifying match nonetheless. So I'm ready, I'm excited. I'm excited. Let's go. We're going to be jumping into and loading into Ruby Rock. Let's go. As we jump into our ZVP between SHIN and Creator. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have our goddamn. We have our South Green Zerg player. We have our Red Zerg representing himself. Currently teamless. It is SHIN. I'll fix up his name. There we go. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself. We have the South Green Protoss. It is Creator. Let's go. Let us go. Again, we have 2 qualifying matches remaining here. It is going to be a best of 3 between SHIN and Creator, and then we have a best of 3 between Zaun and Cure. Oh boy, so 2 qualifying matches remaining here tonight. And 2 more to go. Once we wrap up, we'll be going over the brackets, so we can all have a look together at the progress of these players and their roads to the GSL finals, to the GSL main event. We'll get there. So now we have our ZVP. Let's go. We have our ZVP. And we have our initial openers here. Hatch, Gas, Pool out of SHIN, going for a standard opener. Meanwhile, Creator back at home going for his own Gate, Expand. Standard opener at a Creator. Nothing crazy, nothing wild. When it comes to Creator's typical style, he is one that does like to mix in Glaive Adepts. He's willing to be aggressive. Otherwise, he is very often more mid-game oriented and has a little more mid-game play that he does typically bring to the table. Once again, welcome to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the more aggressive maps on the map pool. Aggression is favored, and that's why we've seen a lot of aggressive builds on this map, except for that one game, of course, between Bjorn and SOS, where we got to embrace a very long and later game, as Bjorn attempted and failed to turtle up. As we mentioned, it's difficult to turtle in this map. It's difficult to play out a longer game, just because of how open the bases are and how accessible they are. And how small the map is as well. Has a lot of factors. A lot of factors. Yes, from here we're settling in. I'm going for our Stargate opener. Everything's looking normal. Everything's looking standard. I mean, hey, after a series of SOS, like we gotta calm down, Dad. We gotta calm down. And not just SOS. To be fair, we've seen a lot of players be a little bit unusual in their play. Like Rogue as well also had some very unique builds and unique openers in his series. Now though, joining, saturating, third base is now being taken here for SHIN, and likewise Creator just going for a Stargate to Oracle into a third expansion. Really we're just waiting to see if he does go Void Ray first instead. Void Ray does lead kind of a different tech path and can lead into a different direction, but there it is, Oracle gets thrown down. Now we're going for the third expansion, and now the next big sign we're looking for here for Creator is the timing of the Twilight Council. Depending on the timing, that leads towards either early game aggression with Glaive Adepts, can lead into early Blink aggression, or it can lead into standard mid-game play. So we're looking at that Twilight Council timing. And this might be the most standard ZVP we've experienced here tonight. Like, we casted Rogue versus Trigger earlier, we casted SHIN versus herO earlier, so this is our third PvZ, and again, the previous two series were hyper aggressive, hyper intense, with non-stop like proxy hatches and hatch blocks and shenanigans from SHIN and Rogue, and even from herO as well. But again, this is the most like standard game that we've had so far in PvZ. They do pull away. Early Eva Chamber into +1 melee into Ling Hydra. So again, standard mid game here from SHIN. That is an early Twilight Council. You have my attention. So third base is taken, Twilight Councils gets thrown down early on, late Forge, so this is leading towards either early Blink or early Glaives. We'll see if we go for a later Forge or not. Yeah, Gateway's being thrown down. For now, I'm leaning towards Glaive Adepts. But we have seen these early Blink builds in recent times. Early Baliness here by SHIN, playing it safe. What does he see? He sees the gates. What? The Overlord, he sees. Yeah, he sees the early gateways. He's playing it safe. It's not going to be Glaives, it's going to be Blink. So the early Banelings is an overreaction. This is ideal against Glaive Adepts. It doesn't really help against Blink Stalkers. But that's still early Blink, early gateways here. It is going to be initially a 5 gates Blink setup. We need more gateways. There we go, getting up to 6 gateways. That's a lot of gates. Now from here we can go one step further. We can go for no gases at the third base, a light saturation, into a 7th gateway, and into a proxy 8th gateway if there's no robo, into a 3 base 8 gate all in. That's what I'm leaning towards here so far. Leaning towards an 8 gate 3 base all in. We'll keep an eye on Creator. So far it's on 6. The signs of further tech in the mid game is gases. Right? Gases being taken, further tech being taken. Leaves this around, nice around. Ooh, Creator gets caught. Yeah, he gets caught out losing 1 Stalker, losing 2 Adepts, losing the 3rd Stalker, sorry, the 2nd Stalker as well. Massive pickups. Heavy losses for Creator. Overlord into the main base. Late Forge. That's a sign of the mid game. So late Forge into now extra gases. Showing us that Creator is not going for a 3 base all in. Oracles, they poke into the natural, they get 2 worker kills. And now there's a higher chance we see gases and tech at a Creator. Still poking out, still has early Blink, still has all these Stalkers to make use of. Yeah, he's got to do something with them. You gotta get some damage. As I mentioned, yep, there are the gases. The Forge was the sign of gases and a 4th base and a Temple Archives or a Robo and a Bay. But it should be Temple Archives into Storm. Just because there's still no Robo, right? There's no Robo, so trying to work towards Colossus from here is going to be very awkward. Stalkers, they poke in. Dealing some damage. At the same time, the 4th is denied. Nice run by. Nice run by, nice counterattack. SHIN, he delays the expansion. Coming in for us. Ooh, attempting to come in for this round. Overseer gets highs on the 3rd. Stalkers, hey, they kill the 4th. Oh no, no shot. What? He saves it. He saves the 4th base. No transfuse either. He's crazy. Lings they collapse in. They punish the Stalkers, and so many Stalkers are going down. Heavy losses for Creator, even losing an Oracle. Ay. This should not have happened. Yeah, it should not have happened here. Heavy losses. 14 Stalkers go down. Ay. And somehow, someway, the 4th survives and doesn't even transfuse. There we go. Now finally does transfuse. Every Stalker falls. 1 Stalker survives, I should say. That's how many? 18? Yeah, 18 Stalker kills. Insane losses there for Creator. So expensive as well. And now Shin, he's just massing up his Ink Hydra. There's no need to drone. There's no need to drone. Shin, he has momentum. He knows it. He has crippled Creator. Time to build up the Ink Hydra and to push across the map and ensure that the fourth base never gets up. It never should get up. I was one shot away from going down as well. That was such a that was such a shame. 1, 2 Hydra kills. Is that 2? Yeah, 2. Setting up for a Bathing Run by. Yeah, here comes the Bailings. They should be rallied in towards the third. At the same time, Shin pushing on the top side towards the fourth. And again, Shin has momentum. The Stalker count is half as big as it should be. 18 Stalkers went down. This should not have happened. Shin moving in. Here come the Bailings. They're welding into the third. Creator, does he notice? Does he pay attention? Here come the Bailings. He does. He pulls away. Quick reactions there by Creator. Bailings do not connect. But the Ink Hydra still trading well. Yeah, still trading well. Still getting top of the expansion. Trickling forward. Zoning back the army. And while the army's distracted, the Nexus goes down. Yeah, the Nexus will fall. Creator cannot expand. Storm is not yet done. Hydras, they start to step in. It takes down the Templar. Yeah, Storm is not going to be a factor here. There are 0 Templar. Oh, almost gets the Immortal. Casito. Yeah, he wants it. He gets it. The Immortal goes down. And now she can just back up. He can just back up. He can just build back up. Again, he has not been droning. 6-7 workers. That is 3 base saturation. 3 base saturation. And now he starts droning. He doesn't need to be honest. We can just keep doubling down, but he's just being secure, so he's droning up a little bit. +2 has begun. Shin just getting further ahead. With droning up, that means he can afford infestation pits, into hive tech, into lurkers. Could even just go into lair tech lurkers. ¿Por qué no, papi? ¿Por qué no? Here comes Shin. Ready for a backstab. Oof. Yeah, moving in towards the left-hand side. Shin is about to max out. Now, there is one concern here, is that Shin did not throw down a pit. We could have seen Infestation Pit or a Lurker Den, one or the other, or both. But Shin, he's decided to stay on a Lair Tech army. And it does mean that if somehow Creator can hold on, he does have 5 high Templar. If he can land these storms, if Creator can just turtle up on 4 bases and take a bit of fight and just turtle up and work towards Sky Toss, and he can recover in this game. Like, there is a very slim chance, but again, it's slim. You know, Shin, he still has a massive lead, a massive advantage. It just comes down to the storms. And so far, zoning storms. Yeah, storms a zone, lane bank collapsing in, the storms are not good enough. And Shinny should break through. He should break through. Bailey's rolling forward. They're trying to make their way in. There's still a couple of storms left. Oh my god. Shinny pulls back, playing it safe, and he kills the 4th. Yeah, he just kills the 4th base, playing it safe. Takes down the expansion. Yeah, takes down the Nexus. Shin, he does pull back. Pulls back around. And Shinny moves in. He's going for it. Once again, there are a lot of storms available, but this time the 3rd is under fire. And the 3rd should fall So many Hydras, Banelings, they collapse in, they connect with the High Templar. There's 2 Templar left. Ooh. 2 Templar remaining. We do lay some Storms, and that was the final Storms. The final Storms. The Nexus will fall. And technically, Creator, he's holding against the army, but he has nothing else behind him. He lost his 4th base, lost his 3rd base. He's reclaiming a base on the south side. Creator, he does have an army to work with, but it's not getting any bigger. It's not getting any larger. So he's looking for the army. Shin, he did race back. Race back home, pivoting around. Hive is now complete. He does have his hive. I believe never got a lurker den. Yeah, no lurker den, which is a little bit weird. This would be a bit of a more secure game if we had a couple of lurkers in the mix, just to make sure that no counterattack could kill. But I mean, it's fine. Like, Shin is still ahead. It's fine. It's okay. As Creator rotates over. Once again, trying to keep up with the main army. Creator, he does have 7 Templar. So, like, as we mentioned before, because there's no lurkers, like, a couple of well-placed Storms can still win a fight. There's always a chance here with this many High Templar. Speaking of, Storms are connecting. Shake your fight for Shin. Oh. Now we're going for the lurker den. Again, this is late. Late lurker den, but he's working towards it. Creator's pushing. Without defensive lurkers, again, like, Shin defensively, his army's quite vulnerable. Shot, can Creator do this? No shot. Here come the Storms. They're in the Prism. They're in the War Prism. Creator looking for the army. Oh, High Templar has no energy. Yeah, brutal control. Hydras are coming from behind. They collapse on top of the mothership. Mothership goes down. Another Templar. No, he loses 1, losing 2. Yeah, 2 Templar go down. Heavy losses there for Creator. That was the one chance to win this game. But with his Templar, and he's down to 3. And there's no Storms. Yeah, no Storm. Not enough energy, not enough time. He needed more time. And with that, GG. GG gets called. Shin takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played with that. Shin, who will claim lead in the series. Again, Shin, he was able to double down, able to gain a stronger start, snowball out of control by breaking the 4th base time and time again. It all came down to the early Stalker aggression. If you remember, Creator, it all began with Creator pushing towards the 4th base, and he got caught out. He committed, he devoted so much to killing the 4th of Shin, and remember, he barely failed. It was like 1 shot away from going down. It was on single digit HP. Crazy that the base didn't fall, but he dedicated so much to it, he failed to kill it, and because he dedicated so much, he lost everything. He lost 18 Stalkers. 18 Stalkers went down, heavy losses there for Creator, and you can't afford those losses, not in the mid game. There's so many Stalkers, so much gas specifically was invested into that Stalker army, losing 18 Stalkers. That also meant that he lost his 4th because he couldn't maintain those losses, so he lost the 4th base, couldn't defend it without the army, and then Shin just went for a massive all-in from there. Just committed on 3 bases, on 3 base economy, 4th base just for lava, went pure Lingbane Hydra, and just knocked down the 4th base, knocked down the 3rd, and ensured that Creator could never recover. From there, you could definitely argue that Shin, he could have had a cleaner follow-up when it came to droning earlier and taking up into lurkers. As we mentioned, Shin was very late to do so. He was tunnel visioning and like hyper fixated on his lair tech army. I don't blame him. I don't think there was like a wrong choice there, but it did give Creator a chance, and that's why Creator, he was able to hang in there for like 10 extra minutes. He was still playing from behind and still punching up, but there was a very slim chance that Creator could still win a fight against a lair tech army, and he had some nice moments, but only a couple of moments. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. I'll fix it up. Un momento. In the top right-hand corner here of Tourmaline, we have the South Green Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing himself. Leading the series 1-0, it is Shin. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player, himself, the South Green Protoss down in the series. Can he bounce back? It is Creator. Let's go. Let us go. Obviously, what about the Hydra ability? I mean, it's something that is often achieved when it comes to late game ZVT and CVP. We often do see it, but it's never something that you like work towards. It's always like a passive upgrade that you get, and while you like tech up into lurkers or tech up into spellcasters in a different direction, it's just something that you that you do kind of. That it's a nice little addition, I suppose. Doesn't up too much. We mainly see it when it comes to like punishing armies. Like, if you can win a fight, you can chase, right? It helps you chase down medevacs, chase reinforcements, and punish an army turning around. So that in that case, it does come into play. That's usually where you see it in ZVT and ZVP. But here we go. Here we go. We're getting into game 2. Welcome to Tourmaline. Once again, Tourmaline is a hyper-aggressive map, and we'll see what kind of build Shin goes for. Last game, Creator went for early blink into early blink aggression, and you saw him go into 6k blink stalker, tried to push out across the map, tried to kill the 4th, failed to do so. Do we see early blink again? Do we see early glaives? Show us what you got. Eyes are on Creator. For now, Stargate. For now, Stargate opener once again, 2 games in a row. Stargate into a 3rd base. That is normal, that is standard. We're just looking to see the timing of the Twilight Council after the 3rd. Assuming that we go Oracle first. We're making that assumption. Void Ray openers are viable. They are viable, but we just haven't seen any today, and they're just very niche. They're very niche. Especially on a smaller map like Tourmaline. Void Rays, their goal is to hunt down the Overlords, to deny vision, deny scouting, and then you can hide tech. You can hide like a Twilight Council into Glaives, or second Stargate into Mass Void Ray, or Flash Fleet Beacon into a Carrier Rush or a Tempest Rush. But it is going to be Oracle first. So standard opener here by Creator. Ramir is going to be working towards his 3rd base. Likewise, it's going to be up to Shin to keep up with the Adepts and to keep up with the Oracles. And so far, he is keeping up. So far. Yeah. And with that, we're going to be settling in. We have Adepts threatening a Shade. Oracle's here to support. We're here to support back. So far, Shin is keeping up. Likewise, there's that 3rd base. As I mentioned previously, we're looking for the Twilight Council. By now, last game, the Twilight Council is already in production. Ooh, bit of a supply block. Yeah, a bit of a supply block there for the 3rd Oracle. But it looks like we're going for a much more standard Twilight Council timing. Yep, Twilight Council into Forge. So standard follow-up here. Last game it was early Council into delayed Forge into 6k Blink. This time a later Twilight Council into the standard Forge timing into a standard opener. So we're just playing standard. Oh, hello. Early Roach Warren this time out of Shin. Remember last game Shin he went for Ling Bane. Went for Ling Bane into Ling Bane Hydra. This time Shin going for the early Roach Horn into a later Evo Chamber, no plus on melee, nulling Hydra this time. Roach Horn is scouted. Now the question becomes, are we actually going to invest into Roaches, or do we go into some further tech here? Do we go into a Spire, for example, or into Hydra? So far 4 drones, nice run by, nice flyby. Nice damage out of Creator. Gas is now being taken. Getting up to 4 gases. Lair is almost done. That's why we're waiting. Do we go for the Spire or the Hydra Den? It's typically one or the other. Technically, we could see like double Evo Chamber into like Roach Speed and Roach Range into like heavy Roach Ravager play. Lair is now done. We're getting to Roach Speed. Hello. Yeah, once we see Roach Speed, Spire gets thrown down. We are playing Mutas, that's why we brought it up. So Roach is into Mutas. Very, very cheeky build here by SHIN. It's very risky as well. If he gets scouted, then Creator can just hard shut this down with Phoenix production. That's only if he gets scouted. So playing Mutas is very high risk, high reward. High risk, high reward. Stalkers, they poke in. So far, SHIN is holding. Remember, this is light aggression compared to last game. We do have Stasis Routes behind this, and SHIN fails to trigger. Fails to bait them out. Coming from behind. There we go. Does bait. Now going for the dive. Collapsing in the army. Blink is not yet done. Oracles are helping. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4 Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. Rough losses there for Creator. He gets shut down. He gets punished. The aggression so far has not been worth it. Creator forced back, and the Spire is unscouted. Oh boy. Unscouted Mutas can in the game, straight up. Like they they can get across the map, they can get into the mineral lines. Now thankfully we do have Blink, so Blink Stalkers will help defensively. They will help keep up, but I'm concerned. Stalkers are getting called out here. They do Blink, but Lings they can just chase. Yeah, they can. They will give chase. They're going to surround here. Stalkers will go down. Losing 1, losing 2. Oh, no, just 1. Okay, 1 Stalker. Could have been worse. Phoenix production has begun. Interesting. What do we see? Ah, he saw the Spire. Yeah, did cover the scouts. It did catch eyes on the Spire. There we go. Second Stargate. Phoenix production has begun. Quick reactions here by Creator. Throwing down cannons. Throwing down shield batteries. Creator thankfully does realize what's going on. Creator, he's aware. Mutas are coming, but Creator, he's had some precious seconds to respond, and now he's at home. He's ready at home. Cannons do finish, and these Mutas, they will not end the game. They will not end the game. So far, just 2 probe kills. Phoenixes are ready. And we mentioned earlier, that's why there's such a big risk here. If you get scouted, you get shut down so hard, and SHIN, he will lose every single Mutalisk. Yeah, every Muta goes down, only for 5 probes. Not worth it. It's not worth it. Heavy losses here for SHIN. And he's gonna double down? Oh no. SHIN is going +1 flyer attack, more Muta play. He's committing. How many Mutas has he lost? 8. Yeah, we're getting up to 13. Yeah, he's gonna try to make this work. I mean, the hope is that the hope that SHIN is going for, he just threw away all his Mutas, so there's a chance that maybe Creator stops Phoenix production. Maybe he stops. We know better. He's still making more. So Creator's fine. Yeah, Creator's fine. The Mutas reveal themselves. Creator should be feeling good about this. He's getting another Stargate. Yeah, another Stargate, more Phoenixes. Now, what this Mutafalk is achieving is at least it's gaining map control. Behind this, we have a Hive on the way, +2 melee. I believe the goal here is Ultras. I believe the goal here is survive until Ultras, and then maybe SHIN can hold on and survive and make a game out of this. Hey, gets 2 pylons, sorry, gets 2 probes. Gets 2 probes, pulls away, not bad. It's something. And we're waiting for the Ultra Cavern. Now, again, my assumption is that we're building up to Ultras. If that's the plan, if the plan is to build up into Ultras, there's a massive window here. There's a massive opening available for Creator to end the game before Ultra Tech. Oh. Does catch a Colossus, though. Not bad. Yeah, taking the prison. Does commit into the Colossi as well. Commits into the Phoenixes, and we're going to throw everything away. Yeah, the Mutas are going to be thrown away. They trade the best they can. Hive is now done. Main army's pushing in. Creator is pushing before any kind of Hive tech. Bailing speed isn't even done. Yeah, no bailing speed. And thankfully for SHIN, there's no storm. Yeah, no storm to worry about. We're catching out more Stalkers. Chasing down the army. Can we get on top of the Colossus? No shot. He wants the Colossus. He wants him. Bailey's rolling in. Yeah, Stalkers, they try to blink away. Oh god, so many Stalkers go down. Heavy losses there for Creator. Yeah, messy push here from Creator, and there's that Ultra counter. As you mentioned, the goal is survive. Survive until Ultras. That's the win condition for Shin. Survive until Ultras. Can he get there? Again, that was a shaky push from Creator. It was messy. It was messy, Pappy. As now he's going for Archons. There is no Templar Archive, so no Storm. That's again, ideally we would have had a Storm follow-up here. We're going to Colossus into Archon Immortal. Now, Creator, if we can read, of course, ahead of time that it's going to be Ultra Tech, I'm sure Creator knows as well. So he's making 2 models at a time. He's getting ready for the anti-Ultra army. He knows. Creator, he's played some StarCraft before. Like, he knows kind of where this leads. Into Ultras. Meanwhile, no, Microbial Shroud, let's go! The goal here is Microbial Shroud supporting the Ultras to allow them to break through the initial Crown Army. Nice damage. 9 drone kills. Yo, we're playing like Heart of the Storm. We got Corruptors to deal with the Colossus. I mean, hey, it works. I mean, it can work. As Phoenixes, they gotta be careful, they're being caught out. Oof. Yeah, the Phoenixes are getting caught. Oof, losing an Oracle as well. Bit of miscontrol out of Creator. Yeah, he's going too far in, and he thankfully does pull away. And here comes Creator. Here comes the main army. Alright, what do we have? We have 4 Immortals, we have 6 Archons, 3 Colossus. This is a pretty beefy, it's a pretty beefy army. It's pretty hefty. How many Ultras? There are 4 Ultras in production. I'll be honest, before they pop out, Creator, he can push through. Yeah, he can push in. He can break on through here. He's got a death ball of an army. And Shin, he cannot engage. No, without, even with the Ultras, that's not enough. Only 4 Ultras, that's not good enough. Here he comes. He's walking in. We got 29 Banelings on the way. They're not going to finish, and with that, we just A-move in. Yeah, Creator, he just A-moves in. He cleans up every single. He should clean up most of the Banelings. They do finish up. They try to crash in to go for the Colossus. Yeah, he breaks on through. The Banelings, they connect as best they can. The Archons survive. The Immortals as well, and we just keep on pushing. We just keep on pushing. We just A-move in. Again, Shin cannot stop this. In the end, the Mutas were not worth it. Mutalists, they were not worth it. They got shut down. Boys are being pulled into Archons of all things. And we're going to the ace match. We're going to game 3. As Creator, he overwhelms, breaks through Shin, GG gets called, and Creator ties up the series 1-1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. We're going to the ace match. Once again, Shin, he attempted to go Mutas, and as we tried to mention at the time, going to Mutas, it is very high risk, high reward. You are very dependent on not being scouted. And if you get scouted, then you get shut down. If there's no scout, then you can wreak havoc, kill probes, force panic out of your opponents. But due to that scout, due to the precious seconds that Creator had, he was able to throw down cannons, warp in more stalkers, set up defensively, begin his Phoenix production, and hard shut down the Mutas, and they were not worth it whatsoever. We did mention that the win condition there for Shin was get into Ultra Tech, but he never got there. He never got there. The game ended just before Ultras really came into play. Creator, he was able to break out, and Pureling Bane cannot deal with that kind of death ball of an army. No shot. Cannot deal with it. GG, well played. With that, we are loading into the ace match. Going to be loading into White Rabbit. Here we go. We are loading into White Rabbit, and spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbit. So we have our South Korean Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? Can he qualify for GSL? It is Shin. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Korean Protoss. It is Creator. And tying up the series 1-1 and forcing that ace match. Let's go. Let's go. As we're here, we made it into game number 3, that final game of the series, and we'll see how Creator will approach this. I would imagine that after game 1, Shin will not be going back into Muta play. Spire Tech is, I would say, a little bit better on larger maps like White Rabbits, but you don't want to go Mutas 2 games in a row. That's something that you mix into a series. That's never something you want to rely upon. So we should be calming down from here. Here we're calming down, we're building up. We have our own gate expand out of a creator. Likewise, Hatchgas pull out of SHIN, taking his own natural base. From here, where our eyes are going to be on Creator when it comes to the Twilight Council timing once again. We're expecting Stargate Opener into a third base. But welcome to White Rabbit. White Rabbit is a larger map of the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Because of that, aggression is not anywhere near as favored. So, for example, game 1, you saw Creator go 6 Gapeling Stalker. There's less of a chance of that happening here on White Rabbit. Likewise, there's more of a chance of us building up into a longer game. Again, Muta play would have been viable here, but seeing it in game 2, now we can't. I would say now we can't really use it for game 3. So we'll see if Creator goes for an earlier council or a later council. Here we go. It is. Oh my god. Wait, Twilight Council opener? Okay. The Creator does mix things up. I was expecting Stargate into Twilight Council, but no, Twilight Council first had a Creator. This is a rarer site. Now, eyes are on the gases. So far, we have 3 and 3 in gas. I'm curious if we're going for a Dark Shrine into a DT-based opener. There's the Robo. If we pull out a gas, that's a sign of Glaives. If we stay in, should be Dark Templar. He's pulling out. So you can see he does pull out. So we have 2 and 2 in gas. It should be early Glaives. Should be. Overlords are moving in. There we go, Glaives, as we did mention. Now, I should also emphasize this. This is not an all-in. This is 4 gate Glaive Adepts. If we had stayed 3 and 3, 6 in gas, then we can go into 6 gate Glaive Adepts. But because it's only 2 and 2, 4 in gas, it should only be 4 gates. So 4 gate Glaives into the Robo, into the Prism, into the move out across the map. Aggression here is definitely on the table, of course, but we should be expanding behind it. Or building up into a third base. So 4 gate Glaives. Waiting for the War Prism to move out across the map. Here comes that Prism. Here comes Creator. Now, so far, SHIN, he does read this well. SHIN, he has eyes on the would-be third expansion. The Overlords are in position, looking ready to kind of move out. SHIN does throw down a safety Roach Warren, so that's a 345, 340-ish Roach Warren timing. Very early, very safe, so he does have access to Roaches for the all-in. Or, sorry, I say for the all-in, for the Glaive Adepts. So this shouldn't get too much damage done. SHIN has the tools to defend, but it comes down to the control, it comes down to the execution. Now, if Creator fails to do damage here, he's going to be in a rough position. He needs to at least trade well. Like, he needs to get some damage done because we're going to go for a delayed third expansion. So the pressure's on Creator. He's moving out. We can see spores on the way. Remember, SHIN doesn't know what this is. It could be Dark Templar. So he's getting spores in case of DTs. Adepts are revealed, and now SHIN knows. Yeah, now SHIN knows. Roaches are amassing. Adepts, they try against over the Queen. They do. 1 Queen goes down. He gets 1. He gets 2. Oh, heavy losses. Heavy losses here. 2 Queens do fall. Ay, ay, ay. SHIN, he does try to dive in. Creator trades well. Cleans up all the lings. Shedding across. Doesn't do economic damage, though. Catching 2 Queens is good, but we didn't kill any drones. No drone kills yet. Immortal production has begun in preparation for the Roach counterattack. There's that third expansion, as we mentioned. Remember, 4 gate Glaives is not all in. You want to expand behind it, but SHIN, he's going for a massive counterattack. SHIN is massing up Lings, massing up Roach Ravager. SHIN wants to punish. So SHIN is setting up for a counterattack. Adepts stage up into the main. SHIN is ready. He's ready for the Adepts. Ooh, I like the Dark Shrine, actually. DT follow-up here by Creator, but is this too late? I don't know if it's going to come into play when it comes to the all-in that SHIN is going for. Here comes SHIN. He's already pushing. Yeah, SHIN is moving out. Meanwhile, SHIN, he does start 4 drones and the lairs. That tells us that SHIN is planning for a longer game. But can he break the third? He might be able to. Yeah, he might be able to. Collapsing the expansion. Pylon the pylon. Pylon does go down, depowers the battery. And so far we have some good juggling here with the Immortal, but the army is going to fall. Yeah, the depths are falling. Roaches, they move in. The Creator being zoned away. I say that. Can we actually break down the expansion though? The Wilds! Oh my god! The Wilds, they graze the prison. The prison barely survives. The Immortal goes down. Yeah, the Immortal does fall. We have a back of Immortal. Creator, he's holding. He's holding on. The control, the micro. The 1 HP prism. No, sure, he does hold on. He cleans up the army, and that means that that Dark Shrine is coming into play. Yeah, Dark Shrine is finishing. He can soon counterattack. Now, there are some spores. Remember the spores from the beginning of the game. We have a spore outside the natural, spore in the third, and a spore in the main base. So the spores... we're now going into Muta play? Oh, god. I did mention at the start of the game that I do like mutas on White Rabbits, but it's so risky going for mutas after it failing in game 2. Does Creator scout the Spire? That's the better question. DTs are waddling in. Oh, we don't want to reveal our hand too soon. Yep, drops into the main base. Shin is ready. Second DT does not move in, so he doesn't scout the third. He doesn't see the Spire. The Spire is in between the third and the natural. This can work. As I mentioned earlier, if this goes unscouted, this can work. And we have our Archon drop follow-up. You can see Shin hunting for the Dark Templar. Now, because of the opener, because of the initial glaives, it's glaives into charge. There's no blink, right? There's no blink, so there's no bare minimum to defend against the mass muta. Lings, they catch at the army. They force a recall. Catching out 2 sentries and the Stalkers as well. And remember, there's no blink. Archon drop into the main base. Good damage. Denying mining. Yeah, it does deny mining. This is still getting out of hand. Yeah, it's getting out of hand. Oof. Yeah, with that, the Archons are going down, Creator losing too much, and here come the mutas. They're coming. The mutas, unscouted as well. That's the terrifying thing. Yeah, now we have cannons on the way. More Archons are morphing in, getting a cannon in every mineral line. That will help, but remember, there's no Stargate. There's no Stargate, there's no blink. Mutas, they dive on the Stalkers, they can just chase them down. And Lings are flooded. No, no, the wall's open! Yeah, the wall is open, the wall's at a wall. The Lings, they get a surround on the Immortal. They distract the main army, and mutas, they do go in. So far, no major damage, I will say that. Yeah, no major damage yet. Now hitting the third base. Yeah, they hit the expansion. Once again, no major damage here. Creator is going for a massive counterattack. Does he have enough Archons? That's the question. It looks like he might. Yeah, he has 2 Archons, soon to be 3. The Archons for anti-air. Mutas are trying to collapse in. And there's going to be 3 Archons. This is a hefty army with all these Immortals. And remember, mutas, they can't engage. Oh, does catch 1 Archon on its own. Oh, does he though? Yeah, he gets 1. Going for the second. Nice control. This does distract Creator. He's buying more time. Yeah, Shin is buying more time. Dragging Creator all the way back home. It turns everything back around, and as a result, Shin is gearing up. He's gearing up. Honestly, Shin was vulnerable. Shin, he has 6 roaches. He has 6 roaches. He has 17 lings. Shin does not have an army. Doesn't have much on the ground. Creator, he can snowball out of control. He just has to push. We just gotta go. We gotta send it. We need to move out. The Creator turns around again. There we go, catching some reinforcing mutas. It's only 2 Archons. Oof, Prism goes down. No more juggling. And once again, Creator, he's just chasing the mutas. No, he's distracted. Yeah, Robo goes down, no more Warpism. Now here comes the push. It is late. It's a late push. And is there enough anti-air? We'll see. It's all or nothing. Creator's all in. It's all or nothing. Pushing right through the center. What do we have to defend? We have 6 roaches, 26. Again, there's barely anything on the ground. It's all about the mutas. And so far they catch reinforcements. Catching out one of the Archons. He gets 1, he gets 2. He's going to get both. But he still sustains some heavy losses here. A lot of mutas going to be going down. And Creator, he commits. And he has to keep all the stalkers together. He's going to keep them together here. Takes down the Spire. Ideally, back at home, he morphs in more Archons. Catching out more reinforcements. Again, we got to keep everything together. Speaking of, yep, Stalkers, they do collapse together here. We have how many mutas? We have 23. 23 mutas. He can overwhelm, and he will. Yeah, he can, and he will. He takes down every single Stalker. Again, we need Archon support. Without Archons, we can't punish the mutas, and every Stalker goes down. At the same time, yeah, we're just falling apart. Creator is just running out of units. He does take down the natural, but the mutas will clean everything up. Eventually, they will kill everything. Just not enough anti-air, not enough Archons. Losing 3 Immortals. I do think that Creator needed to push earlier, much sooner, before the muta count got too high. And he misses window. He misses window, he misses timing. Creator will lose the army. Now SHIN can counterattack, and back at home, what is there? We have 1, 2. We have 2 Archons, a handful of Blink Stalkers. Blink is done this time, but yeah, Creator might have just missed his moment. He missed that, papi. Oh god. He misses moments as mutas, they dive into the bases. Pushing further in. And he's pushing further in, collapsing on the final Stalkers. Oh, trying to at least. Creator is holding his own. SHIN, he rotates. Behind this, he's just droning, right? He's just droning, saturating, retaking his bases, reclaiming his economy. We've built up to 37 mutas. To an apocalypse of mutas. Aha. It's happening. Yeah, Creator trying to keep up, but again, the SimCity working against him. And SHIN is doing it. Just pivoting back and forth, punishing the immobility here of Creator's army. Creator trying to keep up. Remember, Creator, he never had a Stargate, never had Phoenixes. As they collapse in, they take down the third. Massive damage here at the third base. Critical damage. And we can afford some of these losses. Oh, we do stack a little bit too much against the Archon. Gotta be careful. As he does collapse in the Archon, we'll focus it down. Down goes the Archon, and now it's only Stalkers. Only Stalkers, and again, like they can shoot up, but they're not ideal. Yeah, they're not ideal anti-air. In the end, SHIN, he has done it. He will be qualifying. I mean, hey, he made it into the top 4 of Season 1 of GSL, and GG gets called. SHIN, he will qualify for Season 2. Whew, GG. GG, well played. If you recall, I was very concerned with the idea of SHIN going into mutas 2 games in a row, especially because Creator, he had built up a death pool of an army of Archons, of Immortals, of Stalkers. But remember, Creator, he spent so much time chasing the mutas, wasted so much time chasing. It gave SHIN the opportunity to build up more mutas, build up a greater ground army as well to survive the eventual push. Again, it was like, what, 3, 4, 5 minutes too late, and that meant that SHIN, he could punish the reinforcements, get across the map, buy more time, and eventually build up critical mass of mutas. Critical mass. By the time that Creator moved that across the map, the Archons, they were not a part of it anymore. They got focused down, they got caught in the center, they were not a part of the main army, and GG. GG, well played. With that, SHIN does claim the series, and with that, SHIN qualifies for GSL. Creator is going to be knocked down to that last chance qualifier match, to the last chance group, if you will, for another opportunity to make it through. Best of luck. Best of luck to Creator, as we have one final qualifying match left. Let's go. We made it. Una más, papi. Una más. Oh boy, it's going to be best of three series here between Zaun and Cure. The final qualifying match in the first round, bearing in mind there's still that last chance qualifier, that last chance kind of group, if you will, that is still going to be available to the losing players, of course. But for now, we're going to be jumping into our PVT, and then we'll be going over the groups themselves to have a look at the trajectory of the road of all these players and where it all led. Let's go. Let's jump into Ruby Rock. Game 1. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Onside. It is Zaun. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go, battery, let's go. Whew, have we made it? So we've made it here to the final qualifying match here in the first group stage, if you will. Afterwards, we'll be going over all the matches, all the groups, going over everything that has been going on. We'll get there. We will get there. So now we do move out. Again, welcome to our PVT here. Both Zaun and Cure, they're both worthy of being a part of GSL of the main season. But again, there's a lot more competition this time, especially with all the foreigners, right? So Clem, he already qualified for the GSL. He will be a part of this season, of course. We have other foreigner players as well, players like Trigger, players like Rainer as well. They're also in the brackets. We didn't get to cast a single Rainer series as he didn't make it to a qualifying match, but it was also in the bracket as well. I did hear some people talk about Rainer versus SOS, so I would imagine that they played at some point. Considering that SOS was a part of a qualifying match and Rainer wasn't, then we can assume who won there. Make that assumption. For now though, Gate expands. Gate expand here by Zaun. Going for a standard opener, meanwhile double gas out of Cure. Going double gas here into a faster factory, into a more tech heavy start. We're getting into a more tech restart. That means faster factory, delayed CC. We should be getting a CC on the high ground just to be safe. Otherwise, we could get one on the low ground to cut some corners. We'll see how Cure does follow up. From here, we can go into Reaper Hellion. We can go into early Cyclone play, early tank push, early Banshee play as well, even into Wouldn't drop play. So we'll see where Cure takes us when it comes to our safer and more tech-heavy start. Oh boy. And when it comes to our TVP here, Cure, he has some of the best TVP in the world. Straight up, he has arguably, I would say, top 2 alongside Clem. Borderline better than Maru's TVP as well. Cure has, again, like, even there was a time a couple of years ago, we had straight up the best TVP in the world. That was back in, what, like 2023-ish era of StarCraft? It was a couple of years ago. Where even Clem looked up to Cure. That was, of course, before Clem's rise of dominance. That was a couple of years before. During the EPT era of StarCraft. And we'll see how he handles himself here. So far, it does open up Reaper Hellion, by the way. Now, when you commit yourself into this much Reaper Hellion, the goal is economic damage, right? The goal is to build up your Reaper Hellion, push in past the army into a mineral line, whether it's the main base, whether it's the natural instead, and to wreak havoc. Now, because of the double gas opener, Zaun is playing safe. We have a battery on the natural and a battery in the main. So Zaun, he's ready. Even if the Reaper Hellion gets into a mineral line, Zaun should not lose workers. If he does, then what was the point of investing into the batteries themselves? So Zaun, he's ready. We have a triple Reaper, double Hellion. Reapers into the main base, Hellions into the natural. Reapers, they don't quite catch Transferring Probe, but we do collapse in. They're going into the mineral line, Hellions are deflected, one Hellion goes down. Reapers into the main, and the battery does out-heal the damage output of 3 Reapers. Oh, the force field, he's zoned away. Yeah, zones himself out. 1 probe falls, just the 1. So 1 probe kill. Now, overall, ideally Cure wanted more damage. That is true, but at the same time, Cure, he retained his army, right? He retained the Reapers, he retained one Hellion. So far, it was a better trade for Zaun, but Cure can at least threaten, keep threatening, as he does retain the army. Behind this, we're on 2 bases. We do have 3. We have 2 gates in the main, and we have 1 gateway on the lower ground, so 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into the Robo here. Safe play by Zaun, going for a later 3rd base. Cure is checking for the 3rd location, and he's confirming there is no 3rd. So he knows that this is a safer build out of Zaun. At the same time, Mind Drop into the main. Pylon does scouts. Stalkers in position. Zaun is ready. Cure, he knows he got spotted by the Pylon. Rotating around behind this early Liberator. Interesting. Going for the early Lib. Dives in. Dives behind the mineral line. Catching out 2 probes. Catching out 3. Man, not bad. And even saves the mine as well. Blink is not yet done. Yeah, nice moves by Cure, getting 3 probes and even saves the Widow Mine. At the same time, the Reapers are still checking for the 3rd, and the 3rd is still not out, by the way. Yeah, very delayed. We can see Zaun going for the early Templar Archives. Okay, now we see why. So, insanely late 3rd base in favor of the Templar Archives. This is in favor of early Storm. So it's an early Storm build. This is very safe. If Cure was to go for a 2-base all-in, then Zaun will be ready with Storm. Like, Storm is going to be ready in time for any kind of early 2-base push. The downside is late forges, late upgrades, and late 3rd base and late economy coming into the mid-game. Oh. Zaun does pull away, losing another probe. That is 4 probe kills. And we'll see how Cure does play this out and whether he recognizes what's going on. He scout. Yeah, he saw. Never mind. So Cure is fully aware. He did scouts. Liberator won't get much done, but Cure, he did scout the early tech. He is fully aware. As a result of that, Cure, he has a choice to make. Either he shouldn't commit on 2 bases. We should be seeing a 3rd. Typically, early Storm forces you to play into the mid game. Now Zaun takes his own 3rd base at 620, and yep, there's a 3rd CC for Cure. So again, very late 3rd, very low economy, worse upgrades, but early tech. If Cure didn't scout and if he pushed on 2 bases, then he'd just be completely shut down. So we're forcing some macro. We're forcing macro. Yeah. Sorry, just posture check in the chat. Posture check. It's been a long cast. We've been live for almost 6 hours. To be fair, we did have like a 1.5 hour countdown timer. To be fair. So like 4.5 hours of casting. It's been straight though, like no breaks whatsoever. So my voice is a little bit strained, so I do apologize. No breaks, Pappy, no breaks. Just non-stop casting. But there we go. Cure sets up his 3rd. As we mentioned, again, because Cure scouted the early Storm, like there's no push. There's no push. We're claiming our 3rd base. And we should be building up into a longer macro game. In doing so, I do favor Zaun, given the kind of game state that we're getting into. Zaun does have a shaky mid game, that is true, and he's behind in upgrades, but the goal here for Zaun should now be to contain. To contain Cure. And to mass expand, we'll see if he can. As Cure does go for much earlier ghost production. As opposed to Beyond, if you recall, Beyond he went for earlier Liberators, but the early Storm build here from Zaun does force early Ghosts. Storm drop is coming in. And we're coming in with a storm drop. Ooh. We try to. Sound is forced away. He's zoned away. Curie defends. Oh, did I not? Oh, my apologies. Sorry. Just realized that I still had Shin's name in the in-game overlay, so I do apologize, but it's not fixed. It's been a long cast, man. It's been a long cast. So I do apologize. It is down. It's just early in the previous series, Shin, he was going by a different ID, so did have to manually change his name. But is Senor down. Oh, sorry, we were locked in, man. We were locked in. So here we're building up our Colossus, setting up in towards the mid game. Likewise, Curie is also getting a 4th CC. I mean, hey, strap yourselves in. We're going to be here for a while. The goal here is for Curie to fight for his 4th, and we'll see if he can take it. Zan is here. He's ready. Ready to deny the expansion. Both players are maxing out. Here comes the 4th base. This is Zan's moment. Nope. As first storm does land. Oh, brutal storms. Yeah, storms do land. There's still another storm in the chamber. Storms are good, but Cure, he expands. Yeah, he breaks on through. He does position. Tanks push forward. Fourth base is getting up, and now Cure can max. Now he can max out. Now he can afford his fusion core into Liberator. Down, he fails to deny the 4th base, and this is a big power spike for Cure. Now Zan, he can take the rest of the map, of course, but now with the 4th expansion, Cure can max. A 5th base would be huge. A 5th base would be devastating, actually. Zan, he's trying to take over his side of the map. I still do think that Zan should be expanding more aggressively and should be already at this point taking bases from Cure. So Zan, he's being a little bit too timid. Considering he has, what, 2,000 minerals? So once again, he tries to move in. Nice EMP. EMP on the gateway units. Vikings that respond. Sounds still trying to force his way in. Oh. Storm zones. No Liberators yet. Fusion core is just now on the way. That will be for Liberator range. Vikings that collapse in. Nice EMP. EMP lands, but there's still storms. Yeah, there's still, what, 2 storms available. Oof. Yeah, storm goes off. I believe that was the final storm. I don't know, never mind. There's still a full high tempo back here. Never mind. It's Vikings that collapse in. Trying to get on top of the Colossus. So far as down, he does protect. The buffer is still standing. Nice focus firing here on the top of the Vikings. But he cannot break through. Yeah, he cannot break through. Oof. Yeah, Zan does overextend, losing 1, losing 2 Colossus. I know. Yeah, heavy losses for Zan, losing all 3 Colossi. Aye, aye, aye. Whoever stays is welcome. Again, considering how few storms he had, surprised he kept pushing. And Zan will lose everything. He'll lose everything. Cure, he breaks out. Storms will contain Cure. But you can see Zan plummet in supply. Very rough fight. Zan backs out. Cure, he's broken free. And now Zan, as Zan rotates towards the 3rd base, Cure, he pushes. Yeah, he's pushing across the map. Doing recall. I commit. We're going for the base trade. We're going for the base trade. Zan keeps going. Cure turns around. Yeah, Cure is racing back home. The 3rd base will fall. And he turns around with half the army. Yeah, turns around with half. As Secure does keep going. Pushing towards the triangular third base. ICP. He's down. What's the plan? What do we do? Do we turn around? Do we keep going? And does turn back. And likewise, so does Cure. So Cure settles for 2 bases. Down settles for 1. Better trade for Cure. Knocks down another Nexus. And the Cure should make it back home. He's making it back home. Down, he'll try to catch him. Zan is moving in. He still has plenty of High Templar, 6 Templar, plenty of Storms. Prism attempts to get into the main. Does go for the warp in. Ooh. EMP says turn back the army. Zelsa warp into the main base. Cure is distracted. There are some ghost reinforcements to defend. It's an expensive defense here. He's going to lose ghosts. Oh no, losing 1. Yeah, it does lose some ghosts. Ghosts are going to be delayed, but it's a very heavy ghost. How many ghosts do we have? 18. Oh my god. That's a lot of ghosts. That's a lot of EMPs. A very heavy ghost army. Storm does crazy army. More storms coming in. How many Templar do we have? 4. Only 4 Templar left. I do appreciate that Zan does keep them back, so they don't get caught by EMPs. But I'm concerned here by the lack of Templar. Earlier we had like, what, 8 Templar? Now down to 4. Oof. EMPs, they catch the army. Cure establishing a 5th expansion. We mentioned earlier that a 4th base is a big power spike for the Terran. To get a 5th, that is huge. Again, you almost rarely see this kind of game state. What I mean by that, look at the mineral income, look at the resources here. The Terran player has a bigger bank than the Protoss. Like, that is almost never seen in late game TVP. That is brutal. And that comes down to lack of expansions. Like, Zaun, he lost the bases earlier. In this kind of game states, Zaun should have map control, should have more bases, and should have a greater bank. That isn't the case, and Zaun is behind. Like, Zaun is struggling. Ay, ay, ay. Zaun tries to collapse in. Vikings being focused down. So far, decent positioning with the Stalkers. Does catch a couple of Vikings. So run by at the same time, distracting Cure. We have still only 4 High Templar. CC will be focused down, zoning Storms. Oof. I mean, so far, nice Storms. Does bait the army in. Blinks forward. He's going for it. He tries to go for the dive. Cure does not take the bait. Doesn't take the bait at the same time. Zelsa made the way into the main. And something that we've been lacking here for Cure, he does have a very ghost heavy composition. We're the Liberators, right? He had the fusion core earlier. He has limited range. He never got into it. There's 6 Colossus. Well, that's why. 6 Colossi. We're stuck making Vikings. He's stuck with the Vikings. We're getting a 7th Colossus, by the way. 7 Colossi. It's crazy. Okay. I mean, now we know why there are so few High Templar. Instead of just going for the heavy Colossus count. Okay, up to 5 Templar. Going up to 5. Oh, the closer exposed. Oh no! Losing 3. Yeah, 1. Oh, just 1 going down. 2 of them are so low. But rough movement here from Zaun. Yeah, some shaky army positioning. We have to be careful. Good look after the army. The AMPs connects. He gets 1, he gets 2. That's 3 Colossus falling in total. We're down to 4. 4 Colossus left. Once again, some heavy losses there for Zaun. Okay, so moving in. So trying to move in. Zaun once again counterattacking. Built up to 12 Vikings. Kira splitting up his army. Very nice split. Takes down the expansion. Zan responds. Zan forced to respond. Oof. EMP lands. EMP lands on 1 Templar. 1.5. There's still, what, 3 storms remaining. Nice position here with the Stalkers. Another EMP lands. Oh no, no! That was a misclick, by the way. Oof. Okay, EMP goes off once again. EMP goes off. Now we're collapsing in. Jesus, that storm did so much damage. He just went through the storm. We'll see if it's worth it. Yeah, we'll see if it's worth it. Yeah, it is. He does take down the Colossus one after the other. Nova's going to be going off. Oh, it does graze the army. But he breaks through. He does bust on through here again. No storms. The Templar gets shut down. Disruptors are on cooldown. And we just keep pushing. We can keep pushing. At the same time, Zelda do distract, but the bunkers, sorry, the planetary's almost done. Commit, Pappy, commit. Oh no! It goes on their own. Messy play here from Cure. He responds to everything. He F2's back home. Oh. Yeah, that was a bit of an F2. Okay, turning back around. We can lock in. There's 2 Templar left. Only 2 Templar. They're back here. There should be 1 storm each, so minimal storms, no Colossus. Minimal splash damage, relying heavily here on disruptors. Once again, the low amount of liberators is going to be hurting Cure. How many Vikings? 12. Yeah, the Vikings, they don't really have many uses here. So this tech switch may work for Zaun. Cure coming from behind. That's going up. Catching out a couple of ghosts. Cure distracted by the Zealots. And Cure's distracted. Planetary's going to go down. Oh, never mind. Zaun pulls away. And pulls away. Cure barely holding on. Another Zealot runs into another planetary. Cure now collapsing in. And now Liberator production has begun. Again, he's aware, of course, that he needs those Liberators. It's been a long time coming. That is a lot of Novas, a lot of Disruptors. Oh no, he gets 1! Oh, massive EMP. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. 3, 4, 5 Disruptors. 1 Nova connects. It was a brutal Nova. That was what? That was so many Disruptors going down. Heavy losses for Zaun. I'm waiting for the update. There it is, 6 Disruptors. Oof. In 1 fell swoop, there's 1 Disruptor left. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, there's almost no splash damage. Just 1 Purification Nova. Massive EMPs. Vikings, they can land. Disruptor goes down. And there we go. They land on the army. They get a full surround here. And Curie snowballs out of control. Again, we saw that Curie was in control this entire game. The moments when he took his 4th. Like his 4th expansion. I mean, the 5th base was like this. He sealed the deal with the 5th. Like that was crazy. GG gets pulled, and Cure takes game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Really rough mid game there from Zaun. Winding it back, Zaun he was playing very safe. He was playing overly safe, overly defensive. I'm referring to Zaun going for a late 3rd expansion, going for early storm, getting a late 4th base, getting a late 5th base. We spoke about it at the time. When Zaun confirmed that Cure was being more defensive, we needed a more aggressive expansions out of Zaun. But Zaun, he was so timid. He was so timid with his bases, so timid with his expansions, and it led into a game state here where Cure was getting his 4th base as Zaun was getting his 4th. Cure eventually got his 5th base up and running as well. Zaun couldn't stop him, and we ended up in a really odd position, which never happens, which is the Terran player having a larger bank than the Protoss. Like that, if you recall, we pointed out that moment when Cure got his 5th base up. It's like, yo, like he's on 5 bases, he's maxed out, and he has a bigger bank. Like this should not be happening. And alas, we saw that Cure was just able to snowball out of control, break out, break free, and outscale Zaun. Typically, again, the Terran army is more efficient, straight up. It's a more efficient composition. To compensate, Protoss needs a bigger bank. They need more bases, but Zaun didn't have that. He didn't have the bigger base, he didn't have the bigger bank. So as a result, he could not keep up with that ghost heavy composition. You need all those bases, you need those expansions, you need that bank to be able to compare and compete with the Terran. Without it, you just get overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. With that, Kira does take the game, and we'll see if he can claim the series or if Zaun can bounce back. We're loading into game 2, loading into Tourmaline. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss. Representing onside, it is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is a Cure. Let's go. Let us go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into game 2 here, and we'll see if Zaun can recover. Really, the real reason why the early and mid game was so rough for Zaun is because SHIN was playing. True. That was Este SHIN, baby. True, true. Get out of here. Now that Zaun is playing from the beginning, he should be able to tighten up. He should be able to tighten up his play. Bring us to the ace match. Let's go. Let's go. Ay, ay, ay. As from here, we are going to be opening up once again double gas. Just like last game, double gas opening here by Cure, going for a faster factory, going for a delayed CC. Welcome to Tourmaline. Tourmaline, once again, I mean, at this point, we're a broken record when it comes to every series, but Tourmaline has a very short rush distance by ground. A short rush distance by ground, as a result, aggression is favored here. It is very difficult to turtle up on this map, just because of how open the natural, the third base, and the fourth base are in general. Very open bases. Short rush distance does lead to more aggression. Now, in saying that, we have seen players like Maru, for example, earlier in the broadcast successfully play out some macro games on Tourmaline and turtle up and build up into a robust army. That is true, he did achieve that, but I still stand by the idea of that being difficult, right? It is difficult to achieve that, difficult to turtle up and to build up into a longer later game. Not impossible, but it is definitely a challenge here for, say, a Terran player. So we'll see if Cure can get there. We'll see if Cure does take a more aggressive approach instead. Let's go. Let us go. For now, we're going to be opening up. Going to have our initial setup here on the low ground. Add-on swap into, this time, not Reaper Hellion. Okay, as a reminder, last game, we saw that Kuro, he built up into triple Reaper, double Hellion for early game aggression, and he was able to achieve some damage. This time, early Cyclone, not Reaper Hellion. So, different follow-up here out of here. Different follow-up. Zaun threatening the shade. Behind this, going for a Twilight Council opener himself. Most likely into Blink, but the question becomes how many gateways. Last game it was 3-gate Blink to a very safe build. We mentioned it earlier, but Zaun, he went 3-gate Blink into a Robo, into Gases, into a Templar Archives, into an additional 2 gates, so like a 5-gate setup, into a very late third base. We mentioned earlier that that would be ideal if Cure was being hyper aggressive, but Cure, he recognized what was going on, he scouted the tech, and Cure was just hyper defensive instead. And in the end, Zaun, he struggled in the mid game as a result of that with a subpar economy, as he had invested so heavily here into Storm, into the army, and couldn't quite make use of it. Here Reaper pokes in, does catch out one probe, not bad. Also scouts the tech, confirming the initial gateways as well. So 2 gateways in the main base, 1 gateway at the natural, so far 3-gate Blink. And we'll see if Zaun, again 2 games in a row, goes for Templar Archives. Does he go for the same build? I do think there's a higher chance that Cure is going to be aggressive here in game 2, so you could maybe make an argument to go into early Storm. But it is always risky going for the same build 2 games in a row with the same style, especially if, after it not working the first time. So Cure's moving out. Let's go to this early Cyclone, distracting at the natural. Mind Drop is moving in, and behind this we're throwing down extra Raxes. We have our 3-1-1 setup. Mind Drop into the main base. And so far, okay, no damage. First Water Mine goes down, the second Macho goes off into the Gas Geyser, and down he defends well. He defends well, clean defense here. Sure, the medevac does survive, but now there's no more threat of any kind of mine drop play. Back at home, we have Cure building up in towards Stim, in towards his the rest of his tanks, of course. This time, Cure, he doesn't go for any kind of Raven follow-up, so just a mine drop into earlier Stim. True, bear that in mind. We have much earlier Stim here with the earlier add-on swap. High strong Cure when it comes to a 2-base push. For now, setting up defensively. He's got his 2 bunkers here on the low grounds, like 1 bunker even, recognizing he doesn't quite need to be that defensive. This time there's no early storm. Oh, Stalkers they get ambitious, very ambitious. Calm down. Sound is claiming his 3rd base, working towards charge. Into a bay, into Colossus. So a very different kind of mid-game here from Zound. Remember last game we saw very early storm into a very committed 2-base setup here. This time much more standard 3rd-base timing into Colossus. Much more standard this time at a Zound, which we do appreciate. Zound hunting for the medevac. Oh, can he find him? Oh, not quite. Yeah, barely not. Blinks out, doesn't quite catch. Likewise, behind this, we do have our 3rd CC on the way, so Cure is expanding. Building up into the mid-game. And I'm curious to see if Cure takes the Maru approach on this map, like last time against Zound. Do we just hyper-turtle up and defend, and try to get into like a longer macro game? And just be hyper-defensive. You could argue that it worked on Ruby Rock, but we'll see. There's a lot more that came into play as to why that works so well. We spoke earlier about Zound, hindering his own economy in that last game. Oh, Blinks in, gets punished. He doesn't get punished, takes down at least one of the tanks, but he gets punished for it here, and that's going to be 3, 4 Stalkers going down. Oof. Barely blinks away. Does pull out. And does trade. It does trade here, getting one tank for 3 Stalkers. Curie gets highs on the Observer. Nice snipe. Crazy Blink losing another Stalker. Yeah, once again, Zound gets punished. So far, the Blink aggression has been a little bit shaky here. It's been very shaky. Zound not claiming his 4th. Double Forge, double upgrades. Again, Zound building up into the mid game. So is Cure. And so is Cure. Zound just poking in. At the same time, Cure does sneak out across the map, looking for a 4th. Doesn't quite find one. Zound does expand on the right hand side. We'll see if Cure can slip into the mineral line. He has potential. Does have potential for a run by. Zound poking in. He has no intention to commit. He's just here to poke, prod, make sure that Cure is busy back at home. Get eyes on any kind of move outs. Zound builds up. Baits out mines. Baits out one of the mine shots. Marines, they stim in. Yeah, they make their way towards the mineral line. So far, Zound is out of position. Curie also breaks out. And we do hit that mineral line. Probe's going to be falling here. This is getting out of hand. It takes down 2 Zealots. Goes further in. 3, 4, up to 5 probe kills, catching out reinforcing Stalkers as well, and the main army stays at home. I was hoping that we would be pushing. This 4th base is so open, it's so exposed. There was so much potential. 4 probes, a couple of Stalkers, a couple of Zealots. Again, this base is completely isolated, but Cure, he does not move out. Plays it safe. There was potential, but he plays it safe. Zound, he is spread thin between top left and center right. So far, he is spread out. We'll see if Cure can take advantage of that. For now, just staying at home. Staying at home. Once again, just like last game, he's prioritizing Ghost production. So Academy's done. Ghosts are on the way. Vikings are amassing as well. We should soon be seeing a 4th command center here for Cure. Soon. Sound does spot the drop. Sound responds. Cure, he's still securing himself. With a sensor tower, more Vikings, more Ghosts. There's the 4th CC now on the way. And the real question becomes, can Cure claim the 4th? Can he claim the 4th base? Can Zan deny it? There it goes off. Oh, earlier disruptors, interesting. In the previous game, I mean, we saw Zan go up to 6 Colossus, which was insane. It was, but here only 2 Colossus into faster disruptors. Committing harder into Purification Overs. I mean, they are going to be safer against the Ghosts, and it also means that the commitment to these Vikings is not as valuable. We're getting up to 9 Vikings. I'm hoping that this time Cure goes into faster Liberators once he notices. He already saw the Disruptor, so he knows, right? He knows that the Colossus gun is lower. So he needs those Liberators. Sound moving in. Tries a bit at the mine shots. Here comes that Purification Overs, going for the mines. Gets 1, gets 2. Two mines. Nova likewise zones back the main army, sniping 1 Marauder. Nice little pickles here for Zan. Zan tries to commit. Never goes off. Oof. Seeing crazy more Marauders. There's still, what, 2 Novas left. Marines, they try to find some damage, they get punished. Nice defense. Zan, he defends well. And again, we need those Liberators. Without them, we can just get bullied. There the Novas. Still no major connections, but still on Knife's Edge. Ooh, catching out 2 Marines. And a Widow Mine. Gateway Rombites being set up. Does hit the 4th expansion. Cure out of position. Does try to punish. Never goes off. And never goes off. 4th base is delayed. That's heavy damage here on the 4th CC. We need that planetary. Assuming it's going to be planetary. And once Liberators arrive, then a lot of pressure is going to be alleviated. Until then, though, Zan is expanding. I do like this, getting his fringe bases. Bottom right and top left. You could definitely argue that these bases are late. I would agree with that. We could have gotten them a lot sooner. But regardless, he's at least claiming them. Nova's going off. Better connections. Much better. Catching out Marauders. Oof. Armor goes back into the Nova. Yeah, more Marauders going down. These are expensive losses here for Cure. Bleeding out, what, 6 Marauders. He blinks in. And Zan's going for the kill. He's going for it. Zan commits in. Nova's going off. Oh, nice control there by Cure. Very nice. Yeah, controls well. Cleans up the Colossi. And Cure is holding. But again, behind this, Zan actually has a bank. He has a bank. He's been quite efficient. Cure trying to collapse in. Vikings, they get chase. And again, a bit of a desperate fight there out of Cure. We're still waiting for the Liberators to amass. Where have they been? I swear we might have thrown them away. Yeah, it looks like did lose a Liberator. Behind this, Zan now switching to Mass Colossus. I do like this. As the Viking count is low. So switching back in. Zan does have momentum. As another Liberator gets focused down. Oof, brutal Nova. Yeah, Cure just getting bullied by these Disruptors. Just getting so much value over time and almost never punished. And finally we have Liberators. It took so long to get here. We're 14 minutes in. We got our first Liberators up and running. Ay, ay, ay. Liberation has arrived. We're still not fully there yet, though. Again, the commitment into early Vikings really hurt Cure, as he just didn't need them. Yeah, that's why he gets so blindly going into Vikings. Nova's a punish, Delta overwhelming, and down can he break through? He's close. Once again, Colossus are exposed. They get punished. Nova's a do not connect. Oh my god, the target firing. One Nova connects. Just the one. Yeah, messy fight here from Cure to take a brutal Nova to the face. Once again, you can see the desperation there from Cure, where he just needs to trade in some way. Does get a 5th base up. That is an orbital though. It's vulnerable to run by. Speaking of, DTs are amassing. They're ready for a dive. And I feel like Cure's going to be torn apart. And nothing's in position. Gets into the mineral line. SV is going to be going down. Heavy losses for Cure. 10 SCV kills. And Cure has a lot of catching up to do. A lot of catching up. He needs more and more Liberators. Zan, he at least currently still has momentum. I will say that once the Liberator count gets higher, the game is going to slow down, and Zan, he might be punished for staying with his composition. We'll see. These don't quite connect. DTs, they rotate over towards that southern base. Going for the 3rd. Cure's not in position, doesn't have the supply. But again, Cure's not maxed. DTs, they move in. SCVs will go down. Oh, the Novas. Oh my god. Don't quite connect. Once again, Vikings, they attempt to punish here, but we only have a handful of Vikings remaining. Does give chase, does get a Colossus. That's 14 SCVs. 14 SCV kills, heavy damage from the Dark Templar. Oof. And Cure, he just commits. He just sends it. He sends it across the map. Does catch the Colossus at least. Takes down the Colossi. DTs, they're killing CCs. They're killing bases, catching reinforcements. Oof. Again, heavy losses there for Cure, and Zani's maxed. Zani's maxed out with a massive gateway composition. DTs are finally dealt with. Cure's getting caught. Oh no! He's getting caught out. He needs to siege. And he's forced to pull away, trying to make a stand. Not siege in time. Again, he has to fight with his Liberators. He has to fight with them pre-sieged. There we go, does set up. Army commits in, he blinks. It does go for the dive. Crazy blinks here out of Down. Oof. Novas are worth it, catching out 3 ghosts. Heavy losses for Cure. He can't chase. Yeah, he cannot chase. And with that, Zani's overwhelming. We're looking to force the ace match. We're looking to force game 3. Once again, when it comes to this kind of game state, we were alluding to it previously, but Cure, he was kind of like blindly going for his same build and his same style as last game. So despite not scouting, he was blindly just building up Massive Hiking, and that's where instead the lower Colossus count and a heavier Disruptor count really caught him off guard. And as you try to emphasize, we didn't get Liberators out until over 14 minutes. It was like, what, 14:30 in the game when finally Liberators arrived, and up until that point, Cure was just getting bullied. He was just getting bullied by the Disruptors. He was just getting punished for autopiloting, is maybe a better way of putting it. Cure was just autopiloting without any scouting to like just building an ass Viking, building an anti-Colossus army. And likewise prioritizing Ghosts as well, which would have been better against Storm. And he got punished. He got punished. And he rotates over, catching out more Liberators. Oof, brutal connections. And again, Cure's just being torn apart. Now, Cure, he can potentially stabilize. He does have a 5th base technically, but the worker counts, right? The SCV count is just so very low. He needs more time to actually make use of his bases. Zan just keeps rotating, just keeps trading, and the goal here is just to make sure that Cure never maxes out. If Cure maxes, then he can actually take a fight. As he's going into Mass Liberator. He's got 5 more Liberators on the way. Oh, we bleeds out 1. Bleeds out 2. Bleeds out 2 more Liberators. Again, Cure needs more time. More Zealot Ramets coming in. More damage is being dealt. Again, Cure doesn't have the supply to defend both locations at once. It's just a supply issue. As again, the Novas, they just keep bullying. Keep zoning away. DT just going ham here on the planetary. Down to half HP. Dark Temple survives. And again, we've been looking for CA Smash for quite some time at this point. Cure's been on the back foot for... I mean, so you go to Liberators at 14 minutes. It's been on the back foot since, like, what? 7 minutes in? 9 minutes in? I'll say 9 minutes. Sally pulls away. Rotates over. Rotates, still building up his bank. Again, Curie just cannot move out. Curie slowly amassing a greater army. That is true. So Curie has 1 fight. He's going to have 1 big fight in him. So there is still a chance. I don't want to take that away from him. Just because of this. We have how many? 12. 12 Liberators. Oh, Viking and extends. 11 more SCV kills. Cure, he's building up a super maxed army. And again, Curie's going to have 1 strong fight in him. And he can potentially snowball out of control, break through this main army. And the issue, though, is because of the bank, there's going to be plenty of gateway reinforcements. So he has to deal with 2 armies. So now we just collapse into the planetary. Planetary goes down, massive pickoff. And Curie going to commit. Like, no, shall we just turtle off from here? I mean, he's still not satisfied with his army. Getting up to 14 Liberators. Okay, breaks out. Breaks out, takes down an expansion. So Crusade rotate. Curie's keeping up. And again, Curie's almost maxed. Scan confirming there's no Sky Toss. Just has to confirm. Speaking of Sky Toss, now we see it. 4 Stargates on the way, Fleet Beacon, and +1 flyer attack. That is the way to deal with Mass Liberator, is Tempest. You can pull it off with a heavy Stalker count, but it is difficult. And we can soon see Cure breakout. I mean, he already has, right? He takes down center right. There's a recall top left. Recall's down on cooldown. True. Recall's on cooldown. Oh, Cure bleeding out some Bio Army here. Marines are going down. We're soon getting up to 18 Liberators. Okay. He's almost there. And then he can start pushing forward. Casito. Took quite a long time to get there, but he's almost there. DTs, they do hit the center expansion. 9 more SCV kills. We commit in. Ooh. We do try to commit here. The Stalkers, they do trade. They're catching at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Liberators. They try to at least. There's a lot of Stalkers going down. That does free up supply. Free up supply for the Tempest. True. That's 4 Liberators for 13 Stalkers, so a brutal trade. but as long as we're trading, that may just keep Cure at home. May just keep him home. So because they catch 2 straight Liberators, 2 libs go down, Cure out of position. Cure stuck in the low ground even. Oof. And now moving off the ramp, Tempest are about to be revealed. Cure does take down top left. At the same time, they're losing his own third. And once again, due to Cure losing Liberators and bleeding out units, he's still stuck replacing all of that. Now he retakes center base, bottom center. Once again, yeah. Once we almost had 18 Liberators, now down to 13. So Curie's got to build back up. Does have a half base available to him. Liberators are setting up. Tempests have arrived. And they can start shelling away the Liberators for free. And again, this is why Tempest and Skytoss is ideal in this position. You just bully the Liberators. He gets 1, he gets 2. Just free damage. Takes down 3 Liberators, does force a stim into Novas. And this is like the ideal late game composition for Zaun is Tempest Disruptor. Tempest Disruptor, nice EP. So Tempest, they just shell away at the army and get free damage. If the army tries to stim in, then Unova. Unova to zone away. As long as you have an Nova available, you should be okay. You should be fine. Speaking of Nova goes, oh no, the Novas! Oh my god, massive connections, and with that we just ape in. Yeah, Curie just commits, he's gonna throw everything away. The Novas are connecting, massive connections, and with that, Zaun, he will tap the series. We're forcing the ace match as the entire army just gets obliterated. GG gets called, and we're going to game 3. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Once again, Cure, as we mentioned earlier, he was punished for just kind of autopiloting it in this game. We mentioned earlier we were emphasizing a lot on the Vikings, but really it's also the Ghosts as well. So if you remember, Cure, he was being very defensive. He was building up on 2 and then 3 bases, and he was blindly going for early Academy, early Ghost production, and a heavy Viking count as well. And that would be ideal if his opponent was building up into heavy Colossus play or heavy High Templar play, but there was never any Storm research. There was no Storm, no High Templar. Instead, we actually saw early Disruptors, and against Disruptors, ideally you don't want Vikings. You don't need the Ghosts heavily either. What do you need? Liberators. And it took Cure a long time to get there. He was like just autopiloting, just kind of blindly going into mass Ghosts, into mass Vikings, so he had a less effective, less efficient army against the heavy Disruptor play. And the Disruptors, they just dominated Cure. It took him so long to build up his Liberators. Eventually he got there, and you saw that he was able to like hold the line somewhat, but it took him so long to get there, and in doing so, in the process, he was just being bullied by Zaun. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to the ace match, going all the way to game 3, and we'll see how this series ends. Who will qualify for GSL? Let's go. As we are loading into White Rabbits. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the red Protoss player. We have the red Protoss player himself representing onside. It is Zaun. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Let's go. Let us go. As we are building up into our game, and we'll see if Cure is able to get a better read on what Zaun is up to, on his mid-game composition, and of course react and respond in time as well. We've seen the inverse be the case, where I think a good example of that is Beyond. I think it was yesterday or the day before, where Bjorn was playing his own TVP against herO, right? It was in GSL, where Bjorn, he did the opposite thing that Cure did, and Bjorn went for a heavy Liberator count early on instead of going into a more heavy like Viking or Ghost count, and he got punished for that instead. So you can have the other extreme as well. For now, once again, double gas opener, faster factory. Now, every game so far, Cure, he's been playing for the late game. We saw that in game 1 on Ruby Rock. We saw that here in game 2 on Tourmaline. Every game, he's just been very defensive. It's been building up. It worked wonders in game 1, but that's also because, if you remember, Zaun delayed his own economy. Zaun, he almost killed himself, right, in game 1. Where he delayed his own economy, he delayed his own setup, he went into early Storm, he went to committed Colossus, he was playing into what Cure was blindly going for, which is a heavy Ghost and heavy Viking early on. And Cure was almost just blindly hard countering down. And this time, how do we open up? How do we embrace the mid game? Let's go. So now we are going to be opening up. Expecting Twilight Council play at a Zaun. If we were covering some of the other Protoss players like herO or Classic, we could mix in Stargate openers or Robo openers. Even proxies, they do have a little more diverse play. Zaun is a little more standard in this approach, so we're expecting more of the same when it comes to the mid game, or the early to mid game, when it comes to our openers. Meanwhile, this time we're going back to basics here, back to Reaper Hellion. Okay. So Cure is committing to a heavier Reaper Hellion count. The goal here is economic damage. Did work decently in game 1. It was okay. As Reapers, they poke in. They poke in, they pull away. And we'll see if we can dive. Again, the goal here is to dive into a mineral line. So far, the Hellions, they bust in. They head for the natural. Ooh, we don't get a force field. I mean, we couldn't, as the Reapers did make their way in as well. Yeah, it does get a surround off. Probes, they line up. Hellion shot doesn't quite connect. And with that, Zaun will hold. Yeah, Zaun, he will hold on. He will lose a couple of probes here. That's going to be 4 probes falling. 4 probes going down, but that's 4 probes for what? For 2 Hellions and a Reaper. So not a bad defense. Not a bad defense, considering as well that he already had his batteries in position as well. Did help. And Cure gets forced out. He gets forced out of the main base. At least he did scout the tech of choice. Twilight Council opener into Blink. Oof. Gets chased down, losing another Reaper. And in the end, it is going to be 2 gates in the main base, 1 gate here at the natural. So 3 gate Blink into the Robo into a 3rd. Oh, never mind. We do see 3 gate Blink into a Robo. Gases are being taken. Are we tempted to go into early Storm again, just like game 1? Curious. We see Cure checking for the 3rd. Wouldn't mind dropping to the main base. Zaun is keeping up. Oof, the probes had stacked for a moment there. Okay, that was scary. Yeah, 2 probe kills. Wouldn't mind drop is going to be zoned away. And from here, Zaun, he does defend. So far, he's defending, he's holding. Once again, Cure is checking for the 3rd. 3rd has yet to be thrown down. Cure going for a standard follow-up. Building up his Raven, building up his Bio Tank. I'm still looking for a Temple Archives. As we've yet to see the 3rd. Zaun poking forward. So far, Cure is holding on. And there are the extra gateways. Yeah, extra gateways as well. Again, hyper safe play here by Zaun. Very delayed third. Just like game 1. The only difference is that we've yet to see Storm or the Temple Archives. Instead of going into Immortal production, charge as well. Third CC is already on the way for Cure. It's a rare sight, but technically this third base is faster than the third of Zaun. I'm a little bit concerned here. Basically, Zaun is being overly safe. He's being hyper safe here. Yep, going for the Temple Archives into Storm, Immortal production, heavy gateway count, early gases, very late third, which also leads into a later fourth base. It leads into a worse mid game, at least economically. Now, where this build from Zaun thrives is if Cure goes for a 2-base all-in. If Cure goes for a 2-base all-in and goes for 2-base aggression, then Zaun is going to be ready for it. But the reality is, remember, Cure expands. Cure has a third CC, and even this has been scouted by Zaun as well. So Cure plans on building up into the mid game, so there was no need to rush into all this tech. So I'm not too fond of the build of choice here from Zaun. I wasn't fond of it in game 1, and we're seeing it here again in game 3. Now there's potential, like we can go for Storm drops, for example. We can be the aggressor instead, because Zaun's third is so delayed, right? Like he can be the aggressor, he can move in. But I will say right now the pressure's on Zaun to get damage done. Pressure is on. As Cure, he's breaking out to expand. Here comes the third CC. Oh, does Cure commit across the map? For now, he's vying for map control. He's vying for map control. Does pull away, claims his third. Zaun checking for the push. Throwing down batteries. His Templar ready. He's got 4 Templars so far. They're in the War Prism. Let's go to Storms. And we'll see if Cure commits. Cure, he's unaware of the tech of choice. He is aware of the late third expansion, but he needs to be careful here. This will come down to the Storms. So again, we have 4 High Templar, 3 Storms in the War Prism. Cure, he's getting on top of the third. He does 3 on top of the fourth. He does force a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Zaun out of position. Cure going further in. This is risky. Does go further in. Once again, the army is late to respond. No major damage, just getting a couple of gateways. Get the pylon, get some gateways. Yeah, Storm's going to be coming in. And Cure has to get out of here. Massive storm. Oh no, he stands in the storms. Massive damage. Yeah, storms, they pop off, and the tanks are on their own. And Cure does at least deny the fourth base. That is worth it. True. But I feel like we're not really achieving much with this position. Oh. Storm of the tanks. Storm goes lands. Tanks do survive. Cure forcing a better fight for him. Actually, massive tank shots. Yeah, tank shots are going off. Punishing the Zealots. Better fight here for Cure. Yeah, much better fight. And likewise, forcing storms on a handful of units. Zaun tries to glass in from behind. Another storm on the tanks. Tank goes down. Nice mine connections, and Zaun will clean this up. Yeah, Zaun, he will defend. It did cost Zaun a lot of units to do so, and again, Zaun, he was contained on 3 bases. You could argue that's what matters the most here. Definitely, I feel like Cure could have gotten out of here a little bit sooner, but Cure, he will lose his army, he will lose some momentum, he's forced back home, and Zaun can now finally expand. Now, fun fact, Cure had a faster third, likewise, Cure has a faster fourth. The fourth CC is more than halfway done. So Cure, he has a better setup coming into a longer game. Yeah, I mean, he already did from the beginning. But, now even more so. Did lose all of his tanks, and that does mean that he does have a weaker defensive position now. And here comes Zaun. Zaun doesn't really have much to work with either. So Cure should get away with it. He should get away with it. 4 CCs finishing up. Again, faster fourth base, stronger economy, building up his Ghost Viking. Again, this time there's actually a greater reason to build up the ghost count this early on, so Cure is already just blindly a little more comfortable here against the heavy storm. He's got his EMPs. Plenty of them. Sound is pushing forward. Curie does rotate over, bit out of position. Surprise keeping up. Fourth base is being taken. Zanny tries to respond. Once again, though, Xandos doesn't really have enough here to really threaten the base. Oh. Yeah, be careful, Zan. And Cure has momentum. Cure, he's had momentum for the game since almost the beginning here, claiming his fourth base, taking his gases, getting up to proper 4 base saturation. Cure, he's maxing out. He'll be the first to max out as well. And Zan is in trouble here. He does have a high Templar count, so he can take a fight with Storms. He's got 6 high Templar, but I believe they are spread out. Yeah, we have a Templar, we have 2 Templar back at home, 3 Templar back at home. Oof, EMP goes off. Oof, catching out the Prism. Yeah, Prism goes down, EMPs are brutal. And Cure's going for the kill. He's going for the kill, he's going for the throat. Zan is racing back home. Cure, where we headed, he actually rotates to the left-hand side. Interesting. Zan is ready for the push towards the natural. That's what he's expecting. Snipe goes off. Shows EMPs, massive EMPs on the army. Oh my god. There's still a storm. There's still a storm in the chamber. More storms are coming in. Colossus goes down. That's still what, like 3 storms at least. Still had Temple on the back line. Oh, does catch 2. There's still 2 left. 3 left even. Yeah, there's still more Templar, but Zanny's just zoned away from his zone 4th. He's zoned away. With that, the expansion goes down. Zan just at least try to save the probes. Does pull away. But Q's moving in. Yeah, he's going in. Shows EMPs. Oh no! The EMP. Oh, massive EMPs. 0 storm. And Zan, where are we going? He's going for a counter attack. He's going for a base trade. He knows he cannot fight the main army, and Curie just snowballs out of control, breaks through the Nexus, pushing in towards the natural as well. There's 1 storm available. That's because of the NG overcharge. But this base trade is so late. It's such a late base trade here. Zanny gets across the map. Alas, Curie's already pushing into the main. Never goes off. Oh, the splits though. Very nice splits. And the Nova connection's not good enough. Vikings, they land in the main. And everything's on fire. Everything's flashing red. Zan just now pushing into the natural. Now, Zan does have a lot of mining bases. That is true. He's throwing down pylons, trying to make sure he doesn't get supply blocks, trying to warp in. Zan will be losing all of his tech. And remember, Zan can always recall. He can always recall. And he does get on top of the production. In a head-on fight, we do have to favor Cure. Cure does have the better army. It is more efficient. Upgrades are denied for both players. Yeah, everything's being denied here. Cure does have a planetary, and his natural base does try to float away. He's turning around. Yeah, he's turning back around. He's coming back home. +3 is denied. And remember, Zan can recall to get out of here. Takes down advanced ballistics, not bad. Vikings, they are left back to deal with some of the bases. And Cure has arrived. Yeah, Cure, he has arrived. There are 0 storms left for Zan as he has no High Templar, he has no Disruptors, he has 1 Colossus. 1 Colossus in a very heavy Zealot composition. So it's mainly a gateway army. That's why we do favor Cure in a head-on fight. I guess depending on the engage, of course. Out in the open, I think Zan will be favored, but with choke points involved, that's where Zealots can struggle. Oof. Oh, nice catch on some of the Vikings. Okay, very nice. Catching out 2 Vikings. Zan, he does have some gateways to get up and running. He can soon warp in. Both players have a massive bank, but Cure is still heavily supply blocked. Technically, Zan, he can actually build up a greater army. He's warping in. He's warping in units. Twilight Council's on the way for eventually the Temple Archives, for eventually High Templar. Cure, he is not aware of the fringe expansions. I mean, he can assume, but... I mean, again, these bases are so exposed. Cure trying to rebuild this production. Zani can pull this off. He can do it. Get the Viking. Does throw away a couple of Stalkers though. Oof. Yeah, a couple of Stalkers are thrown away. Tech is being rebuilt. Curie's down to a 1 base economy. Meanwhile, Zani has 2 bases. 3 technically. He has 3 expansions. Zan is maxing out. Yeah, and again, Cure, he just left too much economy available here for Zan. Too many bases, too many workers. Zan is remaxed with mass zealots. There are so many zealots here. So many charge lots. Now, Cure, he's no longer supply blocked either, so he's also building back up. Oof. He's out a couple of Vikings. Drop across the map. But there are zealots. Yeah, there are zealots back at home. Cure, he did scout the expansion. He's fully aware. Did scout the base. Curie's finding some damage. Technically does supply blocks down. True. Oof. Sound coming in from behind. Curie bleeding out of the Viking. Curie wants to collapse in. Again, he has a lot of EMPs available. Decent EMPs. Collapsing on the Zealots, he kites back. Yeah, better trades. Much better trades here for Cure. Massive EMPs on everything. Yeah, the Zealot army just melts. Just completely melts. As we mentioned, it's a very cheap army here for Zan. He might have been up in supply, but it was a very cheap army, a very cheap supply. And now there's no Colossus. No Colossus, no splash damage. He's got 1 Templar, 1 Storm. Oh. Yeah, the 1 Storm available. Zan has no gas. Yeah, he's not mining gas here on the right-hand side. No gases here either. Limited gas income. Limited storms. Oof. Once again, mass EMPs. The army is a little bit overstimmed, and if only there was a storm, if only. Yeah, no splash damage. The Zealots, they can't engage. They can't get a good service area. High Templar gets focused down. Vikings land. And Kurizana, he breaks the base. He breaks the expansion. Again, the main army just cannot engage here. Not without some kind of backbone to the army. Speaking of, a couple of High Templar just warped in. Yeah, they warped in here on the right hand side. He's got 2 Templar. Catching a medevac, not bad. Medevac gets caught. Starport as well. Catching up both Starport. Both Starports actually very nice. This is it. This is the one chance. The High Templar. The Storms. Likewise, without those starports, without those medevacs, this army is heavily overstimmed, by the way. Storm's going to be that much more brutal. Speaking of, here come the Templar. Here come the Storms. Hit this one. Oof. And it's 1 Storm. Decent chunk of bite goes down. He only had the 1 Storm, though. That's it. Oof. A couple of guys go down, but GG gets called. There's just not enough gateway units here, and Cure, he will claim the series 2-1, qualifying for this season, season 2 of GSL. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very chaotic final game, which I appreciate. Do appreciate it here. Winding it back again. Zan, he was playing from behind from the beginning. I'm really not too fond of the build itself that we saw from Zan. We saw it in game 1. We saw it here in game 2. The idea of foregoing your economy in favor of early storm and a heavy robo composition early on. doesn't really achieve too much here against Cure specifically, just because he wasn't being aggressive. You could argue that he wasn't being aggressive because of the build, but I mean, both in game 1 and game 3, Cure, he ended up with a better economy, a stronger army as a result, and had a stronger mid to late game as well. So I don't think the build itself was quite worth it. I can see it working better on smaller maps for sure, so you can make the argument for Ruby Rock, but here for White Rabbit, I wasn't too fond of it. I wasn't too fond of the idea. With that, GG well played. It still led into a very chaotic, of course, finale when we had the base trade moments where, of course, we had Zaun unable to engage with Cure's army, so he just had to go for the big counterattack, went for the base trade, and honestly, it almost worked, right? We saw that Cure was heavily supply blocked, Zaun could reinforce, but he had no tech, so he was only warping in Zealots, right? It was a very Zealot-heavy composition, and Zealots, like, they're not amazing if they can't surround. We mentioned, of course, at the time that Zealots, they're amazing if they can collapse on the army, come in from multiple angles, but against SimCity, if terrain is working against you, like, they have a very hard time engaging, especially with that amount of ghosts. We had so many EMPs, immediately the army HP was cut in half, and the Gateway army just got annihilated. It was obliterated. Yeah. GG well played with that. Congratulations, Cure. He will claim the series, he will qualify for GSL, and now is the time to catch up on the brackets themselves. Oh boy, here we go. So first things first, Group B. Whew, we were so engrossed here. When it comes to the qualifiers, herO, when it comes to Group B, herO took down Ryung 2-1. herO took down SHIN to be the first to qualify out of Group B. We did cover and cast that series. It was a bit of a shorter one. SHIN, he took down Geralt and Cure to make it to the qualifying match, but he was knocked down and knocked out. Scrolling down, we had Maru. He got a bye in the first round. He took down Percival 2-0. Percival took down Gumiho earlier. Shout out to Gumiho for competing. Once again, Gumiho, he's like pseudo-retired. He only plays in GSL qualifiers, doesn't really play much else. And Maru took down 2-0 to qualify. So we had herO and Maru being the first two players to qualify for GSL. Again, no surprises there. They're like the top two players in Korea. Scrolling down here, what do we have? We had Creator. He took down Solar. Damn, he took down Percival and Solar. And then we covered that qualifying match. SHIN, he 2-1 Creator, and SHIN qualified for GSL. Cure, he took down Yakov, took down Gumiho, took down Zaun 2-1. We just covered that series. And we had SHIN and Cure alongside herO and Maru qualifying for GSL. GG well played. Shout out to our initial 4 players from Group B. Heading over to Group A, we also cover these matches. Heading up from the top here, we'll have a look at the route of our players. Clem 2-0'd Bunny. Clem, he 2-1 Rogue, and Clem, as our first foreigner for GSL Season 2, is qualified for GSL. Looking forward to, of course, seeing some Clem action in GSL for the first time. Classic, likewise, he 2-0's Trigger. Classic 2-0's Bjorn. Classic, he breezes way over Bjorn, if you remember that series. And Clem alongside Classic qualify for GSL Season 2. Scrolling down here, who do we have? We have Cristiano. Cristiano took down Lambo. That's a big win for Cristiano, by the way. Cristiano. He took down Lambo 2-1. Trigger took down Cristiano, and then Rogue took down Trigger 2-0 to qualify. We covered that series. Scrolling down here, SOS he 2-1 Rainer. That's what some people in the chat were asking. They were like, yo, you're gonna cover SOS versus Rainer? SOS took down Rainer early. Who did Rainer go down initially? ZVZ. Makes sense. So Rogue, he 2-0's Rainer, and SOS 2-1's Rainer early on in the bracket. Welcome to GSL. That's brutal. There's a lot of high expectations for Rainer, and for Rainer to go down to SOS, that is brutal here. SOS, he 2-1's Bunny, SOS 2-0'd Bjorn, and Rogue and SOS qualify for GSL. So those are our top 8 players. We have Clem, Classic, Rogue, SOS, herO, Maru, alongside our 2 other players. Hold on, I'll check out the Wikipedia page. Hold on. So it was Clem, Classic, Rogue, SOS, herO, Maru, SHIN, and Cure. There we go. SHIN and Cure. That led us into the losers bracket. Un momento. Let's see if we can show that off. We might just show off the Wikipedia page, just because that is maybe a little bit more clear, as the lower bracket did just conclude. Yeah, okay. Bam, beautiful. Okay. So we had the round 1, Group A and Group B wrapping up. Here we do have round 2. So we didn't cover any of these matches just because they're not as important. This was the winners group. Basically, all the players that qualified for GSL, the top 8 that we just mentioned, they all played a bunch of seeding matches to see if they can skip round 1. So with that, Maru he 2-0s Rogue. Likewise, Maru takes down Clem 2-1 in a TVP. Big win there for Maru. So Maru, he does immediately get seeded into the round of 8, of GSL. herO 2-1s SOS and 2-1s Classic. herO also qualifies directly and sees directly into the round of 8. So Maru is in the round of 8, herO's in the round of 8. Scrolling down, Rogue 2-1s Cure, Rogue 2-0s Classic. Rogue is also now seeding directly into the round of 8. And Clem takes down SHIN 2-1, and Clem also is seeded in. So Maru, herO, Rogue, and Cure. All these other players are already in GSL. They're already in the round of 12. But Maru, herO, Rogue, and Clem, they are directly seeded into the round of 8. This means that we will not see them in the round of 12. But we have our top 4 players making it all the way to the round of 8. Meanwhile, we had the last chance qualifier. So this did also just wrap up, just take place. Here we had the last chance qualifier. Gumiho, let's go. Gumiho, who has not played in GSL in quite some time, that rarely plays in tournaments. Gumiho 2-0s Trigger, he 2-0s Cristiano to qualify for GSL. Speaking of Cristiano, he actually knocks down out. Damn, he knocks down to the lower brackets. So very nicely done there by Cristiano. But Gumiho does qualify. Throwing down Solar, he 2-0s Beyond, he 2-0s Bunny. So Gumiho and Solar qualify just barely for GSL. Scrolling down a little bit further here, Zaun 2-0s Trigger, Zaun 2-1s Bunny. Zaun also makes it through over Bunny into GSL Season 2, and Beyond takes down Creator 2-1. My condolences to Creator. Beyond takes down Cristiano, and Beyond is the final player to qualify for GSL. Cristiano is out, Trigger is out, Bunny is out, Creator is also out as well, alongside Geralt, Young Yakov, and some of the other players that did attempt to qualify. So GG well played, congratulations. We now have our top 8. Sorry, we have our top 12. We have our top 12 players in Season 2 of GSL. We have herO, Maru, Rogue, Clem, Classic, SHIN, Cure, SOS, Gumiho, Solar, Zaun, and Beyond. We got 1 foreigner. We have Clem. We have 1 foreigner in GSL, surrounded by Koreans, but we have some new Koreans this season. I say new Koreans that didn't make it last season. So Gumiho and SOS. We have Gumiho and SOS making it through. Bunny does not. I believe they replaced Bunny and who else goes? And Percival. That's it. Wait, Percival, did he play? Where was Percival? Oh wait, he got knocked out early in the upper bracket. Yeah. Here he got taken out by Maru. Taken out by Maru. And he lost a Creator earlier as well. Yeah. So Percival, he got knocked out early on. So basically, when it comes to comparing Season 1 to Season 2, Clem replaces Trigger. Essentially, Clem replaces Trigger, Gumiho replaces Percival, and SOS replaces Bunny. So we have basically 3 player changes here. So we lose Trigger, we lose Bunny, and we lose Percival, and we gain Clem, we gain SOS, and we gain Gumiho. So 3 players have kind of switched in and out. So my condolences. I mean, I'm a big Bunny fan, so feels Bunny, man. So Bunny doesn't make it through. Trigger, also a good player as well, also a dear friend. Trigger doesn't make it through either. Feels bad, man. And Percival, he has a lot of potential as a player. He's one of the quote-unquote newer faces to this level of play, and it's a bit of a shame to not see Percival in Season 2 of GSL. It's a bit of a shame. But GG well played. Whew, it was a long broadcast here. 7 hours. Damn, 7 hours, papi. And again, 1.5 hours was just a countdown timer, but still long cast. Long cast, intense, papi, intense. GG well played. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here for the day. The qualifiers have concluded, and as we mentioned, we have our top 12. We have our top 12 here for GSL. Congratulations to our top 12 players, and looking forward to seeing them in the next season of GSL. For those that are curious here, the reason why we had so many foreigners, we had Geralt, Cristiano, Young Yakov, Rainer, Clem, Trigger, is because GSL is now international, has opened up to not just residents of South Korea, but to all players around the world. Lambo was also taking part in the qualifier, if you recall. What that means is, because if you don't know anything about GSL, in Season 1, it's online. GSL has now become an online tournament, still has an offline semis. So basically the requirement here is that if you're a foreigner competing in the tournament, if you make it into the top 4, you have to be able to make your way to Korea. You have to be able to fund yourself to go to Korea to take part and take place in the tournament. That is the prerequisite. So that's going to be on Clem here. If he does make it into the top 4, and there's a good chance he does, by the way, he's straight up the best Terran player in the world, or at least you can argue top 2 alongside Maru. But he is one of, if not the best Terran. There's a high chance that he will make it into the top 4, and if so, he will have to make his way to Korea to compete in that final day of GSL. Best of luck, though. Best of luck. Hope to see him go far. Hope to see him go far. Otherwise, with that, we're going to be wrapping up. Going to be wrapping up here for the day. Ooh, again, it's a very long broadcast and I'm very worn out, and the StarCraft continues in around, Jesus, 9 hours? Oh, good. 8 hours. 8 hours time, we're going to be live with some OSC. As you can see here, Tuesday morning, we have an OSC cast. I'm very worn out, by the way, but we have OSC this morning, we have MSO this evening, we have Pegasus Cup, Kung Fu Cup, What Is Even Mondays, Amantes, RSL, the podcast, plenty of StarCraft, plenty of content throughout the week, so do check it out. Again, shout out to Soup. We did live cast, of course, here on Soup. The rebroadcast is going to be available on other platforms in a couple of days' time, and if you want to support GSL, you can do so via the Patreon. Patreon/GSL is the place to be. Patreon.com/GSL is the place to be, of course, to support StarCraft. So much love to Soup, much love to GSL for organizing the event, for hosting the event, and for making this event a reality. Much love, much love. GG, well played. So do consider supporting them via Patreon to allow for season 3, a third season to take place later in the year. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, bye, ciao, hasta luego. See you next time. I'm gonna go pass out. Oh, gonna get some food and then pass out. Jesus. See you next time.